Welcome to BMX Race Hub, rounds 5 and 6 of the Lloyds BMX National Series here in Gosport.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready. Watch the gate.
All right, welcome to Gosport. We're by the sea. I can see the Isle of Wight just through the trees over there. So there is always a breeze here. Not too bad today. And it's kind of a tailwind down the second straight, which is pretty good for the pro section. Bit of a headwind on straight one. But yeah, looking good. The track's riding nice and fast. But first of all, let's have a look at what happened last time in Glasgow. Here with Lewis Locker, our commentary team today. Rich is on World GTs, isn't he? So yeah, over in Papendale. So Lewis, yeah, what are you looking forward to today?
I'm really looking forward to the racing. Whenever we come here, it's a great track to race at. Obviously, with the amount of riders that we've got this weekend, there's like just shy of 1,200 riders, something like that. So we're going to have lots of close racing, very busy categories, which is going to be good to see, especially come semi-final time.
Yeah, stacked with semis. I think we've got 40 odd quarterfinals, 60 semi-finals, 30 categories of semis, which is pretty big. And a few riders away on World Cup duty. I don't know, a few more than maybe the last couple of years, in fact, which is great for that, for experience for those riders. So we're missing a few in the championship categories here, but that's still going to be going off, I reckon.
Yeah, I mean, we've got Chad Hartwell back this weekend for the first time, and I mean, he crashed here last year. That's put him out for about a year, so it's good to see Chad back. Obviously, as you're saying, with the guys that are on World Cup duty this weekend, with there being so many of them, that's good for us to see. It means that our programme's working. We're starting to get all that quantity of riders out there racing these World Cups, so that's good. I mean, it'll be great to see this racing. I know there's not as many in the championship categories this weekend, but it'll be great to see how them guys deal with that different side of racing, with them having the 4 motos instead of having the semi-finals and things like that to progress through.
Yeah, and then we were just chatting 15s, boys and girls, stacked as ever.
It's a crazy age group. There's so many riders in there that can make finals. There's so many riders in there that can do the business in a corner or on a last straight and just nick that last qualifying spot. So when we get to sort of knockout rounds for them guys, that's going to be insane.
Yeah, and this track really lends itself to moves in that last corner over there. And as it heats up, there tend to be more spills as well. So we'll be looking out for that today in racing. All the moves in that last corner. Really tricky last straight here. Tell you what, let's go and have a look at the track guide. Welcome to BMX Race Hub. Here is your Gosport track guide. Here we are at Gosport BMX track on the south coast. It's the South Regional today. We're going to film the track guide, have a good look around the track and the main features. So we've got well over 350 metre track. Actually, the corners are really long, if you believe it or not. We've got quite a steep start hill, lots of big features, really good rhythm section. As I say, those really big berms. So let's go and take a look at the first key feature. Okay, start hill and the start gate. So we've got a structure on top there. It's quite a steep start hill actually. You get your speed up pretty fast. Nice long transition to the first jump, and it's a pretty doable jump for everybody. Younger, smaller ones are gonna plop up onto the top. The faster ones definitely looking for that manual, and everyone back on the gas as soon as they get over the jump. Okay, next key feature then is the first corner. It's, as you can see, really big, not just on the way out because we've got the pro line as well, but also on the way in. You can actually do, smaller riders can do a low line. You've just got to watch the pedal on the floor, striking the floor. And for the bigger, faster ones, making sure that you're not going too wide on the exit. But as you can see, it's a really big berm. Okay, on to the next key feature, which is the entrance to the second corner. So as you can see behind me, it's really wide. You've got the challenge line and the pro line coming into the corner together. Now from the challenge line, you've got to get all the way across, and the apex is right over there somewhere. Whereas obviously on the pro line, you've got a really tight corner, but at least it's really big on the way out, lots of support. So quite a lot of moves in this corner, especially making sure that you cover that inside line, as all the racers know. Okay, so last corner, you've just come down the rhythm section, you're 3/4 of the way around the track, as I say, quite a long track, and then you've got this last corner, which again is quite big, lots of support on the exit. There are a few slides on that exit, especially when it warms up, so just watching that in the knockout rounds towards the end of race day. But it is, again, a really good corner. You can defend it, but there are highs and lows around it as well. So yeah, looking forward to seeing the action in this particular corner. Okay, well that's all the key features from the track. You can see the last straight behind me. Pretty long way from the start hill to this point. Let's go on board to have a look at a hot lap.
Riders, ready? Watch the gate.
Gosport hot lap. To begin, we've got a flat step up, couple pedals, double, couple pedals, triple, pedal into the corner, stay on the inside, pedal out the corner, little double, pedal afterwards, big step up, roller, pedal, step up table, second corner a bit flat, pedal lots in the exit, little step up, roller, table, double, step up, step down, round the last corner, don't slip out, it's quite tight, do a table, roller, double, double, roller, pedal through the finish line. There you go.
Okay, well that's your track guide from Gosport BMX. Remember to like and subscribe, and we look forward to seeing some great racing on what is a really great track. Well, I hope you enjoyed that. It's going to be even better in a minute. It's drier, warmer, sunnier, and certainly faster today. Looking really good around the track. We've got riders in the pens. Last gate test just happening there. So where are we at here? It looks like we're bang on time. Couple of minutes time, racing will go live. So just enough time to put the kettle on, have a cup of tea, but don't think about leaving the house. Stay there.
1. He's going to pick up the first moto win of the weekend. Race 2, 9 to 12-year-old cruisers on track. Looks like BMX Hype leading this one through. That is Charlie Dowson on the 239. Played the 591 in there in 2. That is going to be Joseph Dewis out of Fast Signatures. Heading through the third straight. Looks like Team Bunnies have got a rider in there as well. That's Albert Turner on the 584. He's inside the top 4. In and out of that final turn they go, and down the last straight. That looked like it was Norwich in there in 3 with Thomas Bernard. Mr. Sigma is Mamo Factory Team UK on a track. It is Rocco Westwood leading it into turn number 2. The 18 plate in there in that 2 spot. That's Freddie Walsh out of RTR Resilient Team Racing heading through that third straight. Looks like a rider out of Gosport National Race Team in the middle of the pack. That is Colwyn Jones heading in and out of that final turn. Jones is up to a top 4 spot down the final straight. It's going to be Westwood picking up that race win. Race number 4, these guys are going quarter-final racing later on today. The 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. It's the 11 of Arlo Steinmetz out of Burnham. BMX is leading this one through. It looks like we've got a rider out of Gosport National Race Team, Rory Smythe, inside the top 3. Here comes a move though from the rider out of the Bunty crew. That is Seth Robinson. Look for a high-low in the final turn. Couldn't quite make it stick. Robinson going to have to settle for 4. As we take a look at race number 5 on track. Ruby's Arthur Mason out of Team Air. He's in there in that 2 spot at the moment, chasing down the 9 plate, leading out of the pack. Leo Bradley, Rustin at Racing, heading through that third straight at the moment with Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Inside the top three, that is Ronnie Woolwork on the 23 plate out of Manchester BMX Club, along with Holly Bishop out of Halo Wheels Race Team. In and out of that final corner, she's going to round out the top 4 spots as Bradley picks up that race win. Race at number 6, 13 to 14-year-old cruisers on track, 17 on the plate. Oliver Arnold leading them out. DC Cycles in there in that 2 spots. That's Leighton Harding on the 1X. Dylan Spence aboard the big wheels, waging war on his 24 in and out of that final turn. He's going to take a top 3 spot with fast signatures in there in 5. That's going to be Harry Swales. Race 7 on track, heading through that second straight. DC Cycles leading it out, got to be Benny Marco heading into that second corner. Who's chasing him down in the 2? That is out of the Hawks. Alfie Ford on the 24 plate. He's under all sorts of pressure though from Fluid Bicycle Motocrossers. Huey Hall looks for a high-low. Drag racing down the final straight. Ford, Hall. That's going to be your 2 and 3 as Benny Marco picks up that race win. Adam Arnold out of lane number 1 in race number 8, heading towards that first corner. He's going 1 or 2. The Benz T-Ball Kiss out of Peckham BMX Club, who's picking up 3 and 4 as they come on round. Looks like we've got a rider out of Team Mind. That is Louis Sheffy inside the top 3. That is Savage Racing in there in 4. Got to be Bodie Markley on the 724 plate, chasing down the Team Mind rider, heading into that final turn. It's going to be Arnold, Kiss out front, going 1 and 2. Next up, more 13 to 14-year-old cruisers heading into that first turn. Where is Yusuf Almas Fordham? He's in there in that 2 spot at the moment, chasing down the sorted race gear rider at the front of the pack, Charlie Cotton on the 3 plate, right around the outside. Looks like we've got Finley Murphy out of Nuneaton BMX Club. One rider hits the deck. Team Buddies rider Kieran Brownson. Got it all sorts of wrong in that second corner. Let's hope that Kieran's all right. It's going to be Murphy, Cotton, Fordham 1, 2, 3, Bruntwood Crew, Zavi Fox Cooper in at 4.
We got that cover. I've got one in the back. Yeah, we've got one.
Put your hands together for Kieran Brownson, ladies and gents. He's up to his feet, walking away.
I feel like I'm comfortable now when you got your mind. Yeah. Weird, isn't it? Yeah.
Where are we at? We are race 10.
Race 10, here's the track, 13 to 16-year-old female cruiser class, heading towards turn number 1. Ailey Watson, BMX Wooded Photography, going to pick up the whole shot. In and out of that first corner they go. Who's picking up 2? That is Lottie McFarlane out of Peterborough BMX Club, who's in 3. That looks like Green Machine Tribe in the mix. Got to be Grace Burge under a bit of pressure as they go in and out of turn number 2. That looked like it was the 12 of Isla Young in there in 4. Here comes Burge with a high-low in the final corner, looking to go from 3 to 2, battling it out, drag racing down the final straight with McFarlane. It's going to be McFarlane handing in onto 2 as Watson picks up that race win. Race 11 in and out of turn number 1, leading the pack is Savage Racing's Paige Cathcart Cunnison. She's going 1 and 2 with the 885 plate of Fire Pig, doing it for Green Machine Tribe, who's in there in 3. It looks like Evolve Collective's Ruby Walford heading in towards that final turn. He's getting busy at the front of the pack. A high-low move. Cathcart Cunnison just shuffled back to 2 as Pig picks up the race win and takes it across the line out front. One rider down in a race number 12. 15 to 16-year-old boys cruiser. It is the 17 plate leading this one out. Max Surridge out of Redditch Premiers, who's going 1 and 2 with him. Looks like Benjamin Dean out of Hot Shot Racing. That is Cooper McCrum in there in about 4 at the moment. Got a bit of work to do if he wants to pick up a top 3 spot. Dylan Slatter in there in 3. All rider down in the final turn. That was Hard Knocks Bike Coaching's Freddie Woolwork. Freddie's up to his feet. Put your hands together for him. And the other fallen rider was Thomas O'Brien. He's up and finishing his lap. 17 to 29-year-old cruiser still out on track. Who's in there in that 2-spot? Looks like Rab Racing's Dan Wilson, your European number 7, chasing down the 300 plate of Charlie Roy. In and out of turn number 2. It is Moto 1 and Mukoff leading this one out. Roy charging in towards that final corner. Luke Davies Hayes in there in 3. Savage Racing got a rider in there in 4. That is Zachary Tia on the 27 X plate. That's going to be your top 4 as they take it over the line as Alex Brooks goes in and out of turn number 1. Leads out race number 26 in the 17 to 29-year-old cruiser category. Your European number 2 from last year over in Latvia. He is leading this one out. Where is Zach Green? He's in there in 3 at the moment. Repping the BMX Race Hub jersey. Chasing down the Fast Signatures rider in there in 2. That's going to be Stanley Palmer. Just a quick announcement, guys. We've had a request from the club. If you have parked on the main road adjacent to the track, please move your vehicle. If you don't move your vehicle, you will be towed. If you've parked on the road adjacent to the track, you need to get over there and move your vehicle ASAP, please. You're not allowed to park on the road. It needs access for the army, so you will be towed if you stay there. If you need to get parking, then please head over to the car park via the camping entrance. Thank you. All right, next up on track, that looks like Anya Mato and Alonso leading this one through Peckham BMX. Race number 28, we're on to the 17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser. Alonso leading this one out. That looks like Fluid Bicycle Motocross in there in 2. That's Trinity Cam on the 7th place. She's being chased down by ProStar BMX in there in 4. That looks like it could be Hotshot Racing's Isla Radcliffe though in there in 3. ProStar BMX in 4. That's going to be Hannah Hedges. Race number 29, where is Olivia Firth? She's in there in about 4 at the moment, chasing down Izzy Horry in there in 3. That looks like Yetzka Hemstock in 2, but your race leader, Amy Willett, out of Retro Racing, taking it towards the final turn. Horry doing all she can to close the gap on Hemstock in there in that 2 spot at the moment. Last straight action, it's going to be Willett, Hemstock, Horry, Firth. That's your 1 through 4. As the 40 to 44-year-old cruisers hit the track, Mr. Pine, Rab Racing, last year's national champ, FZ leading this one out, the 966, chasing him in towards that second turn, back out again, that's Jay Kemsford, heading through that third straight into the final turn. Well, it looks like Telford BMX have got a rider inside the top 3. That is James Wilson. Made his move in that final corner to go from 3 to 2. In behind Chris Evans, picking up that race win. Dylan Dixon leading out the next moto in race number 31. Who's there with him? BRE Racing's Matt Eaton, the 6 plate in there in 3. That's Rob Harris doing it for Fluid Bicycle Motocross. Looks like SVT Mongoose have got a rider there as well. That's Andy Groves on the 3 plate heading in towards that final corner inside the top 4. Last straight action, here comes the pressure from Harry's on Eaton, taking it to the line. Eaton's going to hang on, Harry's in there for 3. Rider down in race number 32. Picks himself straight back up, I think that was Mike Whitaker. It was Mike, put your hands together for Mike as he finishes his lap. Out on track, Ian Smythe, the Gosport National Race Team leading it, heading towards that final turn. Andy Kennedy, Lewis Allison. Mike Whitaker, Andrew Lockwood, James Moores and Matthew Walsh all out on track as well. Looks like the Outlaws are going to pick up a top 3 finish with Andrew Lockwood. Race number 33, 45 to 49-year-old Cruiser Bruisers waging war on their 24. That's got to be Norbert Marco leading this one out for DC Cycles. Who's there with him? DJ Too Good's in there at about 3 at the moment, having a good old scrap with the 17 plate of Abdul El Kindi, who's worked his way up the inside in that second turn. So Too Good takes over that 2 spot. El Kindi's under all sorts of pressure through the 3rd straight. Looks like the Brass has worked his way into 4. The Northeast rider is in there as well. That looks like Jamie Rose on the 417. He's going to pick up the 3 spot in behind DJ Too Good. KHRT on track team here. That is, of course, Graham Stark leading it out. Kebab Race Team going to 1 and 2 with Bradford Bandits Luke Brown on the 410 plate. He's being chased down by Peterborough's Andy Todd. Todd in there in 3, putting the pressure on down the final straight. Who's going to get that 2 spot as they take it down to the line? It looks like it was Brown hanging on. Matt Barnard out on track, your European champion. Going to 1 and 2 with the world number 7, Alan Hill. 50 to 54-year-old cruisers. Stay strong, pure bikes. It looks like Maybo Factory Team UK in there in 3. That's Gaz Carver. In and out of that final corner. Barnard picking up at that race win.
Is that on? What are we on?
Race number 36 on track. Pete Butler. Heading into turn number 1, Tim Porter, Matt Phillips, Stuart McKirk, Daz O'Brien. The Kevin Bacon of UK BMX leads out the moto, European number 4. Smooth as you like into that second corner. Pete Butler going through in that 2 spots. That looked like it could have been Paul Barnard. In there at about 3, heading in towards that final turn. Hotshot Racing's Matt Phillips in there in 4. Bradford Bandits in at 5 with Mr. Tim Porter.
Race 37, mate.
Right, race 37 on track, 50 to 54. Cruiser Bruisers, they're not losers as they come down this second straight. We've got Little Elliott in this one as well. Brotherton, Hassel, Knight, Franklin and Archibald. Where's Brett Knight? He's sitting there in that 4 spot at the minute, trying to turn that 4 into a 3 as he goes in that first. That's a little nip. Looks like Brett Knight, so it's bar to bar action. Looks like we've got... So doing it for North East, I think that was Franklin's. He take the win. Brett Knight picks up the 4 in that one as we turn to race 38, 55 plus cruisers. Leading this one out at the moment. Looks like that is Walcott, Lindsay, Musgrove, Adams, Campbell and Shale in this one. In and out the final berm. I tell you what, trying to learn all these national riders, trying to learn all these different jerseys halfway through a season, not too easy. So 55 plus cruiser, Moto 1 leading out the minute. Looks like, so we got Reed, Charlesworth, Keach, Barnard, Bernard, Archibald, Brown and Notman in this one.
Are we on? I'll check.
Looks like that's Brett Archibald leading this one out, in and out the final berm. So Archibald still holding on to that win as he comes down that second straight. Looks like he's going to take the win.
Try that. Go for it, 1, 2.
1, 2. Oh, is that working?
Cool.
Right then, race 40 on track. 55 plus cruiser. We've got Hood, Needham in this one. Steve Needham doing it for Nottingham Outlaws. Tim Drew, looks like that's Tim Drew leading out at the moment. So Drew leading in that second burst. Stipple, Featherstone and Davies in this one as well. So it looks like Tim Drew's leading it out. Looks like Stipple's there in 2. So there's a battle going on between Drew and Stipple. Think that could be Mick Hood picking up that 4 spot.
That's it now, we're sorted.
Right then, it's 6 and unders. They bring the Thunder. Race 41 on track. We've got Victor Anderson, Milo Ryder Baines, Rupert Garnett and Theodore Purdue-Hurst in this one. As they go in that first corner, coming down this second straight now. So it looks like some 3, 4, 6 of Rupert Garnett leading this one out. Theodore Purdue-Hurst, he's in there in that 4 spot at the moment. I think that's Garnett. Anderson in there 2. Looks like that's Bays in there in 3. As they go in and out of that final burn, but leading it out at the moment. Looks like it's going to be Garnett. He's going to take the win. As we turn to race 42 on track. More 6 and unders. We got Lungley Cox.
I've been trying to practice one.
Maxim Kryzak, is that correct?
Maxim
Kazoziak. Maxim Kazoziak. We've got Ellis Dowes in BMX Light and Hoodie Needle in this one as well. So leading it out at the moment. Looks like it is Kazoziak in there in that 1 spot. Being chased down by Ellis Dowes and doing it for BMX Hype. As they go in and out that final berm. Kazoziak looks like he's going to hold on to it. Oh, we got to ride it down. Riding down on first straight, we've got Snell, Thorne, Gibson, Wilson and Holiday. Someone's up there, he's got a result there. We can see the parents screaming above the speakers. So more race 43 on track. Nothing like a BMX mum, is there, Lewis? Pedal! Right then, 180, leading out Grace Snell. She's leading that. We've got, looks like Henry Gibson doing it for Ice Bikes in there in 2. Being chased down there, doing for Bradford BMX Club. Lenny Holiday picking that 3. So Holiday trying to make some moves at the moment. So Holiday and Gibson 2 and 3 at the minute. Can Holiday turn that 3 into a 2 as they go in and out of the final berm? Not sure it's can. Snell's going to take the win. Here comes Holiday down the final. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Oh, not quite sure who's going to go. Holiday and Gibson there, 2 and 3.
Who went down?
Not sure who went down that one. So we to race 44. We got Pike, Schrader, Zucchina, Rice, Late, Hawker, Barron and Byrne. It's the Iceman on track, everybody. Reggie Rice, he's as smooth as ice. The Iceman doing it, race 44, doing it for the set male 7s. Redditch BMX Club, big shout out to Boom Boom. Coaches him every Wednesday. Iceman's currently sitting there in that 4 spot. Leading out at the moment. So the Iceman, Iceman's getting pushed up in that final berm, sitting there in 4, trying to turn that 4 into a 3. Pushing back, it's going to be a drag race line. I think he's going to do it, pick up the 3 on the line. Right, there's a few cars still yet to move off of the road adjacent to the track. If I read out your reg plate, please go back to your vehicle and move it immediately to avoid being towed by the military. We've got a black Ford Focus BP66EYJ, a grey Ford Cougar RF68NZT, a Volkswagen Tiguan LF75 EWG, and a Jaguar XJ G8KMB. If I've just read out your vehicle registration, please go and move your vehicle immediately before the military tows you and you won't get your car back this weekend. Thank you. Right, we've got race 45 on track leading out. Looks like that's the 277 of Jensen Dyke. We've got Dyke, Burt, Mitch with Calamin's in this one at the minute. He's currently in that 6 spot, trying to turn 6 into a 5. We've got 1, 2, 3 riders wide, but it's still Jensen Dyke leading out, but they're all queuing up behind him. So Dyke currently in that 1 spot, ends in there in that 5. As they come in and out that final berm down the straight, Dyke's going to get the win by the looks of it. Race 46 on track. We've got Howe, Lockwood, May, Jones, Rosal and Shepherd in this one. Into that burst to 701. Jackson May leading this one out, being chased down though. Looks like we've got Telford Ryder, Milo, Fox Bond in there in 3. So May, Jackson May in the lead at the minute. Fox Bond's in there in 3. Going into that final turn. We've got big Stan Lockwood in this one. Stan the man doing it for Outlaws as well. Dad's racing too, but at the moment it's still going to be Jackson May take the win. Race 47. Castro Latch, Shearing, Tinswood, Turner, Aston, Sparrowhawk and Savage in this one. In our first burn, looks like that could be Gosport rider Oliver Savage leading out. Local legend here on his local track at Gosport BMX. Chasing him down though, looks like that is 235 Sparrowhawk in there in 2. So it's Savage, Sparrowhawk 1 and 2 at the moment. Dennis Turner, where's Dennis the Menace? He's in there in 4 at the minute as he goes down this 3rd straight in and out the final burn, but still leading it out. Looks like Savage is going to take the win. Sparrowhawk's going to pick up that 2 spot. As we turn to race 48, we've got Jones, Laurie, Sawyer, Steele and Kurt down this 2nd straight. Currently doing it at the moment. Looks like that's Kurt leading it out. Opal Jones in there in 3. So Kurt, Jones in 3, trying to turn that 3 into a 2. Kuna behind them. We've also got Laurie and Sawyer in the mix as well. Looks like that could be Laurie in there in that 2 spot. So Jones, Laurie, Kerr, that's your 1, 2, 3. Race number 49, 7-year-old girls on track going in and out of turn number 1. Gibson, Goddard, Thorrows, Kearns and Ford. It is of course Braintree BMX's British champ Peony Ford leading this one through in and out of turn number 2. Who's there with it? Looks like Amaria Gibson out of Ice Bikes UK, charging towards that final corner. Who's picking up 3, 4 and 5? We've got Goddard, Thorrows and the Kearns heading into that final turn and back out they go. Goddard in there in 5 at the moment. Looks like we've got Kearns in there in 4 with Thorrows in 3. British champion out on track. These are your 8-year-old boys. Jasper Eels, Gosport BMX leading this one through. Who's in there with him? Looks like that could be Shelby Yates, the YouTube sensation. He's picking up that 2 spot as they go in and out of that final corner. It is going to be Eels, Yates in that order, taking it down the final straight. Who's going to go through in 3 and 4? Looks like Sanders Horns in there for 3. Race 51, Barker, Lamb, Thorne, Kinge, Taylor, Catkins and Perry Allat on track. Looks like we've got a rider out of Merseyside BMX Club, Ruben Lamb, leading the pack at the moment. Gosport National Race Teams, Arthur Kinge in there in 2, doing the business, chasing him down. Where's Roberts Catkins? He's in there at about 4 at the moment, chasing down the rider out of Andover BMX Club. That is Noah Taylor, running out the top 3 spots as Catkins takes 4. 8-year-old boy still out on track. Crucial BMX leading the way at the moment. That is Oliver Bridle charging in towards that second corner. Check out Lou and Jamira ducking and diving in turn number 2. He's worked his way from 4 to 3. He's now chasing down the Gosport National Race Team rider Eddie Brown, taking it towards the final turn. Jamira throws in another move. 2 moves in 2 turns. Can he make this one stick? Down the final straight, Bridle's going to pick up the race win. Jamira's going to have to set up for 3 as Brown takes 2. Race number 53 out on track. That is the 663. Leading this one out, Harrison Slater, Crank BMX coaching. He's going 1 and 2. With Harry Taylor out of SVT Mongoose BMX Race Team. Peckham BMX got a rider inside the top 3. That is Alexander French on the 133 plate, in and out of that final corner and down the last straight. Crank BMX's Slater taking that race win. Hill, Murphy, Tomlinson, Bromelo, Blundell, Merrin, Stretton and Beckett all out on track in race number 54. That looks like it could be Charlie Bromelo leading the pack on the exit of turn number 1. Who's there with him in the 2 spot? Looks like we've got a rider out of Fluent Bicycle Motocross. That's going to be Isaac Tomlinson, who's picking up 3. Looks like the 641 of William Beckett, doing it for Smiley's Flight Club. He's being chased down though by John Joe Blundell, who's inside the top 4. Looks like Bristol have got a rider in there in 5. That's Ronnie Hill on the 665. But the battle is all out front. Here comes Tomlinson, Bromelo, Tomlinson, elbow to elbow to cross the line. Looks like Tomlinson might have just nicked it. As we move on to the 8-year-old girls, British champ alert out on track. Moto 1 and Murkoff leaning into turn number 2. Esme Anderson, she's going 1 and 2 with Crank BMX coaching. Sophia Reese on the 461 plate, who's picking up the 3. We've got Ada Warner, Molly Steele, Ada Porter, Erin Dunny and Elsie Hopkins. In and out of that final corner and down the last straight. Anderson Reese, that's going to be your 1 and 2. 9-year-old boys out on track. In and out of turn number 1 at DC Cycles, Rudy Pleasance Ford. It is RPF, leading this one out, heading in towards that second corner. Who's there with him? It looks like it could be Ruari Kempsford on the 042. Your front 2 riders running away with this moto at the moment. Green Machine have got a rider in there in 3. That's going to be Tommy Weatherly on the 002. In and out of that final corner. EA got a rider in there as well. That's going to be Albie Stimson on the 957, rounding out the top 4 spots. 9-year-old boys race number 57 out on track. Pure Bicycles. In this one, Teddy Gorman is in there in about 4 at the moment, trying to battle it out with Oscar rather fast in there in 3. Look at the move from Gorman, throws in a high-low. He's now chasing down the Brunty Cruz. Connor Grant. Grant's under all sorts of pressure, but your race leader, that's got to be... it is Oliver Pritchard in and out of that final corner. Pritchard leading it down the final straight. Gorman's in there in 3. Grant's going to take the 2 as rather fast comes under pressure in there in 4. The Hawks are leading out the next moto. Augustus Bartolini. What a name that is, by the way. Bartolini leading the pack at the moment. Who's there with him? Looks like the Bruntwood Massive have got a rider picking up the 2 spot. That is Cooper Crowley. Moves being made in that final turn. He's just been shuffled back to about 4. Who put the move in that final turn? I think that was Cameron Joseph, who went from 3 to 2. Across the line. Next up on track, race number 59, Petter Bunchik, Pekka BMX Club going 1 and 2 with Logan Aceto heading towards that final corner in that order. That looks like a coming on Centurion rider, Jude Shearer on the 617, rounding out the top 3 spots in and out of that final turn. They're going down the last straight. Where's Arlo Hatch? He's got it all to do. He's in there about 5 or 6 at the moment. As a race number 60 heads down the first straight, 9-year-old boys, good old Jones, Fishwick, Walsgrove, Wong, Payne, Waddle and Lepidatu. In and out of turn number 1, that looks like BMX Hype's Frankie Jones leading the pack. Who's he going 1 and 2 with? Looks like it is the 4-6-5-6 of Arlo Payne. Moves being made in turn number 2. That looked like Finley Waddle. Adam Merton BMX sticking moves in that second corner. Payne's coming back at him down the inside. Who's the rider around the outside? Got to be Archie Walsgrove. Walsgrove's gone from 4 to 2 on the exit of that final corner, so it's going to be Jones, Walsgrove, Payne, 1, 2, 3.
Right, they're lining up on the gate. Race 61, 9-year-old males. Just got a bit of a pause. So we just got a rider down at the line, so we're just going to pause for a second.
Introduce yourself, Andy. We got 4 more cars left. I've done that.
So just another reminder, if you've parked on the road outside, your car's about to be towed, so there's a couple of cars left. We got the regis, Matt? So just, if you know who these are, Black Ford Focus BP668XJ, a Grade Ford Cougar RF68 9ZT, Volkswagen Tiguan Grey LF75 EWG, and a Jag XJ V8. That definitely belongs to the MD, doesn't it? The Jag G8KMB. It's either an estate agent or a counsellor.
Andy McCoy, he's the man that'd have a Jag.
Yeah, it's Ant Hurries. When he puts down the Tesla, he picks up the Jag. You know, because he always forgets his wallet when he comes to pub.
Got a BC flag flying on the front. On the mayor. Yeah.
Right, race 61, big names in this one. British champion on track, Archie Fisher doing it for Crucial BMX and Redditch BMX Club. He's going to get the whole shot into that first berm. Where's Roman Birdfield? Rapid Roman doing it for Pro Start in there in 3 at the moment, battling his way through, but Archie Fisher still leading this one out. In there in 2, looks like that is the 5-4-3, Joseph Clayton, Exeter BMX Club. So at the moment it's Fisher, Clayton, Birdfield. That's your 1, 2, 3. Looks like we got Underhill, Brotherton, Oliver in there at the minute. At the moment, though, Archie Fisher still leading this one out. So Archie Fisher, he's going to take your win. Looks like that is Clayton in 2, Birdfield in 3 as we turn to race 62. Male 9s leading this one out at the moment. Looks like that is Toby Brook, I think, or could be Lewis Field. Not quite sure. I think it's Lewis Field doing it for Team Air. Learning these kits. So we got Field leading us out. Baldwin's this one, Hale, Taylor and Coldwaller. But it looks like it's still going to be Atlas Lewis Field. He's going to take the win as we turn to race 63. Freya Forest, Matilda Hewitt this one. Carly Dixon, Whole Shot Racing leading out at the moment. Looks like that's Pro Start. Matilda Hewitt. So Hewitt going bar to bar. Not quite sure who that is in that second spot. Where am I looking? Oh yeah, Mabel Pine in there in 2. So Hewitt and Mabel Pine going 1 and 2 at the moment. Bar to bar action as they come down this final straight, but looks like Hewitt's going to take the win. Race 64. Millie Moore leading this one out at the moment. In there in that 3 spot, looks like that is Lottie Arnold battling in there 3, trying to turn that 3 into a 2 as they go down this third straight. But Millie Moore doing it for Mongoose Racing Team. She's leading that one out. We've got Hivett, Hennitz, Dewis and Arnold as well. Oh, we've got a rider down in the first turn. Looks like that could be Maggie Devise hit the deck in the first turn. Leading out Isabella Henry. So Henry being chased down. That looks like Philip Brentel. Flip Brental making moves, banging bars as he goes down that third stage. So Brental trying to go from 2 to 1. But at the moment, looks like it's still going to be Isabella Henry. Brental still going there, pushing it all the way to the line. Henry's going to take the win. Brental's going to get the 2. And Maggie Devine, she picks herself up. Let's hear it for Maggie. Quite tricky, isn't it, learning all these different jerseys, man?
Yeah. Once it gets tomorrow, mate, the ball got Sunday kit on.
It gets better as the day goes on, then you start to... Big race, this one, race 66. My mate Seb Perry is in this one. He does sound like a clothing brand, but he's not. He could be by selling t-shirts with a name like Seb Perry, couldn't he? So it's Perry Young. Oh, 1, 2. Went out there slightly. So we've got Perry in this one. Looks like he's leading out at the minute, being chased down there by the 16 plate of Seth Robinson. So Perry Robinson 1 and 2. Looks like that could be Lewis Rotherwell trying to go up the inside, doing it for BMX Weirdo in there in 3. But at the moment, Seb Perry, he's going to take the win. We've got race 67 on track. I'm going to say that's Zapanos, is it? From Runnymede? Zapanos, Brits, Zucchina, Hatch, O'Brien, Pritchard, Stanikaitis and White in this one. Looks like that's Ethan White, your British champion, leading this one out at the moment. Into the final berm. Being chased, where's Leo Brits in the mix as well? He's in there in that 4th spot at the moment. As we turn to race 68. Number 4 plate, Jake Avis leading this one out, being chased down by Oscar Marco. So Avis and Marco 1 and 2 at the moment. We've got Kennedy and Diver in this one as well, Ford. Jetpack Jensen he's in there in that 8th spot. Jetpack's been riding all sorts of bikes. Can't get him off his bike, he's on his mountain bike at the minute. His BMX, he does everything. Every race he comes up to you, he's like, can you call me Jetpack Jensen? Yes, I can call you Jetpack Jensen. Right, gate drops, race 68. Arby Hauler was having a little bit of a struggle on the gate there, but shot out like a cannon. Looks like that's your Henry Sullivan doing it for Crucial BMX. He's your National Series winner 2025 as he goes in and out of first berm. In there in second, could be that's Blackburn. Blackburn's in the mix as well. Slip back, so yes it is Blackburn in there in 2. So it's Sullivan, Blackburn, that's your 1 and 2 at the moment. Finn Yearbury's in there in 4. He's moved from 5 to 4, trying to thread a needle in that final corner. But leading out at the moment, it is Henry Sullivan, Crucial BMX. He's going to take the win. Charlie Blackburn's going to pick up the 2. Race 70 on track. More 10-year-old action as you go down this second straight. Oh, almost taking himself off the track there. Recovered just in time. Looks like it's Khan Guran on the 7th wheeler. Colwell's in there in 2. James Todd as well. As they go in and out that final berm. So Guran leading out. He's going to take the win. Race 71 on track. Male 10s, Byrne, Mayor, Thorne, Damon, Parembi. Antep Perembry leading this one out there. Alpha Thorn's in there in 3, trying to go round the outside at the moment. Looks like that's Dammits in there in 2. Thorn going round the outside into that final corner, getting the job done, turning that 3 into a 2. But Antep Perembry, he's going to take the win. Thorn's going to pick up the 2. Looks like it's Damon in there in 3. As we turn to race 72, one of my favourite riders. He gets the big Oakley Hill on track, doing it for LCC, being chased down there by Vitals, Holiday, Norco, Gilbert. So Oakley Hill, I tell Oakley he can only wear white trousers if he wins. That's the plan. So Oakley Hill, he's going to take the win in that one.
10-year-old girls on track, race number 73, one rider down in turn number 1, but you are looking at Exeter Eagles, Altamore leading the pack, the European number 8, look at that for a high-low, executed that one perfectly. Ella Grant, your new race leader, shuffles more back to 2, who's in there battling it out for 3 and 4. Ice Bikes has got a rider in there, that is Amika Gibson and Lauren Snell. They were elbow to elbow through that third straight. It is going to be Gibson over Snell down that final straight as Grant picks up that race win. Race number 74 now, heading towards that first corner. More 10-year-old girls action in and out of that first turn they go. Dixon, Barr, Weatherly, Barron, Lack, Johnson, Brain and Keller. The 17 plate leading this one out, that is Pananicha, Castro, Lack, going 1 and 2 with Gosport National Race Team's Megan Keller on the 6 plate, heading through that third straight. It looks like a rider out of I think that might have been Tiverton. Poppy Weatherly, Amelia Brain in there as well, picking up a top 3 spot as they bring it down to the line. 11-year-old boys heading in towards that second turn. That's the 8 plate of Seth Kacharik, going 1 and 2 with Aidan Baptiste, heading through that third straight at the moment. Reactive Racing got a rider inside the top 3. That's George Spencer on the 11 plate, but he's being chased down. In and out of that final turn they go. Alexi Carlos on the 27. He's under pressure down the final straight, just about making it stick. He's going to go through in 5 as Donaldson nicks the 4 spot on the line. Race number 76 hits the track. The 11-year-old boys are a go. BMX Hype out of lane number 1. That is Charlie Dowson heading towards that first corner, looking to pick up the whole shot. Where is Joseph Dewis? He's throwing it under in that first corner and he's worked his way into a top 3 spot. He's now being chased down by Astar Racing's Aston John Lee. Looking for a way through then into a top 3 spot. In and out of that second corner they go. SVT Mongoose Tobias Groves, he's in there inside the top 2, looking to put the pressure on Dowson. Throws in a high-low in that final corner. Can he make it stick? Dowson, Groves, drag racing down the final straight. It's going to be Dowson hanging on. Next up on track, more 11-year-old boys coming at you into turn number 2. That is the 41 plate, leading it out at the moment. Who's there with him? Rory Smythe then going 1 and 2 with the rider out of the Irish contingent. That is Eric Kincaid, riding for the Centurions this weekend, heading down the final straight. He's in there in 3, chasing down the rider out of Derby BMX. That is Seb Staines. Looks like Sorted Race Gear have got a rider lead in the pack in race number 78. It is your world number 8, world finalist from last year. The move came in turn number 2 though. That was Oakley Lewis Field out of Team Air, now being chased down by the world number 8 of Thomas Giles. He's under all sorts of pressure though from Chester Grocock. Looked to go round the outside, couldn't quite make his stick. Giles then still hanging on to 2. Grocock's going to have to set up for 3, as it is a Lewis Field picking up the race win. Pro Star BMX out on track, going 1 and 2 with the 7 plate. So that is Betty Wills, your world number 4, doing it for the girls. And Pro Star BMX, that's the 7 in there in 2. Jessie Rose chasing down the world number 4 as they bring it into the final turn. Dougie Johnson picking up a top 3 spot at the moment as they bring it down that final straight, with Charlie Sheriff rounding out the top 4 spots. That looks like Pro Star back on track, looking to do the same as his teammates just done in the previous moto. Wills took the win in race 79. Race 80 is Ethan Shaw, heading on through that third straight at the moment. Got Rex Ford in there in 2, doing it for Halo Wheels Race Team. That looks like it could be Alan's Factory, repping the DFS sale. In there inside the top 3 is Ollie Bird on the 12 plate. He's being chased down by Fluid Bicycle Motocross's Jack Kitching. in there for 4. Fluent on track in race number 81, leading the pack. That is, of course, Molly Tomlinson aboard that 5 bike, going 1 and 2 with the world number 8, Holly Bishop, out of Halo Wheels race team, who's picking up 3 and 4. Looks like that could be River Henderson out of Peckham BMX Club, heading towards that final corner. Brixton have got Abby Graham in there in 4, but it's all about the 5 plate picking up that race win for Fluent. Race number 82 on track. Crank BMX coaching leading this one out on the E8 plate. Eliza Powell in and out of turn number 2. That is Astar Racing in the mix with Rosie Geddes. Maybo Factory Team UK got a rider in there as well. That is Roxy Rowlands, Una Svensson, Emma Dean, Arabella Denton and Ruby Evans all out on track in that race as well. Now out leading the pack, the 13 plate. Joey McAvoy in and out of turn number 2. He's going 1 and 2 with BMX Hype. That is Teddy Jones. Jones looking for a way round the outside of McAvoy, heading into the final turn. It's getting busy. Here comes Jones, throws in a high-low. Can he make it stick? Drag racing down that final straight. Who's going to get the race win? Jones is going to nick it at the line. McAvoy for that 2 spots. As race number 84 goes in and out of turn number 1. That looks like it could be Evolve BMX leading this one out. Freddie Ray Orland, Evolve Collective, out there leading it through. Peckham BMX's Benjamin Gray in there in that 2 spot. Who's picking up the 3? It looks like Derby BMX's Ted Malkin on the 38 plate, but he's under pressure in that final turn. He's banging bows on the exit of that final corner. Going to be Malkin just about hanging on to that top 3 spot as race number 85 heads towards turn number 2.
Right, we've got race 85. Looks like that is Moray Watson doing it for BMX Widow Photography, leading this one out in there in that 3 spot. Sebastian Hewitt in there in 3, trying to turn that 3 into 4. Watson, though, going defence in the final corner. Hewitt's coming into the mix as well. We've got 2 riders wide. Going to be a drag race as they come down this final straight. Watson's going to take the win. Hewitt's going to settle for that 3 spot. Race 86, 12-year-old males on track. Coming down this second straight, we've got Goran. Looks like that is number 14 play of Arthur Claydon leading this one out at the moment. Jones, Isaac Jones, Part and Sheeran's in this as well. Looks like it's Claydon in there in that 2 spot. So Claydon leading at the moment, he's going to take the win. As we've got riders taking it to the air in that 3rd straight. So race 87 leading out at the moment. It looks like that's the number 3 plate, Munro, being chased down by Isaac Moore. So Munro and Moore 1 and 2. We've got Finley Brown in there as well, doing it for Brunswick Park National Race Team. As they go down this 3rd straight, looks like that is Isaac Moore in there in 4 as well as he goes in and out the final berm, but leading out Finley Munro, he's going to take the win. Right, Preston Newmarsh Powell. The Powellmeisters in this one, leading out a minute. Rex Beasley's in there in 2, doing it for Stay Strong. Race 88 on track. The big Powellmeister got this one under control. He's going to take this one. Beasley's going to get the 2. We've got Southart in there as well. Ronnie Wood's on an E8. That's cool. Benny Jack's cool. Starting to get a few more recognisable ones. Right there, massive gate here. Benny Jackson gets a good start though, coming over the British champion Connor Hempill. Looks like he's going to get the whole shot into that first berm. So Hempill gets whole shot, being chased down though. Looks like that is the Evolve Collective. Benny Jackson in there in 2. Where's Warren Wood? Woody's in there in 4 as he goes into their second berm, leaving it a little bit open as he goes in and out the second berm. Woody though, can he do anything coming down this 4 straight though? Jackson holding on to that 2 spot at the moment though. In and out the final corner though. Sorted race gears, Connor Hempill. He's getting the job done early. Shot out like Anna. He's going to take the 1. Jackson's going to pick up the 2. Woody's going to settle for. Oh, we got riders down in the first corner. Race 90 on track. Not quite sure yet. We've got Payne Bennett in this one, but leading out at the moment, it's the 20 plate. Jessica Cox leading this one out. She made a capitalise in that first corner. Held the nerve, kept it straight. So Cox, Rosalie, Pritchard in this one. But Jessica Cox, she's going to take the win. Who's that yellow and blue kit? Which team is
Yellow
that?
and blue.
Yeah, that like bright yellow and blue.
What race was it?
It was on Pima race 90.
Green and blue.
Is it green and blue? Sorry.
That's Astar Racing.
Astar Racing.
Yeah, Astar Racing. It's a Scottish thing.
Cool.
It's named after some Scottish hero or something. I don't know.
My colour blindness.
She
It's
did
that yellow,
tell me,
blue,
but
green
I
and
couldn't
blue.
remember who it was. It was Steph told me. What is it now? I can't remember the name of it. I'll ask her to tell me.
Right there, race 91 on track, massive gate there for Macy Egan, doing it for Hard Knocks BMX. So Slit Spender looks like leading now though, Macy Egan. So Trixie Trey is in there in that one spot. Egan's in there in two, into that first corner. Where's Bonnie Dudley? Bonnie Dudley's been pushed back into that six, so she's still pushing forward though, trying to turn that six into a five as she goes into this second corner. But leading out at the moment, it is still Trixie Trey's. Trey's got the one. So it's Trey's Egan, that's your 1 and 2. Trying to come around the outside though. Looks like that's Put Up. Doing it for spin to win. But it's going to be Maisie Egan's, Trixie Trey's going to get there. Egan's going to get the 2. Bonnie Dudley moved away up there but couldn't quite get into that top 6. Erin Too Good on track. We've got Montford Dowling beat Surtees. 1, 2.
When I turn around, that's
Mike's a bit iffy. So, race 92 on track, female 12s. Where's Too Good? She's in there in that 5 at the moment. Down that second straight. So, moving to race 93. Leading out Itai, Jamira, Jack Devine in hot pursuit as they go down this third straight. So, Jamira, Devine, that's your 1 and 2. Jack Inns in this one as well. And Bagwell. Where's Louis Sheffy? He's trying to move up into that top 4 spot. But it's going to be Itai Jamira. He's going to take the win. Race 95 leading out. It is your National Series winner for 2025. Doing it for Pro Start BMX. That's James Bibby. Looks like we got Leo Rowlands, your W3 plate in there in 2. So Bibby Rowlands 1 and 2. As they go in and out, that's how it's going to stay. Looks like that was MK's Oliver Taylor in there in 3. As we turn to race 95, Richards, Jones, Livingston, Laughlin. Marcus Mullins in this one. Into that first berm, starting to speed up a little bit now. Coming down this second straight. So, right at 22, Laughlin's in there in that 2 spot, trying to move up into a top 2 position. Looks like we've got Cardiff rider Mason Jones in the mix there as well. But Marcus Mullin right then, leading out race 96, Joe Rook. So Rook's being chased down there by stationary rider Rook. So Galatis, Brazier in this one as well, Rothan and Hello. We've got sorted, so it's Charlie Cotton, so it's Rook and Cotton 1 and 2 at the moment. Looks like it was Zach Everly in there in 3.
Race 97.
yeah, go on.
Race 97, the 13-year-old open class is on track. Reactive Racing leading this one through. Lucas Belton on the 55 plate under pressure into that final turn. That looked like Braintree's Noah Ford working his way right around the outside, doing it the hard way. So it's Ford leading it down to the wire with Belton in 2. Next up, race number 98, who's leading the pack, Jump Club, S&M Source 9 on the plate. Got to be Ronnie Payne in and out of that second corner. DC Cycles chasing him down, Leighton Harding, who's picking up 3 and 4. Looks like we've got Hamill working his way through for Retro Racing in that final turn. Got stuck wide into that final corner then, so he's now back there in 4. Braintree BMX going to pick up the 3 spot with Zach Parsons on the line. That looks like it could be Rat Racing's Isaac Smith in there at about 4 at the moment, looking for a move in turn number 2. But your race leader, Archie Croker White, Absolute Bicycle Motocross, looking good into that final turn. Looks like Finley Murphy. Oh, the sender hits the deck. Murphy picks up the 3, Swales in 2. Put your hands together for Isaac Smith, ladies and gents. He's up to his feet. Next up on track, 13-year-old girls. This age group's got a birthday this weekend. We'll get to that as we take a look at Poppy Bishop in there in 4. Samaya Hughes in 3. The 2 and 1 looking like hard knocks in that 2 spot with a Brooke Fast Fawcett. But your race leader going to be Iris Hyder taking that race win. Race 101 hits the track. Davenport, Webb, Pritchard, Mooney, Andrews, Gerard and Kirby and McCarron all heading into that first turn. Hard knocked by coaching a lead in the pack at the moment. Who's going a 1 and 2 with her? Looks like Maura McCarron doing it for Radco Racing, but it's all about the 3 on the bike. That is Grace Gerard in and out of turn number 2. Pritchard's in there at about 4 at the moment, chasing down the Crank BMX coaching rider. That's going to be Tyler Davenport out of Preston BMX. Oh, McCarron hits the deck in the final turn. Gerard gonna take the win. Put your hands together for Mara, ladies and gents. She's back up to her feet. Freya Harries, world number 7, out on track. Harries, Stevenson, Paul, Adams, Hooper, Gould, Cunnison and Mackie. Down the final straight, it is Moto 1 and Muckhoff. Freya Harries taking that race win. Sorted race gear in there in 2 with Elizabeth Lola Paul, your European at number 7. Here we go, race 103, 13-year-old girls out on track. And lane number 1, Millie Ross looking to pick up the whole shot into turn number 1. Team 9 leading it out from Gosport National Race Team. It is going to be Lauren Keller in there in that 2 spot. It's her birthday today, so happy birthday, Lauren. And she's looking to give herself a birthday present in there in 2 at the moment, but she's under a little bit of pressure as Absolute Bicycle Motocross get involved inside the top 3. That is, of course, Elsie Blight looking to chase Keller into the final turn. In and out they go. Ross, Keller, Blight. That's going to be your 1, 2, 3 as they take it down to the wire. 14 open class on track. Harry Donald on the 474. Good to see Harry back on track. In and out of turn number 2. He's been chased down by Evolve Collective. That is Max McNulty. Crank BMX Coaching got a rider inside the top 3. That's going to be out on track, 14-year-olds. James Miller leading this one out. Max Vass in there in 2. Whew. Let's regroup, Andy. Let's regroup. Me neither. I'm a bit lost now. Right, we are on to race number 106. That is, of course, JP leading the pack. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Pure Bikes in there in that 2 spot. That is Joe Douglas on the 13 plates. Oh, a couple of riders down in the final turn. Joe Douglas was one of them. Ethan Crooks Martin was the other. Commentator's curse for next up, race 107, Barker towards Idlow. Wilcox, Els, Steele, Kiss, Walsh and Arnold. It is Mark towards Idlow. This guy is absolutely flying this season. But that move in the final turn, perfectly executed. Charlie Wilcox, smooth as you like, going to work his way from 2 to 1 towards Idlow for the 2. Roland Els in at 3. Moto 108 hits the track. Check him out. Ethan Howell heading towards that first turn, ladies and gents. Evolve Collective going to pick up the whole shot. Who's in there with him? Looks like we have got Riley Butt out of Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Ruben Bishop's in there at about 3 at the moment, chasing down the rider. In there in 2, that is the 14 plate of Josh Jepson. Looks like he's grown about 3 feet since I've seen him last. So Jepson up to that 3 spot, then chasing down into that final turn. Looking good for Howell, Butt, Jepson, Bishop, 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Right then, here we go, race 109. It's not getting any easier, Lewis. You know, they're getting faster, and I'm still trying to learn some of these things. Look, that's Freddie Parkinson leading this one out. We've got Bojang, Dylan Spence in this one. Where's Dylan Spence? He's in there in 4. Still recovering from a bit of an injury is Dylan as he goes into that final corner, as he's moved up into that top 4 spot. Leading it out there, it looks like that's Freddie Parkinson. He's going to take the win. Chasing him down though, I think that was Corey Stone in there in 2. As we turn to race 110 on track. Female 14s, the W8 plate, Esme Ward doing it for Stay Strong in there in that lead at the minute. We've got True and 5, 1 and 2 at the minute, trying to see what they can do as they go down this second straight. So True and 5, Sophie Mees in the mix in this one as well. Isabella Gerard doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, but leading out looks like Esme Ward taking the win as we turn to race 111. Leading out, the number 1 place being chased down by Anushka Jones. So Ruby Warren there doing it for Pure Bicycles. Anushka Jones in there in 2. Looks like that is Sorted Race Gear. Team Air, in there in 3. Sorted Race Gear chases out in there in that 4 spot as well. That's Isabella Rutherford on the 853 plate, but taking the win. Ruby Warren getting the job done as we turn to race 12. So leading, Roddy going to go up the inside. Massive moves there in that second corner. Holly Diver and Martha Cotman. Cotman having to back out, making the wise decision. Georgia Surtees though getting into the mix now as well as they go into that final corner, but Cotman still holding on to it at the moment as they come down the final straight. Divers in there in 2. It's going to be a race to the line. Not quite sure who's picked that one up as we turn to race 113. Grand Vets on track. It's only BMX Pete on track leading this out. It is Fitzroy Bray. Stuart Little's in there in 2. We've got Graham, Lynn, Mont and Blake. Bryce has a cheeky look over his shoulder to see where the rest of the riders was as he comes down that bit. More cases than a luggage factory though down that last straight for Fitzroy Bryce. As we turn to a race 114, more Grand Vets on track, leading this one out. Sean Andrews in that second burn though. Brett Knight's in there in that 4, trying to move up into the thing, doing that more. Royal Air Force rider Matt Hayward's in there in 3 at the moment. We've got Savory as well. Brett Knight tries the high-low in the final corner. Can he turn that 4 into 3? I don't think he can. More Vets action. Hilly leading this one out. In there in 2, looks like that is Ian Archibald. So Hilly and Archibald 1 and 2. Charkos in there in 3. Charkos has a lap in the pens, you know. You don't want to stand next to Christos Charkos in the pens. It's borderline. I'm not going to say what it's borderline. That's for past the 9 o'clock watershed. Oh, we've got a rider down in the first corner, race 116. Boudet's in this one, currently leading this one out, being chased down is the number plate Mark Moore, so Boudet Moore, that's your 1 and 2. Looks like that is Ben Martin in there in 3.
People got different numbers on the jerseys to the plates.
I know what Asphalt Racing means now.
Grand.
Go on then.
Speed, distance and journey in Scottish Gaelic.
Oh, right. Okay.
So,
interesting.
thank you to Steph for sending me that.
We've just been told that, was it Astar Racing is in Gaelic for speed, distance and journey. You learn something new every day.
Okay, rider, right up start.
Oh, I'm glad to get through this one.
Rider, ready, one.
Mates on.
Race 117, boom, boom, boom. I'm doing it for the 96 podcast. You might catch me on there doing a bit of 4-cross podcasting. You'll have Jules after this one, but leading at the moment, it is booming. Looks like it's Barnard in there in 3. Where's Dylan Dixon? That's Dylan Dixon in there in 4, doing it for Hot Shots. Matt Eaton is trying to turn that 5 into a 4 at the moment as he goes in that second corner, but leading out at the moment, boom, boom. Barnard looking to go up the inside, boom, boom, being a bit wise. Not taking any risks this weekend. He's got some elite racing to do in a couple of weeks' time. Barnard takes the first motor. Boom Boom gets to 2. Looks like that's Dixon in there in 3. As we turn to more Masters 30 plus. Parker, Brazil, Green, Irwin in this one. Looks like that's Brazil leading this one out. Doing it for Jump Club. It is George Higley in there in 3. Where is Billy Irwin? Billy Irwin picking up that 5 spot at the moment, trying to turn 5 into 4. Looks like that is Mitchell Smith in there in 6, doing it for Smiley's Fight Club, but taking the win. Crucial BMX, Adam Brazil, as we turn to race 119. Palmer, James, Lockhurst, Paul. Is it in this one? Lockhurst leading this out though. Sean is it though? Looking looking to make some moves, doing it for BMX Hype. And they're late for the gate podcast as he goes down this third straight, but it's still Lockhurst. Lockhurst leading it out. Palmer in there in 2. Is it picked up the 3? Race 30, so we've got Albert Jenkins, Goal, and Clements. Looks like it's Rebecca Goal leading this one out, doing it on the 01 plate. National champion being chased down there by Clements in there in 2. Suzanne Jenkins picking up that 3. And Claire Albert in there in that 4 spot as they go down this third straight, in and out the final corner. Goal's going to take it.
That's all right. 30 plus women on track, race 1, 2, 1, in and out of turn number 1. DC Cycles leading this one through on the 2 plate. Anita Wong heading in towards that second corner, the 5-1-1 in there in 2. That is Rowan Beckett out of Smiley's Flight Club picking up the 3. Looks like Fiona Barry out of the Titans on the 6 plate. She's under pressure though from Army Cycling Union. Ornella McGarvey Miles heading towards the final turn, and that is Paula Hallett out of Tiverton in there in 5, but it's going to be Wong and Beckett 1 and 2. 15-year-old boys hit the track. Oh, it got busy in turn number 1. Henry Shenton threw in a move for LCC, and he's worked his way up to about 5 or 6 at the moment, but it's all out front with Maxwell Lawrence leading it through for Braintree BMX Club. DBMX have got a rider inside the top 3. That's got to be Samuel Wood out of GY95, but the rider in 2 is 01 Racing. Blake Allison chasing down Lawrence as they bring it to the line. Race number 1, 2, 3 of 15-year-old boys, Westmore, McFarlane, Young, Lynn Scott, Stevenson, Tyres, Howe and Alonso. Where is Robin Matten? Alonso is in there in 3 at the moment, chasing down the team here rider just in front of him in 2. That's going to be Thomas Westmore, but your race leader is Tyres out of Braintree BMX and Moto 1 race team in and out of the final corner. Tyres got himself a bit of a lead now. He's going to pick up that race win as they take it down to the line. More 15-year-old boys out on track. Where's Ned Guppy? He's at the front of the pack, of course, doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross, going 1 and 2 with the 3 plate of Little Cotty, but not so little anymore. That looks like Elvis Lawrence in there inside the top 3, doing it for Stay Strong, heading towards the final turn. In and out they go, and it's Guppy leading it through last year's national number 2. He's going to pick up the race win as Lawrence puts the pressure on down to the line for that 2 spot. Didn't quite get close enough. Race 1, 2, 5 on track. Race 113, race 113 is going to be rerun. If you're in race 113, you need to head over to the pen area immediately, please. Flag down one of the officials so we can get your race rerun. Thank you. Next up on track, you are looking at your world number 2, Kobe Rayford going 1 and 2 with Nate Hamilton out of Mayberg Factory Team UK. Who's in there with them? Looks like it could be the 25 of Zach Childs out of Royston Rockets. LVG have got a rider in there in 4, that's Noah Buttery. LVG NRT inside the top 4 then, but it's going to be Rayford picking up that race win. As race 127 hits the track, it looks like Brody Geddes leads it in and out of turn number 1. Astar Racing looking good at the front of the pack. That's got to be Nathaniel Eames in there in 2, doing it for Sorted Race Gear. Looking to put the pressure on Geddes in and out of turn number 2. Harry Bailey's in there in 3. Hindley's in 4. It's getting busy through the 3rd straight. Eames looks up the inside. Can he make it stick? Geddes just about hangs on and closes the door. Last straight action. Bailey putting the pressure on to the line. Who's going to get the 2 spot? It's going to be Bailey stealing it from Eames. Geddes picks up that race win. Race 128 hits the track then. Where's Evan Bartley? He's at the front of the pack for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, going 1 and 2 with the 8 plate out of Sorted Race Gear. That is Toby Lynch. Look at the battle out front between Hard Knocks and Sorted. That's going to be a 1 and 2 in and out of the final corner. The team here have got a rider inside the top 3, looking like that could be Oscar Jewell, but it's going to be Bartley down to the line. Race 129, oh, chaos in turn number 1. 2 riders hit the deck. Copping, Moore, Jankuska, Kearns, Young and Chidley. That looks like Ella Blue Chidley that hit the deck. Put your hands together for Ella. She's open, riding away. Out on track, Arla Young. Looks like she's going to pick up this race win. Tight on the line with Libby Copping. Ellie Moore, one of the fallen riders. Put your hands together for Ellie.
She's up and walking away, which is good to see. Race 130 up on the start. More 15-year-old girls action heading down the first straight. Who's on the inside? Team Mine, sorry. Sophie Coulson looking like she's going to pick up the whole shot in that first turn. It got tight. It is Coulson going at 1 and 2 with Emily Grimm. Oh, the move has come right round the outside the one plate. Your new race leader. Oh, rider down. Maddie the Baddie Dixon just about avoided the carnage. That was Evie Malkin.
Shout for 113 again.
Race 113, race 113 is being rerun. If you were in race 113, you need to head to the pen area immediately, please. Your race is going to be rerun. If you don't turn up for your rerun, then you will not have your race counting towards your standings. So if you are in race 113, please get yourself to the pen area immediately. Thank you. Race 131 hits the track. Pro Start BMX out of lane number 1. Got to be Emily Eaton heading towards that first corner. Who's there with her? Got to be the 5 plate of Jalila Patel. Pro Start Peckham BMX, that's your order. 1 and 2. Who's picking up the 3? Looks like Evolve Collective have got a rider inside the top 3. That is Rin Janalino on the 2 bike. Who's chasing her down? It is the 4, of course, of Sidonie Cleve doing it for Stay Strong BMX. But she's under pressure herself from a fire pit doing it for Green Machine. This moto is stacked, but it's going to be Eaton, Patel, Janalino. 1, 2 and 3. Has the 16-year-old. Oh, chaos in turn number 1. Cooper McCrum, one of the fallen riders, is up to his feet. Put your hands together for Cooper. That looks like Lucas Seeley wants to make it 5 from 5 so far this season. 4 wins out of 4 races so far. He's absolutely flying. Ram Racing going to pick up that race win. Bradley James in there for 2. Cooper McCrum up to his feet, finishing his lap. I think the other fallen rider might have been Khalil Baptiste.
Right, race 133, 16-year-old open category. We've got Anthony Wilcox in this one. Looks like that is Halo Wheels. Luke Wilcox going to get the whole shot into that first turn. So Wilcox leading as we've got Kirby in this one as well. Aquanish and Jamira. So Wilcox being chased down by Jamira at the moment. In there in that 3 spot. Looks like that's Entwistle. So Wilcox, Jamira, Entwistle. That's your 1, 2, 3. Looks like we've got Cranish trying to move up in there in that 5 spot at the moment. Trying to go into that final corner. Turn that 5. We've got a rider down in the final berm. But I think that was Wilcox took the win. Jamira got the 2. Not quite sure which ride that was. Went down. Give him a round of applause. I think it might be Freddie Entwistle.
Okay, riders, ready to start. Riders, ready, 1, 2.
Race 134, massive start there from To Blanche, doing it for Milton Keynes. Stan Mason's in there in that gate 1 position, going to slot into, but it looks like To Blanche is going to get your whole shot. To Blanche leading this one out there. Mason, he's picked up that 3 spot in and out that first turn. So To Blanche leading this one out at the moment. In there in your 2, looks like that's Henry Radcliffe. Henry Radcliffe in there in 2. To Blanche now coming under a bit of pressure though. Mark Hewitt trying to make moves in that second burn, but in and out the final corner. To Blanche doing it for BMX, Milton Keynes BMX, MK BMX, gonna get the win. Not quite sure where Mason ended up. I think he slipped back into that 4 spot as we turn to race 135. More 16-year-olds on track, leading it out at the minute. It's your template, Eddie Boone. So Boone leading now, we've got Binny, we've got McGovern, James in this one out. Looks like that is Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Oliver James in there in 2. So Boone and James, that's your 1 and 2 at the moment as they go down this second straight. But Boone's going to take the win as we turn to race 36. Looks like that was Gosport's Harry Matlin trying to make moves in that first corner, turning that 3 into a 2. Dunedin's BMX, Dylan Powell though trying to go round the outside, running out a little bit of room though, but he's staying in it. Dylan Powell still in that pocket, he's in there in that 2 spot, moving up into that third straight. Dylan Powell making excellent moves down that third straight, picks up that 3 to 2. Looks like that's Maitland. Maitland slips back into that 3 spot, but Powell's going to get the 2. Maitland's going to get the 3. Logan Williamson was in the mix with that one as well as we turn to race 137. We've got Aintree, Dean, French, Brewer, Brown. Great to see got Lottie Brown on track. So Brown lead this one out though. Emily Dean's in there in that 3 spot, chasing down. Looks like that's McFarlane and Eliza French. So Brown, French, Dean, that's your 1, 2, 3 for the ladies. Brown's going to take the win. Oh, Emily Dean making a move on the line, but still having to settle for 3rd there as we turn to 138. So 138 being chased down. Looks like that is Burge being chased down by Gardner. Ruby Walford's in this one as well. Where's Ruby Walford as they go down this 3rd straight? But at the moment, it is still Grace Burge doing it for Green Machine. Holding on to it, but it's your BRE. Trying to pick up that 3. (17-18) on track. Jaden Fawcett leading this one out. Looks like it's Max Burgess in there in 2. So Fawcett and Burgess 1 and 2 at the minute. Looks like that's John O'Haradine, my mate Jono. He's in there in 3. Doing it on the 20-inch. He's racing Cruiser as well. I think is double biking this weekend. Can he turn some of that 4-cross performance into Cruiser performance as we turn to race 4? Oh, riders go down. That was Charlie Granger. Takes himself out in that second berm. Collects Oliver Coppin with him. So Granger and Coppin falling victim of turn number 2. Not quite sure what happened. Looks like it's Peterborough's rider, Bradley Goulding. He managed to avoid it, capitalise, go into that second spot.
Relaxing now.
Okay, riders, ran up the card. Riders, ready, 1, 2.
Right, gate shots 1-4-1. Massive start there from Oscar Stanbury. Hot Wheels BMX. Looks like that's Kay Blaine for Team Air though. Trying to go around the outside, picking up into that 2 spot. In and out of first burn that as they come back towards us. Looks like that's Harrison. William Harrison. Sorry, it's Kay Blaine leading this one out. So Blaine, Mackie and Hot Shots Racing. Oscar Stanbury in there in that 3 spot. Going bar to bar as they come down this final straight. Looks like it's going to be Kay Blaine. He's going to take the win. Race 142, 17-18s. Hamilton, Lithia Barrett, Drellincourt's in this one. Flying Flim Drellincourt where he's in there in that 2 spot at the moment. Looks like that's Henry Ayer in there leading at the minute. So it's Ayer, Drellincourt, that's your 1 and 2 at the moment. Barata, where's the number 4 plate of Barata? This mic keeps going. Am I doing a Rich Eames? Holding it wrong. Right then, race 143, 17-18s. Looks like that's the 10 plate. Number 10, Simon Townsend being chased down there by Eli Smith. We've got Townsend, Smith, Collis in there. Where's it? Collis in there in 3. Looks like we've got Team I, Sam Townsend moving up into that top 3 spot. But leading out at the moment, looks like it's still going to be Finley Collis doing for Absolute Bicycle Motocross as we turn to race 144. Molly Simpson, Lucy Simpson, Maloney and Radcliffe in this one. Leading it out though, it is Pro Starts Lucy Simpson being chased down there by Hot Shot Racing. Isla Radcliffe, Molly Simpson, I think that's she's in there in that 3 spot. Radcliffe though, all queuing up behind Radcliffe in there in 2. But it's going to be Lisa Simpson She's going to take the win.
We are looking for a couple of riders in the pen. Stuart Little, Fitzroy Bryce. Stuart Little, Fitzroy Bryce. If you can hear me, you need to head to the pen area immediately, please. Or if you do know where them guys are, if you could give them a nod and send them over to the pens, please, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Race 145 out on track. One rider hit the deck, Adele Veruti. Let's hope that she's okay. It got all sorts of chaos down the first straight. Looks like that was Sophie Elwood going across the line with Sabina Ashman in 1 and 2. We're just going to make sure that Adele's all right before we continue on with racing. Don't forget, of course, we've got our live stream happening this weekend, BMX Race Hub. If you've got anyone back at home that wants to watch you race, or that's just interested in the sport in general, BMX Race Hub over on YouTube. Them guys will be live streaming all weekend long. Don't forget, of course, we've got the BMX World Cup on this weekend as well, over in Papendal. That'll be starting in about 15 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes. Casey's keeping an eye out on his iPad. We're going to get the live stream on up here in commentary, I think. What do you reckon, Zach? Get the live stream on?
He needs another layer on.
Put your hands together for Adele Veruti, ladies and gents. She's up to her feet. And of course, we've got our traders over in Trader Village this weekend. I've not been over yet, so I'm not 100% sure who's there, but pretty sure we'll have Crucial Racing over there. DC will be there. Sorted Race Gear.
Most importantly, we've got Kebab House Racing.
Is Kebab House Race Team here this weekend?
Go and get a picture of Starkey.
Wicked, yeah. Kebab House Race Team are here this weekend as well.
He won a motor earlier.
He did, yeah. He did. He was flying down that second straight. I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
That's going straight in the 40 Plus Cruiser chat, innit?
Instead of B Final Hero, we'll get Moto Winner on the back of one of his KHRT top, shall we? Right, straight back into racing then. The 17 to 18-year-old girls are on track. Mabo Factory Team UK got two riders heading in towards turn number 1. Amelia Everly leads the pack going 1 and 2 with Esme Brook. In and out of that first corner, that's Ice Bikes UK. In there in 3, looks like Imogen Cockrell on the 16 X plate being chased down by the 10. In and out of that second turn, that is Lucy Groundwater. Moves being made in that second turn. That looked like Annabelle Charlton trying to make his stick. Going from 5 to 4, didn't quite make it happen though. Throws in another move in the final turn. Charlton, 5 to 4 she goes. Chasing down this final straight. Oh! Someone pulled the pin on a grenade of carnage in turn number 1. Ben Fitzsimmons went down. Looks like we lost it right out of Peckham. That was Joshua Simpson Jacobs. He's up to his feet. BRE Racing. Sam Smith up as well. Put your hands together for the 3 fallen riders.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, riders, ready to start. Riders, ready, 1, 3.
19 to 29-year-olds, this is the Moto of comebacks heading towards that first corner. Cal Strickland on the inside into that first turn. Bradshaw right around the outside makes it stick. Mamo Factory Team going 1 and 2 with Clark and Ken. There's 2 Clark and Ken riders going through in 2 and 3. That's Alfie Bax working his way underneath Strickland in turn number 2. Looks like that could be Halo Wheels in there in 4. That's Josh Wallace being chased down by Ollie Cope. Will Good in there in 6. This one is absolutely stacked. Bradshaw, Strickland, Bax, Wallace, Cope, Good. Picks one around the track that doesn't know someone in that race. I don't think you'll find one. Race number 149 hits the track brilliantly. Savage racing, heads towards turn number 1. Oh, one rider hits the deck. Through the first straight, Savage leads this one out. Your world number 8, who's there with him? Looks like the 7 plate picking it up as he come on round. Josh Cates under pressure from the door. It all went wrong in turn number 2 for Josh Cates. Brilliantly Savage though out on track. Good to see him back after his Scottish sabbatical. The 2 spot was Fluent's Che Young. Put your hands together for Josh Cates, ladies and gents. I think the other fallen rider was the 938, Daniel Farrow on Horton out of Bad BMX. Both riders up, going to walk away. Once again, put your hands together for Josh Cates, ladies and gents. Went down hard in that second turn. I'm sure he'll be back for his second set of motos.
Love it though. That first corner from Tyrese though. He just doesn't know. Backing out.
Race 150 hits the track, more 19 to 29-year-olds. They're coming at you thick and fast through that first. Oh! Another crash. That looks like it could have been Luke Davies-Hayes. He's up to his feet. Charlie Roy going 1 and 2 with the 21 plate of Alex Taylor. That looks like it could be Jaden Seawood in there in 3. Pekka BMX in there in 4. That is Lamin Akareli. Lewis Charles in there in 5. Moves came in turn number 3. That was Seaward working his way in from 3 to 2 in behind Charlie Roy. Put your hands together for Luke Davies-Hayes, ladies and gents.
I'll let you finish off the motos. These ones. Race 151, yeah. Cheers, dude.
1, 2.
Okay, riders, ready to start. Riders, ready, 1, gate.
Right, gate drops 151, 1929 women. Looks like it's Annabelle Townsend getting a good start into that first corner. Megan Gerard in there in that 2 spot. Sorry, that is Hannah Drew. I think it's picked up into that 2. In and out. It's a bit of a local track for Hannah as she comes down this second straight. So leading out at the moment, Townsend, Drew. That's your 1 and 2. Looks like that's Megan Gerard doing it for Ab Racing in there in 3. DC Cycles, Molly Nice in there in 5, trying to move her way up into that top 4 spot as they go in and out of that final burn, but leading it out, Megan Gerard. She's in there. It's Annabelle Townsend. She's going to take the win. Race 152, more 1929 females on track. We've got McCrum Hemstock in this one as well. Jessie Hemstock in there in that 2 spot at the moment. Leading out at the moment, looks like that's Emily Green. So Green and Yetsky 1 and 2 at the minute. Looks like that could be Tilly McCrum in there in that 4. As they go in and out, like McCrum trying to turn that 4 into a 3 down the final straight. She's going to hold on to that 4 though as we turn to race 153. We've got Gibson, Hurry, Godfrey, Willards, Mundy, Eckert and Brown in this one. Ava Brown by the looks of it leading this one out though. Ava Brown being chased, Ava Brown in there in 2, Who's 704? Oh, sorry, Lucy Mundy. So Monday leading out by Brown. Where is Hurry? Hurry's in there in 4. Brown's going to set 2. Monday's going to get the win.
Gotta do it.
Okay, riders, ready to start. Riders, ready, 1, gate.
Right, gate drops. Junior Elise off to a great start in there in that first wave. Looks like Thomas pro start. Thomas, he's going to get the whole shot into that first corner. Oh, we got 3 riders wide going in and out the first corner. So it is Thomas. David's got Cody Coker in there as well. Cody Coker moving up into that 3 spot in and out of that second turn. So leading out at the moment, it is Thomas. Coker's in there in 3, coming up in there. It stays strong. Harvey Tollinson trying to come from the rear in there in 6, moving his way up, losing out in the final corner, but leading this one out. Thomas, he's going to take the win. Massive start there, Tidy S doing it for gate number 7, trying to go around the outside. Zach Everly's little slick touch where Sean Brown, he's in there in 6 as they go into that first corner. Tidy S getting pushed up in that first burn. We've got Larkins in Clitheroe as they go in here. Oh, they're going to, Zach Everly hits the deck. Not quite sure what happened. Oh, Sean Brown goes down as well. Brown taking Ben Larkins with him. Tidy S then moves up into that 3 spot. Not quite sure who's leading that. Is that Clitheroe? Clitheroe takes the win. Tidy S getting the 3. Sean Brown goes down in that second turn. Zach Everly hits the eject button going over the pro. Picks himself back up. That's Ben Larkins, isn't it? Yeah. Right, let's hear it for Zach Everly. Sorry, nowhere every. Sorry, wrong brother. I do that in regionals, you know. All the time. We're just going to wait and make sure Larkins and Brown's okay. Brown's just being seen to, holding his shoulder. Ben Larkins picked himself up. Let's hear it for Ben. And Sean Brown as well. Championship rimming on track. Elsa Rendell, Todd doing it from gate number 1. Marriott Moore's in there as well. Moore's going around, pulling out a little bit, trying to go up the inside, but it is Elsa Rendell. Todd leading this one out. Looks like that's Jess Marriott in there into 2 as they come down this second straight. So it is Moore, Marriott, that's your 1 and 2. In there in 3. Looks like that's Megan Roy in there in 3 as they go down this third straight. But Elsa Rendell, Todd, she's checked out and gone. She's getting the job done early, overshooting the table. Gonna get the win. Marriott's gonna get the 2. Right, more championship women. We've got Laurie Ann Carruthers, is like Lily Chizawa. She's trying to go out from gate number 4. Coming out, looks like that is Evie Webster. Evie Webster's going to get the whole shot. Chizawa's in there in 2. Looks like Laurie Ann Carruthers in there in 3. And Alonso in 4 as they go into it. So Lily Chizawa, moved away up into that 1 spot. Little bit of a wobble though. So Chizawa, Webster coming under threat now. So Chizawa, Webster 1, 2. Laurie Ann Carruthers. Alonso's going on the inside of Carruthers. She turns that 4 into a 3. But Chizawa still leading this one out. Here comes Webster. Oh, it's going to go to the line. Super class women on track, leading it out, doing it for LCC and the Neaton BMX Club. It is George Hunt leading out. Chad Hartwell back in the mix in this one as well. Good to see him back racing as they go through. So it's Hunt leading out at the moment. Hunt's leading out from Chad. So Hunt and Hartwell, that's your 1 and 2. In there in 3, looks like it is Maybos, Charlie Maple in there in 3. But Hunt's leading this one out. Doing it for Nunny BMX. Hunt takes the win. Maple just holds on to that 3 spot.
Cool. Sweet. Getting there. Pardon? It's just absolutely nuts. It's just nuts.
That is your first set of motos done and dusted, ladies and gents. We are getting ready to go racing for round number 2 of the motos. Oh no, we got the rerun. Got the rerun. We love a rerun. I'll be quiet then, Des. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. It's thrown us all out of sync, hasn't it, Casey? Casey was ready for a siren and everything. Yeah, timing's gone out the window. Des and his reruns. Nothing, Des, you're right.
More reruns in Coronation Street.
Can we start calling it the omnibus?
Championship rimming. Yeah, no one noticed. Roll those R's. Did I give you your shoe? Yeah, you did.
Some of these lads are so old there. Jesus, Queen, come on. Or in Paddy, definitely is. That geezer was on there as well. His arms.
Oh, sorry, I'm just trying to find that motor.
This is the rerun of race 113. Heading out on track, these are your Grand Vets 50 plus. Patrick Graham, Jason Lynn, Ian Mills, Stuart Little, Fitzroy Bryce and Martin Blake. Looks like it is Fitzroy Bryce leading this one out. Stu Little in there in 2. The 16 plate in there in 3. That is Ian Milne out of Norwich Flyers, being chased down by Patrick Graham on the 15 plate. Doing it for Brixton BMX in there in 4. But Bryce in and out of that final turn, looking like he's going to rack up his first moto win of the day. There we go. Bryce picks up that rerun win. Right, now we're going to start with the second set of motos. Get the siren on, Case. No more omnibuses. Moto 159 is a go. These are your 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Gotta be Leo Bradley, Rustin are racing, charging into turn number 1 with the whole shot. Who's there with him? Fast Signatures. Got a rider chasing him down. That's Joseph Dewis on the 591. Gosport National Race Teams. Colwyn Jones is in there at about 5. Got a bit of work to do if he wants to find a way past Albert Turner. He's managed to squeeze it through in that second turn. Albert Turner out of Team Buddies, now battling it out with his club mate out of the Outlaws, heading in towards the final turn. Shout out to Team Buddies, TM, Matt Nyquist and Chris Wimbo watching back at home from the shop. If you've got any shout outs this weekend, guys, make sure you give me or Andy a shout on Instagram. If you don't know our Instagram handles, how do you not? We are partly famous. Definitely not. Definitely not. The head angle, yeah. If you've got any shout outs,
Merch available on the website.
drop a. That was a plug, weren't it? That was a proper plug. The head angle merch available now on the website. www.theheadangle.com.
That's it.
That's it, yeah.
Exactly it.
I know it already. I'm on it this weekend. Mr. Sigma Riz out on track. Rocco Westwood, Factory, Maybo Factory Team UK. He's being chased down through that third straight. Looks like Team Air in there in 3. That is Edward Worrell in and out of that final turn for Mr. Sigma Riz. He's going to pick up this race win in race number 161. Race 162. More 9 to 12-year-old cruisers going at it through this second straight. Looks like we've got a rider out of the Brunsey crew in there in that 2 spots. Seth Robinson making moves in that second corner, working his way into that 1 spot. Looks like that could be a Hackney rider in there. Sammy Stack inside the top 3. Being chased down by Crank BMX Coaching's Eliza Powell in there in 4. Frederick State in there in the 2 out of Peterborough BMX Club, putting the pressure on your race leader. Next up, race 163, Dowsing, Hannah, Walsh, Dean, Swales, Smith and Dixon. It is Mr. Harry Swales, the European number 7. Fast Signatures race team going to 1 and 2 with Gosport National race team, Rory Smythe. That's going to be your 1 and 2 as to bring it into the final turn. Charlie Dowsing in there in 3. Sorry, I said Harry Swales, it's Jack Swales on track. Do apologise. Harry's here. It was one of them. I knew it was one of them. I always get these two brothers mixed up. I do apologise, boys. We are looking at Benny Marco, though, out on track. Ben's T-ball kiss. Dylan Spence, that's your 2 and 3. Heading towards the final turn. It looks like we've got a Bradford Bandit in there as well. That was Yusuf Almas Fordham. Just trying to keep control of these sheets. Wind's playing havoc. 17 plate gotta be Oliver Arnold. Smiley's Flight Club going to 1 and 2 with Adam Arnold. Heading through that 3rd straight at the moment. That is DC Cycles in the mix as well. Leighton Harding, last year's a national champion. Heading down the final straight, that's going to be a 1, 2 and 3. 13, 14-year-old cruisers. Ocean King, Sam Dolan, Jacob Aston, Lucas Laurie, Josh Lewis, Louis Sheffy and Finley Murphy. It is Mr. Murphy out front. Nuneaton BMX Club. If you didn't know, Nuneaton have just got a brand new start gate. Pro Start gates. You can buy one now, Pro Start BMX. I'm going to plug everyone this weekend. That's what we're going to go for, yeah.
That got regional champs.
Yeah, we're going to go for... have you got regional champs this year? Oh, okay. Nuneaton BMX Club have got the regional championships for the Midlands this year.
We're going to have big prize money. So
big prize money? Yeah. Are you sticking that up yourself?
No.
He wishes. Yeah, if you want to get involved in the Midland BMX regional championships later on this year, that'll be happening at Nuneaton at BMX Club with their brand new Pro Start gate.
I reckon we'll probably, if you're an elite winner, you probably win more money than a national.
I'm not saying that. I hope that might be too goal. Well, I'm really hoping.
If you heard that, please cut that out of the live stream. That looks like a 13 to 16-year-old women's cruiser category on track. We've got to do some racing, got to do some work. Right, that is Ailey Watson, BMX winner photography. Lottie McFarlane in there in that 2 spot out of Peterborough BMX. Sorry, she's in there in the 3, and the 2 spot was a 5 pick Green Machine Tribe. Race 169, Grace Burge, Olivia Webb, Isla Young, Roxy A-Tree, Emily Grimm and Ruby Walford. It is Miss Walford in there inside the top 3. Moves being made in that second turn. That looked like Roxy A-Tree out of Cycle Park. Chasing down for a top 3 spot. Going to have to settle for 4 at the moment. That looks like it is Grace Burge in there in 2. With your race leader down the final straight. That's going to be Emily Grimm out of Team A. 15 to 16-year-old cruisers. W3 on the plate.
Yes, Max. Yes.
Big Cotty, as we're now labelling him. He's out front and looking good. Going 1 and 2 with Newton Hindley. Ronnie Richards in the mix as well. Max Surridge getting busy inside the top 4 or 5. Looking to make moves down this final straight. Richards in there in 4. Hindley in 3, and that is Walford in 2.
I bet you know my time.
What?
My time. I can't remember as I said. I'm going to find it. Give me a part. I know my time. Yeah. I found out the other day he's big into downhill. He knows Max Surridge really well.
Oh, right. Right, race 171 on track, 15 to 16. Sorry there, me and Leah Lewis are just organising a new bit of Bathy. I might know him, I don't know. We'll have to look. Oh, we've got a rider gone down in that last corner. Not quite sure. I think it was... Could have been Benjamin Dean, I'm not too sure. As we go to race 172, 15 to 16 on track cruiser. Speeding things up now as they jump into that first corner. That's Copper McCrum doing it for BMX Widow Photography. Make sure you check out Susan's photos. We'll be on Roots and Rain, I'm sure, aren't they, Sue? As they go in and out the final turn. So McCrum leading this one out at the moment. In there in 2. Looks like that is Isaac Caulfield getting the mix there in that 3 spot. Race 173 on track. DC Cycles shot out like a cannon then. That's Hadley Harding going from gate number 6, trying to slot into that first spot, being squashed up in that first berm though, as they go in and out, coming down this second straight. So we've got Harding, Wood, GP95 on track, but leading out is Samuel Wood. So Samuel Wood being chased down there by Harding. So Wood and Harding, that's your 1 and 2. We've also got more DC Tempo BMX in this one as well, and Savage Racing doing it for Jacob Warb, Savage Racing, but leading it out at the moment. Sam Woods, he's going to get the win. Looks like that was Hadley Harding in there in 2. As we turn to 30-39 cruiser, Smiley on track, Martin Smiley now doing it for Telford BMX Trouble. We've got Sean Izzy in there in that 2 spot at the moment. But Dan Popel leading it out is your British champion, Absolute Bicycle Motocross. So Popel, Smiley, is it 1, 2, 3. Stuart Laurie in there as well. As we go to race 175, Ryan Jones, Will May, Chris Hearn. Big shout out to Chris Hearn, did it for South Africa. The guy's got more power in the one good leg that he's got than I have in both of mine. Super positive guys, Chris. Always comes and says hello. Likes to keep the wheel positive. Doesn't do negativity. I love the way he goes about things. He's going to pick up that 2 spot. As we turn to 30 plus ladies, we've got Jenkins, Hemscott, Cumming, Turner, Abby Hill. Grace Turner tells me off, you know. She says that I've got to stop calling her Tracy, or you've got to stop calling her Tracy. I like to, you know her nickname, the Badger. She's called the Badger. It's not the Angry Badger, no. I'm not sure if I can say what the actual first bit is. I'll say it off mic and you can give me the green light or not. No, definitely not. So it is the Badger in there in 5. Looks like Hemstock's going to take the win. She gave it herself. We'll just stick to the Badger. No dreads this weekend. Usually Badger and dreads. So that's Grace and Lisa Tarlin. Where are we? I think we're on race 177. So leading that one, doing it for Gosport. Looks like it's Michelle Stupple leading that one out. She's going to take the win 177. As we go to more 30 plus cruiser females 178. Looks like that is SJ leading that one out. SJ Nichols being chased down there by your number 4 Anita Wong. Joe Gray, she's in there in 5, Derby BMX Club. Massively involved, Derby. Produced 2 fantastic British Championships. Oh, it's all getting a little bit rubby there with Annie Chisholm. Not sure I'd like to go bar to bar with Annie Chisholm.
Bar to bar, just not bar, rent to bar.
Yeah, bar as in a pub. Why do I feel like... Where's Anne and Paula? Talk about going bars to bar. Right then, so Chisholm, where is she in this one? In there at 5, we've got Wheeler. Looks like Rebecca Gold leading this one out though. Rohan Beckett, Rockstar Harley's mum in there in 2. Right then, let's get back to some commentary. 180, we got 1729 cruiser, Joel Walbridge in this one. Esserman Pope, looks like leading out, that is Pope being chased down by Esserman in there. So sorry, Esserman leading out, being chased down by Pope. So Pope's in there in 2, trying to go around the outside. We've got Dylan Seaman in this one, and Jack Needham doing it for Bunny's BMX. Kyle Hill as well, he's in there in 7. Looks like Joe Walbridge there in 4. As we go to more 1729, race 81, Harrison, Dale, Green, Moa leading it out. We've got Jump Clubs, S&M, Source in this one, Leo Freeman, Jack Mowat doing it for Retro Racing, and Zach Green. The Green family, people that produce the BMX Race Hub, they're the people behind the scenes doing all the technical stuff. As we go to race 182, leading this one out. Looks like that's Niall Moss. Alex Brooks, Tyler Chadwick in this one. Tyler's in there in 6. Zachary Tier, Rodri Drones, and Jack Lebrasse. It is the fast Lebrasse on track. He does pay me to say that. Currently in there in 3. As we go to 183, do you want to do this? I can continue. We've got Lewis Barnes in this one, Pritchard, Morrison, McHugh, Mancy and O'Brien. Looks like that's Rocky O'Brien trying to go round the outside there and third straight into the final corner. Big Rocky O'Brien. I love the way Rocky rides. Super cool riding, super smooth. He's going to take the win.
Race 184 on track, 17-29-year-old Cruisers looking like the E7 leads it through. Dan Wilson, Rab Racing going 1 and 2 with the 300 plate of Charlie Roy. Adam Moto, 1 and Muck-Off. That is fast signatures inside the top 3. Bringing it on round. Gotta be Sam Palmer on the 2X plate in and out of the final turn. The front 3 riders have run away with this Moto. It's going to be Wilson, Roy, Palmer, 1, 2 and 3. 17-29-year-old women's Cruisers out on track. That is Yetka Hemstock leading this one out for Ice Bikes UK, going 1 and 2 with the 7 plate of Trinity. Cam doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Sorted race gear in there in 3. That's got to be Taylor Lee Mohan aboard that 3 bike heading in towards the final turn. Who is the retro racing rider in there in 4? That's Smiley Maloney out of Braintree BMX Club, but that's going to be a front 4 as they bring it down to the line. It was Hemstock with the race win, race 186. Weary's Hannah Hedges, she's in there in that 2 spot at the moment, chasing down the 6 plate out front. Amy Willetts doing it for Retro Racing. Looks like we've got Alicia Linscott out of Exeter Eagles inside the top 3. The front 3 ladies checking out from the rest of the pack. Elwood, Jackson and Allison all doing all they can to chase them back through this fourth straight, but it's going to be Willetts out front. Linscott in that 2 spots. Race 187 on track. Hurry's in there in about 4 of the minute, chasing down the 2 plate of Firth into that second corner. Last year's national champion in 2. That is Hannah Drew doing it for Pro Star BMX. But your race leader, Anya Matten Alonso, heading towards the final turn, leading it through. For Pekka BMX and Espana, it is going to be Anya. Next up on track, 40 to 44-year-old Cruisers. Mr. Pine a Pint, as chill as you like out front of the pack. He's going 1 and 2 with James Wilson out of Telford Flyers. Then 2 gents left the rest of the pack into this final turn. Wilson throws it under in that final corner, works his way to the front of the race. Evsey isn't done yet, looks to put the pressure on, didn't quite make it stick. He'll have to settle for 2. Race 189, 1 rider hits the deck. I think that might have been Rob Harris.
Nice, isn't they?
Let's hope that he's all right. Matt Eaton leads out the moto though. BRE Racing. Ian Smythe in there in 2, doing it for Gosport National Race Team. Put your hands together for Rob Harris, ladies and gents. Derby BMX in there in 3. That is Tom Stretton. Being chased through that final straight by Grant Newbury. Who's going to take that 4 spot? Another rider down on that final straight. Nick Lewis back up to his feet, going to finish his lap. Going to finish his lap. Once again, put your hands together for Rob as he comes through that final straight.
I've just been looking at those cruiser lads that I have to race from time to time, and I don't fancy it anymore.
Were you sizing them up? Is that what it was?
I think I'm definitely a few sizes up.
Race 190 hits the track, more 40 to 44-year-old Cruiser action. Looks like it is Dylan Dixon going to pick up the whole shot for Hot Shot Racing. In and out of that first turn. He's been chased down. Andy Groves is in there in about 5 at the moment for SVT Mongoose, but it's the 14 plate. James Moore's out of Royston Rockets, just working his way right around the outside of the 966. Jake Kempsford, who's shuffled back to about 4 because the rider out of Nuneaton, Joel Marsden's worked his way into a top 3 spot. Groves putting the pressure on Kempsford out of that final turn, going from 5 to 4 through the final straight. Dixon gonna pick up the race win with Moores in that 2 spot. 45-49 Cruisers. Where is Mark Steele aboard that 26 plate? He's in the mix in about 3 at the moment, under a bit of pressure from the 2 Bradford Bandits. That is Big Nige Smith and Anthony DeBrass, but the race is out front. Mr. KHRT Graham Stark was leading another moto, couldn't stick it out this time though. We'll stick second in a moto on your KHRT jersey next time, Graham. He takes the 2 spot. Norbert Marco, Simon Toogood. That's your 1 and 2 in race number 192. Luke Brown, Andy Todd, Kev Merrin and Abdul El Kindi all on track. It is the Bandit Luke Brown in there in 3, just had the move put on him in that final turn. That was Andy Todd working his way into a top 3 spot in behind DJ Too Good and Norbert Marco. That looks like Astor racing on track. Archibald leading this one through. Pete Butler, the Kevin Bacon of UK BMX. Daz O'Brien in there in 3. Gaz Carver. What a palaver in there in 4.
I love that. Now you said it, I can't stop seeing it. I don't know how I've never spotted it before. Spitting image.
Are you on about Daz? Spitting image of Kev, yeah. He is our Kevin Bacon. He's put down the EE ads for the weekend, picked up his cruiser, and he picked up a 3 in that one as well. So he's having a cracking weekend so far. That was Alan Hill taking the win in that one, race 195. Andy.
Oh. One more, no, we've got Brett Knight in this one. I'm not paying attention, leading it out though. Doing it stage one. Looks like it's Barnard in there in that one spot. Good job it's boys I know, isn't it? So Barnard leading this one out. Brett Knight's in there in 4. Look at Steve Hassel. Stanley's in there in that 2. As they go in and out. Barnard's he's going to be coming to the Old Nuneaton Fast Fridays. He's already told me. He's only like Northampton way, so he's an hour up the road. Does a lot of racing around the region. As we go to 196 55 plus cruisers. Oh, jumping into that first corner. So looks like that's Brett Archibald. Tim Drew getting mixed as well in this one. Just want to make sure I'm on the right moto. So race 197 55 plus cruisers. In and out that first curve. That's like Paul Barnard leading this one out. Doing it in second place. That's Billy Stupple. So Bernard 1, Stupple 2. Going into that final corner. That's the way it's going to stay. So race 19, Notman, Davies, Charlesworth, Lindsay, Reed and Needham in this one. Getting a bit hectic coming down. That second straight, leading out though. Looks like that is David Lindsay leading out, being chased there by Stephen Notman, doing it for Allen's BMX. I do like the new Allen's BMX kit. It's different to their normal kit, but I do like it what this year. Right, race 199 on track, male 6 and unders. We got Purdue, Hurst, Needle, Dowsing and Lungley. Looks like that is Little Ellis Dowsing leading this one out, being chased down in there. That is Dowsing doing it for BMX. So that's Hoodie, Needle in there in that 2 spot. So Hoodie's picked up that 2. Dowsing still leading out, like Lungley in 2, Hoodie in 3. Looks like Theodore, Purdue, Hurst in there in 4, doing it for Derby BMX Club. As they go in and out that final corner though, BMX Hype, he's going to take the win in this moto. Looks like Alfie Lungley's going to do it for Ipswich in there in 2. Oh, we got bar to bar action in race 200 going into this first corner. Looks like that was Rupert Garbutt Jump Club getting on the inside. Milo Ryder Bates in there, Maxim doing it for Bruntwood. Falling back into some Maxim in there in that 2 spot. But Garnett leading it out at the moment. It's going to be a run to the line. Garnett's going to get the win. Maxim's going to pick up that 2. As we turn to race 201. Female 6 and unders. Adeline Wilson's in this one. Dad James has just been racing on the cruiser. We got Thoreau's, Holiday, Gibson and Schnell trying to go around the outside. Grace now getting the job done in turn number 2. Kaya Gibson going, Kaya Gibson's lost all her momentum coming out of that second turn. She's gone from 1 to 2 to 3. It's like the wind hit on these small riders. The wind doesn't half affect them. It's like they almost come to a dead stop though, but it is Grace now, Fluent BMX. She's going to take the win in this one. Gibson's going to move back into that 3 spot as we turn to race 202. 7-year-old males coming through that first corner. Savage, Bond, Howe, Barron's in this one as well. Leading out at the moment, though, that looks like the 304 plate. Luke Barron leading this one out. Queuing up behind him, though. Gosport rider, Oliver Savage, in there in 2. Move back into 3. He's going to go around the outside in that final berm. It's all getting a bit hectic. But at the moment, it's going to be Barron, Savage, Bond, Brokey, Cock.
Rocky Cock sounds a bit.
So a rider went down there. I think that was a couple of riders. Callum Ind. Not quite sure what happened. And we'll see Casto Clatch. We got Papadello. What's going on? 1, 2. Papadel's on the live stream as we're commentating. Won't give you results for no spoilers. He's going to race 203.
I missed the elites. I've just got the under 23.
That's a cracking screen you got there on your phone. Right. Blame it on the dog. So we've got Shepherd late. Reggie Rice in this one. He's as smooth as ice. The Iceman. Looks like we've got Dennis the Menace Turner as well. He's in the mix as well. Reggie Rice trying to go up the inside in turn 2. He's turning that 3 into a 2. Billy Lake coming down. Here comes Dennis Turner though. Dennis Turner's way till we've got 4 riders wide going down this final straight. Looks like that's Blake Rosell as well getting in the mix as well. Blake Rosell gets pushed wide. Dennis Turner's trying to make moves. The Iceman's there in that 2 spot now. He's moved his way up to get into that top 2 position. As we turn to race 204. More 7-year-olds on track. Looks like 701 leading this one out. Jackson May leading out. Got Tinswood in this one. Aston. Jackson May doing it for the Sinead Reid Academy. Not sure if Sinead is here this weekend. You're about to see her. She usually posted about 19 stories on Instagram before breakfast. She definitely knows how to do the socials, doesn't she? Right then, race 205. Sparrowhawks in this one. Going down this second straight, leading out there. It is your British champion, Jack Byrne. Jack Byrne leaning out to the second corner, being chased down by Mitchell Moore in there in that 2 spot. Looks like we've got Strider, Finley Jones as well. Stanley Lockwood, he's trying to turn up into that 4 spot. Stanley Lockwood, his mum will be watching his little pink helmet going into that final corner. She said to me last weekend she loves watching his little pink helmet and he's racing as he moves up into that top 4. Look, Stanley Lockwood gets to top 4. Race 206, we've got Steele, Keir, Cairns, Laurie and Gibson in this one. Leading it out at the moment on the 664 plate. Looks like that is Noah Kerr. So Kerr being chased down by Alice Laurie. So Kerr and Laurie, that's your 1 and 2. And Mara Gibson's in there in 3. We've got 2 riders wide going to that 4 corner. So Kerr and Laurie. Laurie trying to make moves as he goes to the final corner. Gibson's coming into the mix as well. We've got 3 riders in this one coming down this final straight. Here comes Kerr. Laurie's trying to make moves. Gibson's going on the outside. Oh, it's going to go to the line, but I think Laurie just holds on to it.
Race 207. I'm trying to watch what's going off on track and the live stream as well in Papendale. Brad Russell on track at the moment in his 8th. But out on our track here at Gosport, sunny as well. We'll take it. Billy Sawyer, Opal Jones, Peony Ford, Lenny Goddard and Erin Thorrows. These are your 7-year-old girls. Heading down the final straight, looks like it is going to be Peony Ford out of Braintree BMX picking up that race win. Erin Thorrows in there in a 2. Next up, race 208, 8-year-old boys are heading into that first corner. Who's going to pick up the whole shot? Looks like Sandy Horns is in the mix. Out front of the pack at the moment. Who's there with him, chasing him down? Roberts Catskins is under pressure. Oliver Bridle looking to dive under in turn number 2. Couldn't quite get close enough. He got squeezed in the turn. Look at that from the Brunty crew as well getting involved. That looked like it could have been Leon Kazoziak. Kazoziak worked his way underneath and he's picked up a top 4 spot. He's throwing it under Bridle in his second turn on the bounce. So it's going to be Arns leading it. Catskins in there for 2. Bridle for 3. Kazoziak rounds out the top 4. Race 209 heads in towards his second turn. 821 on the plate. That is Ruben Lamb, Merseyside BMX Club. Looks like we've got Peckham BMX in there in 2. That is Alexander French on the 133. Rusting up Racing are in there in 3. Heading towards that final turn. That's going to be Jax Bradley on the 248. In and out of that final turn they go, and down the final straight. Lamb leading it right the way to the stripe with French in 2. Race number 210 on track. Gosport National Race Team, Arthur Kinch. Cooper Crowley. Sorry, no. Charlie Bromelo, that is, in there in 2. Battling it out with Isaac Tomlinson, looking to go right round the outside and make it stick. Bromelo, Tomlinson had a good old scrap in their previous moto for first place, and they're going to do it again for second place in this race. But your race winner got to be Arthur Kinch on his home track here at Gosport. Race 211, 8-year-old boys. British champion. He sounds like an accountant, doesn't he? Augustus Bartolini, that's an accountant's name, that is. That's wicked. Next up, we are on race 215. Who's leading them through? Got to be Pure Bicycles at the front of the pack. Heading into turn number 2, Teddy Gorman. He's being chased down in and out of that second turn. Looks like that could be the 334 of maybe Charlie Crossley chasing him towards the final corner. The Centurions, Elliot Goodall. Goodall in there inside the top 4, chasing through the final straight. Sorry, I think that's Jude Shearer actually inside the top 4. That is Elliot Goodall in about 5 or 6. Frankie Jones on track, 933 on the plate. BMX Hype going 1 and 2 with Cardiff BMX Club. That is Oliver Pritchard on the 767. Retro Racing. Finley Kerr in there in 3. Your front 3 riders running away with this motor at the moment. Frankie Jones, though, stylish as you like through that final straight. Next up on track, we are looking at race 217. Oscar rather fast, going to 1 and 2 with Joseph Claydon heading in towards that second turn. Ben Cornish just about making his way into a quarter-final in the under-23 men. I think he's managed it, yes he has. As Claydon takes over the race, where is Cameron Joseph. He's in there in about 5 at the moment after a wicked move in his last race. Logan Aceto chasing down rather fast through that final straight. Claydon rather fast. Aceto 1, 2, 3. As the 9-year-old boys continue out on track. Rapid Roman Birdfield leads out the 677 of Archie Walsgrove. Look at that for a move from Cooper Crowley, going from 3 to 2 in that second corner. That shuffled Walsgrove back to 3 then. Who's picking up 4? Looks like we're going to ride it out of Exeter. That is Toby Brook running out the top 4 spots at the moment. Rapid Roman going to pick up this race win down the final straight for Pro Star BMX.
Right, then we turn to race 219. Looks like that is Rudy Pleasance Ford leading this one out from Connor Grant. 1 and 2 doing it for DC Cycles. Bruntwood's in there into. Looks like we could have Arlo Payne as well in the mix as well, and Theo Harries. He's in there getting the mix as well, moving to that top 3 spot, but leading out at the moment it is still Pleasance Ford to Pleasant Ford. DC Cycles leading this one out. Go check out DC if you get a chance. Bruntwood's in there in 2. As we turn to race 220 on track, we got Weatherby in this one. Leading it out at the moment though, looks like that is Boonsiek. How are we going that one then? Petter Bunchik. Good job I got Lewis here to help me out. So Bunchik leading this one out. Tom Weather in there. Blights as well. Absolute bicycle motocross moving up into there into a top 4 spot as they come down this second straight. So Bunchik takes the win. Race 221. Lucia Pins and Barons in this one. We got Fountain Millymore. Looks like Maggie Devine leading this one out at the moment. Maggie Devine. So Devine and Henning. Flick Brentel. Where's Flick Brentel? She's in there in that 3 spot at the minute. Coming doing a little bit of pressure as she goes down this third straight. Brentel going defensively in the final corner. Going to be a battle going on to get to this top 3 spot. So at the moment it's still Maggie Devine. Moore and Devine leading this one out. Brentel's just holding on to that 3 spot though. Race 222. Pro Start Matilda Hewitt's leading this one out, going to that second burn. Being pushed up wide, looks like Susie Watt, Mia Chalk in there as well. So Mia Chalk, Mabel Pine as they go down this second straight. So Chalk trying to move away into a bit of a position here, but at the moment leading it out, it's still Matilda Hewitt doing it for Pro Start BMX. She's going to take the win as we go to race 223. How are we getting on, Lewis, on the old World Cup scene? How did Cornish do? Right then, Dewis, Kay, Henry, Farrington, Bell, Jones and Dixon as they go down that first straight. Looks like that is Fast Signature BMX team leading out all of Dewis. Shot out like a cannon in that one. She's going to take the win. Bruntwood's in there in 4. Christian... no, his dad told me how to say this because he races our region all the time, and I've got to say it's Garbazik, isn't it? Garbazek. So Garbachik challenges Damon, Leo Brits, Holiday, Mullins, Marco, and Sullivan in this one. Garbachik. Garbachik. I need Anthony Labras up here. He's Eastern European. He can pronounce things for me. Polish heritage. He's always telling me how to pronounce things. These Eastern European names: Franklin, Avis, White, Vitols, Antep, Prembry, though, leading this one out, though, being chased down there. Alex Vitals, just as I said. Commentators curse, making a move down that third straight, and he just loses it. Hits the deck. Antep Prembry takes the win. He's picked himself up. Let's hear it for Vitals. Alex Vitals, Derby BMX Club. Picked himself up straight away. Bit of a sheet.
Missing a rider, aren't we?
Race 226, Joseph O'Brien, and not sure where's he. So we've got Seth Robinson doing it from gate number 3, Callum Wood. Robinson being pushed up there. Looks like that is Domicus Zapanos doing it for Hot Shot. He's going to get the whole shot. So Zapanos takes in the lead at the moment, being chased down though by Notwoods, Ebbing, Calburn. So Zapanos and Calburn 1 and 2 at the moment. Calburn moved himself up into a good position. They're all queuing up behind him though, behind Calburn. So Calburn's got Ford, Wood and Robinson all there behind him as they go into the final turn though. But leading that at the moment, it's still Zapanos doing it for Hot Shots Racing as they come down the final straight. Zapanos is going to take the win. Calburn's going to pick up that 2 spot. As we turn to race 227, Alfie Thorns in this one clear. Gilbert leading out though. That looks like Seb Perry. Seb Perry leading out, being chased down by Thorn. Perry and Thorn in the 1 and 2 at the minute. Looks like that's Alexander Gilbert moved up into that 3 spot. Coming under a bit of pressure though. Rusty Nuts racing. Elliot Hatch going around the outside, turning that 4 into a 3. But leading out at the moment, it's still Perry. Seb Perry. Here comes Thorn though. Thorn's on a late charge. Thorn's going to push it to the line. I think Alfie Thorn just pipped it. Perry got the 2. As we turn to race 228, Oakley Hill leading this one out. Hill leading out, being chased down there. Looks like it's Pritchard in 2. Josh Burnford for BMX in there in that 3 spot. Jetpack Jensen he's in there as well. Team here though. Looks like that's Arthur Mason. He's moved his way up into a 3rd spot as they go in and out this final straight. But Oakley Hill still leading out, doing it with his white trousers. He's going to get the win. Think it might have been Arthur Mason picking up that 3. As we go to race 229, we've got Northcott Walls, Colwell Hitchins, Zakina Blakeburn and Diver in this one. In there, looks like that's Jake Colwell in there in that 2 spot, trying to go round the outside down this 3rd straight. Looks like we've got defensive MK Evolutions rider. Oh, the banging bows in the final turn as they're coming out. It's going to be a draw. Rider's gone down. Not quite sure it was, but it was all getting all kinds of hectic. Picked himself up. Race 2-3. We've got Tucker, Northcott, Guan, Wills, Kennedy and Stassins in. We've got other riders getting in the mix as well. Leading it out at the moment. Looks like that is Thomas Stakantis in there in that 1st space at the moment. Kennedy in there in 2. In there in 3 as they go down this 3rd straight. In and out the final berm though. Stakantis leading this one out. Kennedy holding on to that pro start. Doing it in 4th place at the moment, Ned Wills. It looks like Thomas Costantis.
Race 2-3-1-1. A rider hits the deck down at the 1st straight. I think that was B. Smith. No, sorry, Evelyn Smith. Out of Telford. She's up to her feet and going to finish her lap. Just to let you know, Betsy Bax has just gone through her quarter-final in the under-23 women in Papendale. So we are on to the 10-year-old girls. Race 2-3-1. Ice Bikes leading this one out. Mika Gibson on the 5 plate, going 1 and 2 with Fluent Bicycle Motocross. That is Lauren Snell. Where is Megan Keller? Out of Gosport National Race Team. Got a little bit of work to do at the moment. She's in there at about 6, heading down the final straight. But it's going to be Gibson taking it right the way down to the line with Snell in 2. Race 2-3-2, Johnson, Kiff, Ledgerwood Bar, Brain, Stuffle, Grant, Moore and Barron. It is Ella Grant on the inside into that 1st turn. Your European number 8 leading this one out for Absolute Bicycle Motocross, going 1 and 2 with Autumn Moore out of Exeter Eagle. So it's Exeter out front 1 and 2 at the moment. The template in there in 3. That is Tessa Johnson out of Retro Racing. Fast Signature's got a rider in there in 4. That is Madison Stuffle on the 8 plate, heading towards the final corner. Oh, one rider hits the deck. The fallen rider was Autumn Moore. Put your hands together for Autumn. Oh dear. Whew. Right then, back to the action. We are looking at the 11-year-old boys heading towards that 1st turn. That looks like... Is that Green Machine? missed the race by the looks of it. Green Machine. Arthur Donaldson leading this one out. Charlie Sheriff in this one in that 2 spot. Seb Staines in there in about 3. So 2 riders out of Derby BMX going 2 and 4 at the moment as they bring it down that final straight. Splitting up the Derby 4 was, I think that was George Kellum out of TNT. Right, 1 on the bike, got to be Ethan Shaw, Pro Star BMX going 1 and 2 with the 8 plate of Seth Kacharik, who's in there in 3. Reactive Racing picking it up as they come on round, got to be George Spencer heading towards that final turn. Fast Signatures going through in 4 and 5 with LVG NRT, that is Grocock in 5. Fast Signatures is Jewis in 4. Last straight action then Shaw, Kacharik, that's going to be a 1 and 2. One rider gets it all sorts of wrong in turn number 1. Swallows up another rider, I think that was Oscar Schrader that hit the deck as well. Put your hands together for Oscar, he's going to get up and finish his lap. Alexi Carlis was the other fallen rider, so put your hands together for Alexi as well. The DFS team out front, Allen's Factory, that is Ollie Bird going 1 and 2 with LCC heading down the final straight. That's going to be Jack Haynes picking up the 2 spot on the line. Moto 237 hits the track. That looks like Thomas Giles heading towards turn number 1. Sorted race gear, your world number 8 going to hold shot into that first corner. Who's there with him? That's got to be Brixton BMX's Luca Tramontano. Tramontano chased down though by the template out of fluid. Bars coming across, that's Jack Kitching on the template, who's making moves in there in 3. The Brunsey crew are getting involved. That is Alistair Kane. Kane then working his way into a top 4 spot. We've lost one rider on the 3rd straight, but it's going to be Giles picking up the race win as Betty Wills leads out race number 238. Mind how you go, guys. Mind how you go through that 3rd straight. Move over to the left.
What was that?
Hit the deck. I think that might have.
That was Lucas Torora that went down.
Put your hands together. I think that's Lucas Torora that went down in his previous moto. He's up and going to walk away. Just something else for you to bear in mind for today's racing, guys, is when we get to finals time later on, the order has been swapped ever so slightly. Please make sure you are keeping an eye out on what races you are in. The order is a little bit different this weekend. Very similar to how we ran it at Glasgow, but we had a fair few people missing their races, especially come knockout rounds and finals time. So please make sure you are keeping an eye out on what races you are in as we progress through the day. Thank you. 11-year-old girls race 239. Denton, Evans, Tomlinson, Wyatt, Morgan, Geddes and Powell. Where is Eliza Powell all the way out of lane number 7, looking to pick up a 2 spot into turn number 1. So it is Powell in there in 2, chasing down Molly Tomlinson. Fluid bicycle motocross leading this one out at the moment. Who's been there in 3? That's the 11 of Arabella Denton doing it for Brixton BMX. The 8 play. Oh! Denton hits the deck in turn number 2. Rosie Geddes, it is out front, in there in 3. Tomlinson, Powell 1 and 2.
Been on site for you. Yeah.
Freya's just won her quarter final, just to keep you all up to date. Oh, put your hands together, ladies and gents. Arabella is up to her feet, going to walk away. Yeah, Freya just picked up a win in her quarter final in Papendal.
Was it his Jag? That was so. Yeah.
He's pretending he's got an iPod. Walks down the street with cheap.
Mobile DJ Casey.
He walks down the street, ain't got an iPod. Just pretending.
I mean, you are looking like, I mean, you want Balaclava away, mate. Full kit, aren't you? You want Balaclava away from being a resident of Nottingham. Get me e-bike and I'll be screwed over my face. And I'll be well. It's so wrong. Before we start, I'm really Hey, up, where's Neil Stewart?
Shane. Good kicker. Top boy, wasn't it? It was awful there. I couldn't believe it.
What am I doing this Friday? I've been in the
Put your hands together for Arabella Denton, ladies and gents. We hope to see you back as soon as possible. Get well soon.
I've heard some stuff about there. Wow.
Weekend full of sport. We've got Gosport, we've got Papendal, we've got the F1 on later in Barcelona. Yeah, Barcelona GP, yeah. We'll have to we'll have to have all the live streams going on. We need some iPads. Anyone want to loan us an iPad? A couple of iPads for the weekend.
I've got a subscription to F1, so we can get that on.
There we go then, sorted. We're we could do with someone loaning us a couple of iPads this weekend. We've got too many sporting activities to watch. As we get back into the action, race 240, 11-year-old girls. That looks like Miss Bishop, Holly Bishop, yes it is. Halo Wheels Race Team, your world number 8 leading this one out from the rider out of Brixton, Abby Graham. Hot Shot Racing in there as well. Emma Dean out there in the 3-player. The 3 place at the moment. Una's fighting in there in a 4. Factory at Mabo UK. Joey McAvoy leads this one out from Edward Corder in that 2 spot for Halo Wheels. That looks like BMX Widow Photography's Murray Watson in there in 3. He's being chased down into that final turn by the rider in there in 4. Looks like that could be Jaden O'Connell. Last turn action down the final straight. McAvoy going to pick up that race win. Race 242, Paul, Jones, Malkin, Gray, Warner, Gordon, Salt and Moore. Teddy Jones are leading the pack at the moment for BMX Hype. And Late to the Gate podcast. We need to get some of these podcasts plugged this weekend as well. The BMX Commentator podcast is back. Don't know if everyone's seen that, but Rich has started back up with the podcast. Did that with Quill and Isidore, formerly of our GB cycling team. So if you want to know all things about Quillen, get over to the BMX Commentator podcast. We've obviously got the Late to the Gate podcast, the 96 podcast. It's never ending. We've got so many goodies to keep us going in the BMX world at the moment in the UK. As that looks like Aidan Baptiste out on track on the 15 plate, leading this one through. TNT in there in that 2 spot. That looks like Hawker. He's been chased down by a BMX Race Hub jersey, heading in towards that final turn.
Right then, 2-4-3. Well, I'll do it, Lewis. It doesn't matter anyway. So we've got male 2012s. Hempill shot out like a cannon in there. Looks like he's going to take the whole shot. Beasley, Farrington Bell, Burge. Big Freddie Ray Oland in this one as well. Mate of mine. in there in that 2 spot in a minute. So Freddie Ray moving into the top 2, leading out the minute though. It's still Connor Hemphill. Looks like that's Rex Beasley pushing pressure on Freddie Ray to go into the final corner. Freddie Ray though, he takes it strong, pushes in wide. He says, no mate, not happening today. He comes out of top. He's going to pick up the 2. Hemphill's going to get the win, though. Looks like that for Rex Beasley's holding on for the 3. 2-2-4-4. 12-year-old males on track. Lowe, Claydon, Dowling, Jackson, Duffy, Korangan into the first corner. Looks like that's Finley Munro leading this one out, though. Being chased down, though, by Benny Jackson in there in 2. So Munro and Jackson, that's your 1 and 2. Looks like we've got who's queuing up behind him. Claydon and Korangan's there as well as they go in and out that final corner. But Finley Munro, you've got to be quick if you've got a yellow bike, has to be said. Right then, 2-4-5 leading out at the moment. Looks like we've got Preston Newmarsh Powell in this one, in the 5 plate. The Powellmeister being chased down by Woody. Powellmeister and Woody, 1 and 2. That's your Ronnie Wood on the E8 plate. European number 8 coming down that second. Seb Hewitt, though, working his way up in that third straight, trying to turn that 4 into a 3 as they come in and out of the final turn, though. But it's going to be Preston Newmarsh Powell. He's going to take the win. Ronnie Wood's going to... Oh, it's all gone. Somebody stepped on a Claymore coming down that second straight. Hemming, Shearing, Coates, State, Southwark. They've picked themselves back up, though. Which riders was it? It was Freddie State. Freddie State and Thomas Heading stepped on a landmine and exploded. Picked themselves up, carried on. Let's hear it for them. We're going to chase them down now, trying to capitalise on what they can do. As we go to 2-4-7, 12-year-old males. Bradley's in this one, going down that first straight. Leo Bradley, Rusty Nut racing into that first, gets the whole shot. So Leo Bradley leading this one out. We've got Snell, Jones and Worrell in there as well. Team Air moving the way up into that top 3 position as they come into it. Fluent BMX, so he's in there. In Sam, to Snell. So it's Bradley, Snell, that's your 1 and 2. Looks like it's Worrell in there in 3 as they go down this third straight. In and out the final corner. Moving up though, Leo Bradley coming under a bit of pressure. So Bradley, Snell, still onto it. Worrell though, holding on to that 3 spot. I think that was Maisie Eager trying to move up into that 3. Sorry, 2-4-8, get a bit confused there on the pages. Darcy Payne, Brotherton, Egan, Holmes, Underhill, Dolan and Pritchard in this one. Hard Knocks race, bike coaching, Dylan Clayton's around here somewhere. I need to have a chat with him at some point. A bit of a catch up. Right then, 12, so we've got Richardson, Senevanti, Puddock, Bennett, Montefiore, Trays and Too Good in this one. Female 12s, spin to win, bicycle motocross team, Manchester national team as well. As they go in and out of final corner, down that second straight. So race 20, female 12s. Leading this one out, looks like that is the number 7 plate, it's Amy Rose. Maisie Surtees in there in 2, so Amy Rose, Bonnie Dudley. Where's Bonnie Dudley? Moving herself up into that 2 spot, into the final corner, doing it for Evolve Collective. In and out the final corner. So Rose Lee's going to take the win. Dudley's going to pick up a 2. Race 2-5, Lee, Pro Start leading this one out, going into that second corner, so that's James Bibby being chased down there by Harry Swales and Bibby as well. That's you 1 and 2, looks like that's Noah Ford in there in 3, so Swales, Bibby, so Bibby, Swales, Ford, that's you 1, 2, 3, coming in and out the final corner. Bibby still leading this one out, Swales coming under a bit of pressure, but Ford's going to take the 3, Swales holds on to the 2. As we go to race 2-5-2. Oh, right, it hits the deck, almost brings another one with him. Leading out, though, looks like that's the 3 and 5 plate. So we got Archie, Crocker White, and Itai Chimera. So Crocker White and Chimera, that's your 1 and 2 going down this second straight. Doing it for Smiley's goes Cody Hughes in there in 3, but it looks like that was MK Revolution. Noah Bagwell going around the outside of Cody Hughes, turning that 4 into a 3. Smiley's Fight Club putting that 4 spot. As we're just going to see who the rider is. He's just hit the deck in the first corner. Just been told Beth Shrevers has got through quarterfinals.
What, which first or just...
Took the win. I wonder if Beth's going to...
Betsy went through her quarter-final. Freya went through hers. I didn't see
I wonder if Beth's going to revert back to just picking gate number 6 again this weekend. Yeah.
Beth's just won hers. I've not seen Ross yet. I'm going to try and keep an eye out though.
I'm predicting gate 8 win Ross.
Yeah, because that first straight is suited to gate 8. It's a gate 8 track, innit? Let's be honest. If you built like Ross,
Based on gate picks, isn't it?
huh?
You think when you define, you get better pick heels.
Yeah. But Kim and won't be there. And I tell you what, I'm the biggest Kim and fan mate you'll ever be. Nate will struggle for final this weekend. I don't think he's.
I heard it Glasgow. I heard ages ago. And then I heard it was still deal, so. Him? No, it could have been. Probably could have been him.
Oh, race 253, massive twitch there from Emil Challenger, gate number 1, but I think he's recovered. DC Cycles, Leighton Harding though, getting the job done. He's going to get the whole shot, so Harding leading this one out though. Where's Challenger? Challenger's in there, in that 3 spot, recovered from that massive gate twitch coming into it, so Challenger's moved up to 2, so Harding and Challenger, that's your 1 and 2, cranked. Gosport Jasper Kimber's in there as well. Sorry, Louis Hughes, Crank BMX. Oh! 4 riders down. An absolute grenade's gone off coming out the gate in the next moto. 254. 4 riders. Looks like Buttery got caught up with that one. Kimber. Load of riders gone down. Absolute carnage. Ethan Buttery picked himself up, carried on. Kieran Brownson, he's not having much luck today. I think he binned it in the first moto as well. So Kieran Brownson, looks like that's the 23 of Charlie Cotton. So Cotton, he got caught up with it as well.
Race number 2.
5.
255 on track, 3 riders out of Mabo Factory Team UK in and out of turn number 1, but it is going to be Jump Club S&M Source leading this one out. Ronnie Payne heading in towards that second turn, leading it from the world number 3, that is Leo Rowlands. Payne, Rowlands in that order, that's heavily in there in 3, gotta be Divine in there in 4, heading towards the final turn. The Mabo lads having a good old scrap for a top 3 spot, that's Everly and Divine going at it. It's going to be Everly hanging on to the 3 spot, Divine in there in 4, Rowlands to Payne out front. Race number 256 now out on track, in and out of turn number 1. Looks like we've got Stay Strong leading this one through. Joe Rook on the 4 plate, going 1 and 2 with the 30 plate of Finley Murphy. Adding underneath to BMX Club. Fluid Bicycle Motocross have got a rider inside the top 3. That is Marcus Mullen on the 10 plate. The front 3 riders just separating out from the rest of the pack at the moment. That's got to be MK in there in 4. Looking like Oliver Taylor on the 17 plate. Got a bit of work to do. Not quite going to get close enough. It's going to be Mullen in for 3. It's getting busy down the first straight in race 257. Childs, Jameson, Barnard, Galitis, King, Laughlin and Parsons. It is the 25 plate of Zach Parsons out of Braintree BMX leading this one out from the 22 plate of Jack Laughlin, doing it for Reactive Racing. That's going to be a front 2 riders as it stands. Where is Jacob Jameson out of the Irish contingent? He's in there in about 5 at the moment. Got a bit of work to do as he moves on through. That's Galitis in there in 3. Who's picking up 4th down that final straight? I think that might have been Deacon Childs. 13-year-old girls now out on track. Samaya Hughes repping the Irish jersey out front, going 1 and 2 with Millie Ross out of Team Mind. Mara McCarran in there in 3, doing it for Radco Racing. She's being chased towards that final corner. That's going to be Amelia Martin rounding out the top 3 spots. Down the final straight, Ireland going 1 and 3. McCarran going to split up the Irish party in 2. Sorted race gear leading out race number 259. Elizabeth Lolapool, your European at number 7, heading towards that second corner, going 1 and 2 with the 11 plate of Poppy May Kirby. The 30 plate on the inside is Megan Mooney, repping the East Anglian jersey. She's hanging on to that 3 spot at the moment, but she's under all sorts of pressure as Beth Hewitt out of Bournemouth BMX looks to work her way into a top 3 spot. Not quite close enough into the final turn, trying to drag race down the final straight. Right the way down to the line, it was Mooney hanging on to that 3 spots. Brooke Fast Fawcett on track. In and out of turn number 2, leading it out. She's going 1 and 2 with Freya Harries heading towards that final turn. Iris Hyder in there in 3. Hard Knocks, Moto 1, Pure Bikes. That's your 1, 2, 3. Going to be Absolute in there in 4. That is Elsie Blight. 13-year-old girl still out on track in a race 261. That looks like Nunita BMX making a move in at turn number 2. Gotta be Olivia Johnson on the 328 plate. She's now being chased out of that final turn by DC Cycles. That is Lexi Adams in there in 4. Looks like we've got Grace Gerard in there for 2, and your racer winner was a Poppy Bishop. 15 on the plate, moving on to the open 14s class. That's Riley Port going 1 and 2 with 0-1 racing. Looks like that could be Harley Steele on the 33 plate, being chased down by Dylan Spence. Radco Racing have got Louis Kacharik in there in 4. Your front 4 have separated out from the rest of the pack down this final straight, but looking good across the line as a racer number 263 hits turn number 1. In and out they go. Looks like that could be Ethan Howell, last year's national number 2. Evolve Collective leading the pack from the 7 plate of Ethan Crooks Martin. In and out of turn number 2 they go. That is Lawrence Bojang in there in 3. Moto 1 have got a rider in there as well. That is Harry Tyres on the 11 plate. He's in there in 4. Got a bit of work to do to catch Bojang out of that final turn. Puts the pressure on Bojang through the final straight. Tyres can't get close enough. Bojang for 3. JP's on track for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Jack Perkins leads the pack, going 1 and 2 with Charlie Wilcox as they bring it in towards this second corner. Josh Jepson's in there in 3 for Salted Race Gear. Looks like that could be a retro racing rider, Stanley Farmer, heading towards the final corner, but it's all about JP and Wilcox. That's going to be a 1 and 2 down that final straight. Race number 265 into turn number 1. Where is Evan Davey? He was on the inside down that first straight. He's in about 5 at the moment. Chasing down Ruben Bishop, who's in 4. Looks like Freddie Parkinson in 3. Montour Idlow's in 2. But your race leader, Harry Donald, BMX Hype. Good to see him back on track this weekend. Absolutely charging through that third straight and into the final turn. Montour Idlow doing all he can to close that gap down. Can he get close enough? I don't think he will. It's going to be Parkinson for 3. Bishop, though, putting the pressure on. Going to go from 4 to 3 on the line. Race 266, Ben's T-Ball Kiss is in there in that 3 spot at the moment, chasing down the Evolve Collective rider. That is Max McNulty, but James Miller, last year's national champion, leads it out for Crucial Racing. McNulty doing all he can to keep that gap as close as possible, but he can't quite get close enough. Miller, McNulty, Ben's T-Ball Kids, that's going to be your 1 through 3.
267 on track, racing 14 open category. Looks like that's Roman Els in there in that 2 spot, leading it at the minute. It looks like that is doing it for Savage BMX. It's Max Vass, so Vass leading it out. Els. Oh, we got 3-4 riders wide. Jamie to Blanchstow moving back down the categories, turning into that 6 spot as they go in and out. Oh, to Blanchstow, he's not done yet. Still battling as he goes in and out the final turn. He's moved up into that 6th spot. Looks like Collins is going to take the win. Roman Els gets the 2. As we turn to race 268, world number 8 on track, being chased down at the moment. So it looks like Amy Seaward being chased down by Naya O'Connell. So Seaward and O'Connell, that's your 1 and 2 going into the final corner. Sophie Mees in there as well. She's moving up, she's in that 6th spot at the moment. She goes in and out the final berm. Big thumbs to Sophie, she's going to keep getting better. But at the moment, that looks like it was Esme Wood taking the win in that one. Female 14s on track. Looks like that was Cotton being chased down by Eva Dezarek. In and out that second burn, so Duret's chasing it down. Isabella Gerard's in the mix as well, getting all the down in that 3rd straight, but leading at the moment still. Martha Cotton going to take the win. Looks like Gerard's going to pick up the 2. Dezarek gets the 3. Ruby Warren listing this diver and Anushka Jones to Wobben. Diver coming into pressure from Jones. Jones going into the final corner, makes a high-low. Can she do anything coming down this final straight? Looks like Warren, she's got the job done early. Jones is coming back though. Looks like Diver's going to hold on to it. Jones going to settle for the 3. Race 271 on track, leading this one out though. At the moment, looks like that's Ian Archibald. Archibald though, being chased down by at the minute. Looks like that is Jason Lewis. Jason's got classic mag wheels on. You can't beat plastic wheels. I'm not sure if it was ever true that if you put them in the freezer, they unbuckled themselves though. Apparently, if you did, that's what happened. So Ian Archibald taking them in that one. Jason Lewis picking up that 2 spot. As we got more Grand Vex action. Looks like that's Hilly leading this one out. Hilly being chased down by Fitzroy Bryce. So Hilly and Bryce, that's your 1 and 2 at the moment. Looks like that's Ian Mill in there in 3. Andrew O'Hara doing it for Team Mind as well in there in that 4th spot as they go in and out of it. Hilly though, Hilly coming under a bit of pressure and Bryce. So Bryce holding on to that too. It's going to be a bit of a drag race to the line, but Bryce just about holds on to it. Right then, Stuart Little leading this one out. Race 273. Looks like that's Brett Knight in there in that 3 spot. Matt Hayward in there in 3. So it is Little, Knighty, Hayward. That's your 1, 2, 3. That's how it's going to stay in this one. Race 273. As we turn to race 274, Vera Smith, Beaumont's in this one. Scott Boom Beaumont doing it for the 96 podcast. He's leading out though, all over his back wheel. That looks like Barnard. Barnard's really got to win this weekend. Barnard's really got to win this weekend to keep his national hopes alive. Oh, Scott Beaumont. Barnard came in hard. Beaumont though, just in damage control, he picks up the 2. Barnard's come to play this weekend, that's for sure. Race 275 on track, leading it out at the moment. Looks like that's your number 3 plate. It is Alton Boudet being chased down by Danny Taylor. Where's Dylan Dixon? Dylan Dixon in there in number 3, coming under a bit of pressure as he goes down this 3rd straight, trying to hold on to it. Looks like there's going to be a high-low though. Boudet still leading out though. Dixon now on a charge. Can he turn that 3 into a 2 though? Danny Taylor just about holds on to it. Race 276 on track, leading it out though. Looks like that's your number 10 plate, Neil Brunez. Where's Billy Irwin doing it for Bicycle Motor Allen's Back Factory again. He's in there in 3 by the looks of it, so Brunez takes the win. Master Blasters on track, 30 plus. Bourne looks like he's in out. Higley, he's in there as well. So Billy Lockhurst in the 2, but Matthew Bourne leading out. So it's Bourne and Lockhurst. That's your 1 and 2. Sean Is it doing it for BMX Hype in there in 3. Coming under a bit of pressure as it goes into the final corner. Looks like we've got James and Higley and Brazil, but it's going to be Matthew Bourne's going to take the win. 278 on track, female 30. Of course, we got Bars, Jenkins, Wands, and Margavay. Miles looks like Anita One leading this one out. Susan Jenkins in there as well. Sounds like this thing's going on at the World Cup. Ross Cullen's just done a lane 8 specialist. Lewis fancies Ross in lane 8 today. Could be a good result. Benita One leading this one out. +30 females on track.
I think it is you actually, yeah. I'll take the carry on, watch it.
Race 279 on track, 30+ women heading towards our final turn. That is Rebecca Gold, Absolute Bicycle Motocross coming 1 and 2 with Team A. That is Swan Clements in there in that 2 spot, being chased down by Roe Beckett through the final straight. Clear Albert in there for the 4 spot with Paula Hallett in a 5. 15-year-old boys on track, in and out of that first corner. It's going to be Dexter Beer up leading the pack for Doncaster BMX, going 1 and 2 with the 22 plate of Harry Bailey. Out of Smiley's Fly Club, that looks like Lawrence in there in 3. Who's picking up 4 as they come on round? Looks like Harrison Barnes and an Nuneaton BMX Club. Throws in a high-low on Lawrence in that final turn. Just about making it stick, but they're banging both through the final straight. It's going to be Barnes out of Sunny Nunny. As we move on to race 281, Elvis Lawrence going to 1 and 2 with the 15 plate of Oscar Jewell, who's picking up the 3. Newton Hindley's going 3 and 4 with Robin Martin Alonso. He's being chased down though. It looks like Caden Thompson out of Peterborough Phantoms BMX Club in and out of the final turn. Jewell has made his move to go from 2 to 1. Your race winner, Lawrence Hindley in that order. Nate Hamilton on track for Maybo Factory Team UK, chasing down the rider out front. That's got to be the 4 of Osborne. It is Heath Osborne out front, leading the pack at the moment. Out of MK, Hamilton looking for a way round, moves to the outside, looks for a high-low, just about makes it happen. Can he make it stick though? Osborne, Hamilton, that's going to be their order as they bring it across the line, with Henry Shenton nicking a 3 spot across the stripe.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Race 283, Childs, Bradley, Richards, Patterson, Underhill, Stewart and Linscott. Ronnie Richards making moves stick in turn number 2 on the 25 plate of Zach Childs. Out of Royston Rockets, he's then shuffled back to that 2 spot. In and out of that final turn they go. Childs chasing Richards through that final straight. Richards just about going to hang on. Kobe Rayford on track, your world number 2 leads this one through from Astar Racing. So Brody Geddes heading in towards that second corner. The 49 plate is Samuel Wood, GY95, he's in there in 3. One rider hits the deck in turn number 2. I think that might have been Michael Fraser. Let's hope that Michael's alright, he's up to his feet. Check out Nathaniel Eames in turn number 1. Bangs bows in the corner and works his way into a 1 spot just in front of Evan Bartley. Eames, Bartley, Cottrell, that's your 1, 2, 3. Who's picking up 4? Looks like that could be Westmore. 0-0-1 Racing in there in 5, but it's all with sorted race gear at the moment. Here comes Hard Knocks Bike Coaching's Evan Bartley down the final straight. Eames, Bartley to the line. That one was close. Transponders of Terror, do your thing. Next up, more 15-year-old boys coming at you through the first straight. That looks like Toby Lynch on the outside. It's going to be Guppy picking up the whole shot on that 2 plate. Guppy, Lynch in that order. That's going to be Tyres in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? It looks like that could be the 48 plate of Benjamin Dean doing it for Hot Shot Racing. 3rd straight action, then looking good for Absolute at the front of the pack. Last turn action for him. Guppy running away with it slowly but surely through the final straight. He's going to pick up that moto win with Lynch and Tyres in tow. Race 287 on track. The 15-year-old girls bringing us the action through that second straight. It's getting busy into the turn. Rin Giannolino's in there in about 4 at the minute. She's got a little bit of work to do as she works her way through that third straight, chasing down Sidonie Cleve out of Stay Strong BMX. Looks like we're going to ride it out of BRE Racing. That is Ellie Moore. She's inside the top 2, chasing down your race leader. That's got to be Sabina Ashman. Sorry, no, that's Emily Grimm taking the 1 spot in that one as Emily Eaton hits the track. 3 on the bike. Pro Star BMX in and out of turn number 2. She goes 1 and 2 with Jalala Patel on the 5 plate, who's in there for 3. Looks like that could be Team Mind Sophie Coulson out of Bournemouth BMX Club. She's under all sorts of pressure though. As Green Machine's pick works her way through. Looks to go from 4 to 3. Not quite going to get close enough. Coulson's going to hang on to that 3 spot. Hello Blue Chidley out of Bournemouth BMX on track for SVT Mongoose going 1 and 2 with the rider out of Moto 1 and Muck-Off. That is Katie Millar, last year's national champion. She's under pressure though from Libby Copping, who's looking to work her way from 3 to 2 through the final straight. Copping chasing Millar all the way down to the line. Millar's going to hang on. Copping for 3. 16-year-olds on track then. Milburn, Taylor, Shear, Radcliffe, Kirby, Barnard and Powell. Radcliffe leads this one out. Green Machine in there into Ollie Kirby, doing all he can to close that gap down to Radcliffe as they bring it towards the final turn. Looks like we've got Addison Milburn in there in 3 on the 3-1-4 plate, bringing it through that final straight.
291 on track, 16 years open. We got Cranage in this one. James leading out at the moment. Looks like that's your number 3 plate. Lucas Seeley in there. Where's Finley Cranage though? He's moved himself up into that 4th spot as he goes in and out this second berm though. Queuing up behind him. Looks like we've got Team But Reactive Racing. Gosport's in there as well. Maitland, he's in there in 6 as they go in and out the final corner. Crossing the line. Race 9-2 on track. Leading out at the moment, looks like that is Ellie Price, Alicia Jamira, in this one, and Ollie to Blanche. Where's Ollie to Blanche? She goes round the outside in that final corner. Dylan Jones as well, he's doing it for Team Bunnies, he's in there in 7. As we go to race 293, 16 years open category into that first berm. It's all getting a little bit hectic. Entwistle Andrews into it, lifts the 10 plate, leading it out. Looks like that's Boone leading it out from Freddie Entwistle. So Boone and Entwistle, that's you 1 and 2. Where's Alfie Andrews? Andrews and Mason, mates on the track. Mates off the track, enemies on it. Looks like Andrews leading out. Mason's in there in 5. Andrews got the better of the rub there, but it's going to be Boone's going to take the win. 294. Oh, it's all getting a little bit skewy then. Looks like it's Cooper McCrum. Luke Wilcox there jumping into that second berm. Thought he was going to bin it, but he held on to it. He's going to take the win. As we got 295. 16-year-old females on track. Bruges, Barthalin, Brown, Glynn. As they come down this second straight, so leading out at the moment. Looks like that's Lottie Brown leading out from Grace Boone. Think that could be Summer Glynn in there in that 3 spot. So it is Brown and Burge 1 and 2 at the minute. So Lottie Brown leading this one out. Grace Burge coming under a bit of pressure there from Summer Glynn, but she holds on to that 3. As we turn to race 296. Watson leading out from Price. So Watts, Price, Gardner. Where's Emily Dean? She's in there in 5. So Watts, Price, Gardner. That's your 1, 2, 3. Watson coming under a bit of pressure there from Bryce as they come down this final straight. Bryce on a bit of a late charge. Can she turn that 2 into a 1? No, it's going to stay where it's at.
13-11.
Right, 17-18 open. Looks like that is Townsend leading this one out from Jay Clark. So Townsend and Clark, that's you 1 and 2. John O'Harradine, he's in there in 3, doing it for MK Evolution. Race 2-9, they're coming thick and fast now. Hard Knocks Racing leading this one out, being chased down. So Hard Knocks Racing being chased down there by Lewis Cook, I think, in there. So Cook in there in 2, Jaden Fawcett leading it out. Looks like that's McCallum in there in 4 as we go to race 299. More 17 to 18s on track. 290, 17 to 18 on track, leading out at the moment. Henry Eyre being chased down by Hanley. Henry Eyre and Daniel Henry's in there in 2. So at the moment it's Henry Eyre, absolute bicycle motocross leading up, but they're all queuing up behind him as they come down this final straight. Looks like that's Hamblin and Team Eyre. Tommy Hadlin getting in there for the 2 and the 3. As we turn around, Finn Drellincourt on track, leading out at the moment though. Finley Collis being chased down there. Looks like that is Max Burgess in there in 2. So Collis and Burgess, that's you 1 and 2. Stanley's in there in 3. Where's Flynn Drellincourt? Can he do anything as he comes into the final corner? So it is still Burgess. Burgess leading it out. Sorry, Collis, Burgess, that's you 1 and 2. Not quite sure how to fly in Finn then. As we got more 17 to 18s on track. Oh, we got 2 riders wide coming into this second corner. Copin and Barata. Looks like his Mackey's in there as well. As we got Malika O'Reilly, Kaya Blaine and Charlie Somerville in and out that final corner though. Looks like it's Alex Mackey pushing his way to the line, trying to turn that 2 into a 1. Race 302 on track, 17 to 18 females. We've got Maloney, Radcliffe, Simpkins, Curtis, Brooke and Charlton leading out though. That's Esme Brooke being chased down by the number 11 plate. Eleanor Curtis doing it for Smiley's Flight Club. Isla Radcliffe's in there in 3. Can she do anything as they come down this third straight? Leading out still though, Esme Brooke. So Brooke, Curtis, Radcliffe. Where's Lucy Simpson? She's in there in 4. Oh, it's bar to bar between Radcliffe and Curtis.
Race number 303 on track, 17 to 18-year-old girls in and out of that second corner. It's Elwood leading the pack, heading towards that final turn. Amelia Reveley out of Mabo Factory Team UK, holding on to that 2 spot. She's being chased down in and out of that final corner. Looks like that could be Rosie O'Brien out of BMX with her photography, rounding out the top 3 spots. Next door looks like Savina Ashman out on track, rusting up racing, heading in towards that second corner. It is Ashman going 1 and 2 with the template of Lucy Groundwater. She's had the move put on her in turn number 2 though. That is the rider out of the Brunsey crew, Charlotte Stanley, Brunwood Park National Race Team, working her way through from 3 to 2, trying to make it stick. 0-1 Racing's Carmel Allison in there in a 4. That's going to be how they take it down to the wire. Brindley Savage, Cal Strickland 1 and 2 in a race at number 305. Who's there with them? Jaden Seward being chased down by Hard Knocks bike coaches. George Gerard, the national champion from the 17 to 18-year-old category last season. He's going to pick up a 4th in this moto down to the wire. Savage with a race win. Oh! Rider down in at the next race. Alfie backs. His front wheel washed out from underneath him. Let's hope that it's all right. He's up to his feet. Put your hands together for Alfie. Well, looks like Lewis Giles in this one in about 3, chasing down Josh Barsby. Josh Barsby's back on track. Josh Barsby doing a national. Where's Sean? He's in the old kit, Sean. Why have you not got him in New Jersey? What's that all about? Where is he? He'll be here somewhere. He'll have heard that. Josh Barsby racing in the old BMX Hype kit, though.
I know, yeah,
that's the problem. Yeah.
Come back.
Yeah, Sean's got to do better, though. He's got to get him a new kit, hasn't he?
You know what Sean's like? He's tight as a duck's bucket, isn't he?
He even has race kits with the wrong name on the back.
Have you seen the new BMX Hype race kit, though?
The new what, sorry?
The BMX Hype race kit. It's got Sean Izzy's face on his sleeve.
Oh, no.
Can you imagine being Josh or Goody and having to look down on the gate and you got
you
Izzy
wouldn't be
looking
impressed.
back at you?
Imagine being on the gate next to one of them and having to see Sean's face on their sleeve. Anyway, back to the action. 19, 29-year-olds in and out of turn number 2. Bradshaw leading this one out. Charlie Roy in there in that 2 spot. Looks like Luke Davis Hayes in 3. Will Good in there in 4. His teammate just picked up a 2nd in his last race. Looks like Good's going to pick up that 4 spot as they take it across the line. Rex 308. Sparrow, Wallace, Young, Cope, Gambe, Hill and Fitzsimmons. That looks like the 11 of Josh Wallace. leading this one through. Ollie Cope in there in that 2 spot for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Che Young, Dexter Gambe going through in 3 and 4. Ben Fitzsimmons in 5. Josh Sparrow 6. Carl Hill in 7. But it's Halo Wheels race team picking up the moto win in race 308.
See it out. Yeah.
Next up on track, 19 to 29-year-old women heading in to turn number 2. Back out they go. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching leading the way. Ava Brown, Remy Godfrey in there in that 2 spot, being chased down by Megan Gerard. Doing it for Rab Racing, in and out of that final corner to go. Looks like that is Yetska Hemstock, Ice Bikes UK, rounding out the top 4 spots as Brown picks up that race win. Race 310 on track, in and out of that first corner. Looks like we've got the 3 of Hannah Drew leading this one out. The 6 played in there behind her. Imogen Gibson out of Manchester BMX. Izzy Hurry's in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? That looks like Team A. That is Harriet Alexander out of Royston Rockets, in and out of the final turn. 13 there in 5. Pressure on down the final straight. Drew taking it to the wire with Gibson in there for 2. Race 311 on track. More 19 to 29-year-old women. Emily Green, 1 and 2. With your world number 5, Annabelle Townsend, in and out of that final quarter to go. Lucy Monday in there in 3. Amy Willard's going to round out the top 4 spots as we move on. We are on to the Junior Open class. Ladies and gents, bringing it through the pro section, down that second straight. They all make it through cleanly into turn number 2. Oh, it's getting busy. One rider's wheels sounded like it just about held up. It is Bowen leading it. Who's in there with him? Picking it up is Lucas Webster. It's getting busy in the middle of the pack. Emily's hanging on to 3. They're chasing him through in the final straight. That looks like Larkins in there in 4. Thomas steals the 4. Larkins in 5. Harvey Tomlinson in 6. Motor number 313, second Racker Junior Open. Clear the roads out of lane number 1. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching and Chase Bicycles. Clitheroe leads it out. JTL Simpson Davies right there with him in the 2 spot. Looks like there was a few bows being banged as he exited turn number 1. Tidy S was on the receiving end, but he's not phased in one bit. He's up there in 3, being chased down by Cody Coker. Finn Phillips in there in 5. Sean Brown in 6, but it's Clitheroe. JTL Simpson Davies, that's your 1 and 2 as they bring it through the final straight. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, Chase Bicycles. Clitheroe picks up the race win. Motor number 314 hits the track. Championship women are a go. Heading towards turn number 1. Jess Marriott leads this one through. Who's there with her? Looks like we have got Megan Roy out of Moto 1, looking to do the business into turn number 2. Marriott, Roy, Moores, that's your 1, 2, 3. Carruthers is in there in 4, but it's all out front with Savage Racing. Jess Marriott under all sorts of pressure from the 800 of Megan Roy, looking for a high-low on the exit of turn number 3. Drag racing through the final straight. Marriott, Roy, that's your 1 and 2. Penultimate moto for the second set hits the track. These are your championship women, race 315. Who's going to pick up the whole shots? Elsa Rendell, Todd, stay strong, BMX. Todd leads this one out. Picked up a podium last weekend in Sarajevo at the World Cup, and she's looking to pick up a win here today. Who's there with her in the... Oh! Emmy Seward banging bows. Got it all wrong. Evie Webster managed to stick it upright. She's going to take the 2 spot. Elsa Rendell Todd takes the win. Webster, Chisua, Anya Matta and Alonso in that order. Put your hands together, ladies and gents. Emmy Seawood up to her feet, walking away. Once again, ladies and gents, put your hands together for Emmy Seawood.
Come on, I'll do it in a second.
There was a long old pause for the second of the Superclass Motos, heading for 10. Number 1, George Hunt picks up the whole shot. Who's there with him? Check out Callum Chard Maple Factory Team UK, looking to put the pressure on Hunt into turn number 2. Chad Hartwell, good to see him back on track in there in 3. He's now working his way through. That looks like Ruben Smith in there in 4. Xander Mabawani right in 5. Last turn action, George Hunt looking to stick it at the front of the pack for the second time today. Callum Chard Maple for 2. Chad Hartwell rounds out the podium spots. Second Rakamoto's done and dusted, ladies and gents. We've been handed in a pair of gloves. Our first piece of lost property for the weekend. A pair of red Stay Strong gloves were found in the Gazebo Village. If you are missing your red Stay Strong gloves, we've got them up at commentary.
Sorry? You like everything? Yeah, I'm all good, mate. All good, thank you. That was sweet. You're different. Okay. Instrumental working guitar. That's good. You are.
So while we're waiting for the third Rakamotos to go, just a quick announcement, special one. As many of you knew or would have seen, especially if you're in the Midlands region, you'd have known that Chesterfield BMX Club has not been operational for the last 2 or 3 years. Libby and the crew there have done an amazing job and raised a huge load of money. The track's been completely refurbished. It's got a new gate, it's got new berms. So there's an open day coming up. I've got to get the right date now. 26th of July. So if you're doing nothing around the 26th of July, get yourself to Chesterfield. It's going to be a good day.
Where you going?
Yeah, I'm commentating.
Yeah, she asked me, I can't go.
It's all the different dates. Right, here we go for the third Rakamotos, 19 to 12 cruisers on track. Race number 317. We've got Swales, Dixon, Jones, Young, Stack, Stemmons and Byrne in this one as they go in and out that first corner. Looks like that is Jack Swales trying to move his way up in there into that 4th spot, but leading it out at the moment. Looks like that's Stemmers and Swales 1 and 2. So the E7 of Jack Swales in there in that 2 spot. Looks like that's Colin Jones in there in 4, trying to turn that 4 into a 3. BRE's racing, Sonny Young's in there in 5. As they come down the final straight, so Swales moves his way up. He's going to take the win. Layla Dixon's going to get the 2. As we go, Rusty Nut Ratings leading this one out. Finley Kerr being chased down. So Kerr chased down by Freddie Walsh in there in that 3 spot. At the moment, looks like we've got Warwork in the mix as well, and Ledwood Bar. Smiley's Flight Club Grace, Ledwood Bar in there in 7 at the moment. Louis Bradley, he's in there as well. As we turn to more 1912 action, 14. Looks like that is Rocco Westwood leading it out from Edward Worrell. So Westwood and Worrell 1 and 2 at the moment. It looks like we could have Maybo Factory Riders leading it out. Xavier Darley's in there as well. But at the moment it's still Rocco Westwood. So Westwood, he's going to take the win on this one. Worrell's going to get the 2. Right then, here we go. 754, looks like Seth Robinson being chased down there by Albert Turner and Arthur Mason. So Robinson and Mason 1 2, looks like, where's Albert Turner? He's in there in 5 spot at the moment, in and out that final corner, but at the moment leading it out at the minute, it is still Rory Smith doing it for Gosport. So Rory Smith being chased down by Seth Robinson, looks like that might be Mason in there in 3. Charlie Dowsing leading this one out. Emma Dean's in there as well, in there in that 4 spot. So Dowsing, Jones, Bishop, Johnson. Looks like that could be Holly Bishop in there in 2 as they go in and out of the final corner. So Dowsing leading it out from Bishop. Grimm and Dean's in that one as well. 3-2-2 on track. Looks like that's Xavier Fox Cooper being chased down by Leighton Harding. So Fox Cooper and Harding, that's your 1 2. Your European number 6. Where's he? Max Livingston. He's in there in that 3 spot at the moment as they come in and out the final turn. But Xavier Fox Cooper, he's going to take your win.
Looking like a fresh page.
Race 321 on track. So Harry Swales leading this one out, chasing him down though. Lewis Hughes, Crank BMX. Lou Hughes, Crank BMX. Looks like that's Harry Swales. So Harry Swales leading out, Crank BMX. Tom Duffy in there as well, trying to move up the ranks, getting to that top 4 spot. So more cruisers. Dylan Spence in there in 2. Looks like that's Adam Arnold leading this one out in there. Looks like we've got Kieran Brownson as well. He's getting in the mix. He's in there in 4. But Dylan Spence still holding on to that 2 spot. I think we've got MK Evolutions. Lucas Laurie. He's in there as well. Right then, Oliver Arnold. Chasing down Finley Murphy, Big Murph on track, doing it for Neaton BMX. Murphy slipped back into that 2 spot. Oliver Arnold moved up into that 1. We had a rider coming across the gravel, not quite sure who it was, but he managed to hold on, keep it upright. Arnold's going to take the win, Murph's going to get the 2.
1-7-6-4.
Emily Grimm there's chasing down Watson. So Watson and Grimm as they go down. It says Watson and Grimm, that's your 1 and 2. Looks like Clara Simmons in there in 3. Isla Young getting in the mix as well. She's in there in 4 as they go in and out that final corner. Leading it out though, looks like Watson's going to take the win. Grimm's just going to hold on to that 2 plate. Right, 13-16 action, race 327 on track, coming down this second straight, leading it out at the moment. Looks like that is Ruby Walford. Walford's in the mix there in that 4 spot, sorry. It is Grace Bird.
Who's that got suspension forks on a hook or back? Nuts.
15-16s on tracks, your W3 plate being chased down, so Cotty being chased down by Sims and Young. Young's in there in 2. Oh, we got 3 riders wide going into the final corner. Cotty still leading it out though. Oh, it's all getting a little bit hectic as they come down it. So it's Cotty, Young, Cam. We got Warren in there as well. Cotty's going to take the win.
3-2.
Race number 329 on track, 15-16 Euro Cruisers, Origo. DC Cycles leading this one through, being chased on round. Hadley Harding going to 1 and 2 with a 4-6-1 plate of Ronnie Richards, doing it for Fast Signatures here on his home track this weekend. Heading towards the final turn, Evan Jones, Runnymede Rockets. He's rounding out the top 3 spots, being chased down though by Benjamin Dean. Hardshot Racing, he's going to take that top 4 spot under pressure from Caulfield at the line. Looks like we lost Adam Stevenson out of the gate in race 3:30, but he's up and finishing his lap. That is good to see. Todd Smith-Norman leads out the moto for Allen's Factory Supercross. He's going 1 and 2 with the 8-plate of Bruce Anthony heading towards that final corner. Where is Cooper Westwood? He's in there in 4, looking to stick a move in the final turn. Didn't quite dive under, so he's back there in 4, still chasing on through. Slatter, he's going to hang on to 3. Westwood for 4. Race 3-3-1 hits the track. Looks like Cooper McCrum on the outside into turn number 1, but it's going to be Robin Matten Alonso, a cruiser specialist, leading towards turn number 2. Your world number 6 looking good at the moment, repping the Aruba jersey. He's going 1 and 2 with McCrum as they bring it back through that third straight. Who's in there in 3? Looks like a Doncaster BMX rider. That's got to be Sam Wood out of GY95, rounding out them top 3 spots. Surridge in there in 5, putting the pressure on Walford as they bring it down to the line and nicking the 4 spot from him as they went across. Rider down in turn number 1 in the 30 to 39-year-old cruisers. It's the 5-plate, Nathan Abbott leading it out. Check out Sean Issett. Loves himself that much, he's got his own face on his own sleeve, on his own jersey for his own team. He loves it, does Sean. He's in there in that 2 spot. Repping the new BMX Hype colours and Late to the Gate podcast. He got all distracted then and nearly flipped to manual. I think he was listening to me too much. Sorry, Sean. Sean taking the 2 spot in that one then. As Nathan Abbott picked up the win. Rider back up on his bike. That is Will Moore, I think. No, sorry, Kieran Wood on the 108. Put your hands together for Kieran.
Really impressive. See the guy, the number 10 plate with the white. Number 10 plate. So that's Chris Hearn.
Okay, goes down on more 30 to 39-year-old cruiser action. Check out your British champion, Dan Popel. He's the first front wheel to show through that first straight, and he's making it stick on the exit of turn number 1. It is Popel leading it. Check out Brown around the outside. Makes it happen to go from 3 to 2. Martin Smiley Brown out of Smiley's Flight Club, Squash and Pop Race Gear and Telford Flyers. In and out of that final corner, Chris Hearn, he's going to pick up a top 3 spot, repping the Stay Strong colours across the line. 30 plus women's cruiser on track, then race 3-3-4. SJN, your world number 3, leading it from your world number 5. Michelle Stupple in there in 3 at the moment. The 3-plate splitting up the world's final party from last year. That is Rebecca Goal. SJN, Goal, Stupple, 1, 2, 3. Lee Pendleton in there in 4, doing it for Allen's Factory Supercross. Team Bunnies have got a rider in there in 5. That is Marsha Brook, being chased down by Emily Eilert on the exit of the final corner. SJN takes the win. Stupple puts the pressure on Goal at the line to nick the 2 spot across the stripe. More 30 plus women's cruiser action heading through that second straight. Looks like we've got a Jump Club rider out front. Kim Batsford out leading the pack. Who's there with her? Looks like we've got Paula Hallett. Sorry, no, Leah Meaden. Meaden rounding out the top 2 spots at the moment. That's got to be Coach Chizzy up there in 3. If you've got any coaching questions, go and ask her. She'll tell you all about the school games while she's at it. Loves to cram in the school games, does Coach Chizzy. She loves it. Absolutely loves the school games. But we know why. It's a great event. So that's going on later on this year. So there's also... I forgot. Yeah, I won't go for that one. Annie, if you can hear me, if you want to come up and remind me about that uni grant, and I'll do a shout out for that later on. More 30 plus women's cruiser. Nita Wong, going to pick up that moto wing. Flong Clements in there in 2. Race 3-3-7 on track. 30 plus women's cruiser still going at it through that second straight at the moment. That is Roe Beckett leading it out from Nikki Sitch in there in 2. Over 40 years deep in the game. She's chasing down Beckett though through that third straight at the moment. Who's in there in 3? Looks like it's a rider out of DC Cycles. Got to be Josephine Burston, your world number 8. In and out of that final corner they go. Magic Manda with her healing hands of heaven. She's in there in 4, but she's come under all sorts of pressure through that final straight. She's going to hang on to the 4 spot though. As a 29-year-old cruiser, guys, hits second turn. That is Rocky O'Brien. Crucial Racing going 1 and 2 with Kean Brown, who's in there in 3. Looks like it's a rider out of the Hawks. Johnny Jackson on the 30 plate, heading in towards that final turn. Lloyd Freeman in there inside the top 4, bringing it through the final straight. But it's O'Brien taking that race win. Charlie Roy heads out the next motor in race 339 into turn number 1. In and out they go. He's being chased down by Retro Racing's Jack Mowat. Aboard the 15 bike, heading it into turn number 2. Max Henderson's in there in 3. Looks like Savage Racing. Zach Tia is in there in about 5 at the moment. Got a bit of work to do if he wants to pick up a top 4 spot. In and out of the final corner though, looking good for Moto 1. Charlie Roy's going to take that race win. As Daniel Wilson, European number 7, hits turn number 1, a lead in the pack for Rab Racing. He's going 1 and 2 with Josh Cates. Good to see Josh back on track after his crash in his first moto. Theo Pope's in there in about 3 at the moment, being chased down by Connor Blythe. Mike McHugh's in there in 5. Last turn action. In and out they go. Wilson leads it through. He's going to pick up another race win to add to his collection today so far. Cates and Pope 2 and 3.
Right then, here we go, race 31. That was an absolute storming gate there from Luke Davies Haynes as he goes down at the E2. Looks like it's Alec Brooks. He gets the whole shot though. So Brooks is leading this one out. Where's Tom Whitaker doing it for Team Mine? RCS wants in there in 3 by the looks of it. DC Cycles though. Lukey Manzi, he's moved up to 2, but leading it out at the moment, it's going to be Alex Brooks takes the win as we turn around to 1-3-4-2. The Fast Labras is on track. Everybody, John O'Harridene's in this one as well. John O'Harridene, he's in there in that 2 spot though. Massive high-low there. Looks like that was Joe Wheelbridge as well in the mix as well in this one. But where is Fast Labras? John O'Harridene, he's still holding on to that number 2. Looks like that's Harry Pritchard. He's in there as well. Race 3-4-3, 17-29 Cruiser Ladies. We've got Emily Witters, Mattoon Alonso leading it out at the moment, though. It's the number 3 plate of Mohan. So Mohan being chased down by Alonso at the minute. Looks like that's Molly Nice in there with DC Cycles well in there in 4, moving away up into that 3 spot. So turning that 4 into a 3, but at the moment it's still Mohan leading it out. She's going to take the win. Looks like it's Yetzi Hemscott. She's got the 2 as we move 17-29 females. So it looks like Izzy Hurry leading this one out. Gate starter and Hurry is going to be going nuts. Izzy's leading one out. Looks like that's Erin Jackson in there in 2. Isla Radcliffe, she's picked up in that 3 stop, doing it for hot shots. But at the moment, Izzy Hurry, she's like a woman possessed. She's going to take the win. I think that was Trin Cam actually got that 2 spot. Isla Radcliffe in there in 3. As we turn, Hannah Drew doing it for Pro Start. In and out that second berm. Looks like that is Oliver Frith doing Hedges. Hedges and Frith 1 and 2 at the minute. Where's Smiley Maloney? She's in there as well, doing it for Retro Racing as she goes in and out the final corner. 40-44 action. James Wilson leading this one out though. Looks like that is... So Wilson being chased down by Dylan Dixon. Joel Marston doing it for Nuneaton BMX Club. He's in there in 3, but at the moment it's still James Wilson. Telford BMX, he's going to get the win. Dixon's going to get the 2. Marston's holding on for that 3 spot. Crowd's going wild on the outside on that first turn at the minute, so it must be a Gosport rider, but it's Rob Harris leading at the minute. Mike Whitaker's in there in 2, but I think that was Gavin Brewer getting cheers from the crowd as he moves from a 5 up into 6. He goes in and out final burn, but at the moment it is still Rob Harris leading this one out. Derby Thomas Stretton moved his way up into a 2 spot as we go to more 40-44 cruiser action. Looks like that's Ian Smith leading this one out, but it looks like Chris Evans going around the outside in turn number 2, turning that number 2 into number 1. Smith still in there in 3 at the moment. Where's Andy Groves though? He's moved his way up, currently in there in that 4 spot. Looks like that's Eaton in 4. That's how it's going to stay. 349, race 349 on track, race 45. We've got LeBras, Kendi to Blanche in this one, leading out there. Looks like that's DJ Too Good, leading it out though from LeBras. Too Good and LeBras, that's your 1 and 2 at the minute. Looks like Jamie Rose in there in 3. Al Kendi picking up that 4 spot. Here comes Neil to Blanche. Great to see to Blanche back on a bike. I've banged bars with that boy more times than I care to remember, and he's been away for a very good reason. Now he's back on the bike racing. It's absolutely amazing to see. Marco leading this one out though. Big boss man doing it for Kebab House Racing. Oh, we got that. Looks like that was Toddy hit the deck. Andrew Todd got all tangled up there with Merton. Not quite sure what happened. Big boss man Kebab House Racing, he's in 2. Looks like it's going to be Marco take the win. Kebab House Racing holding on for that 2 spot. Kev Mirren, not quite sure. Kev Mirren and Andy Todd getting mixed up in turn number 2. As we go 50-55 cruiser, we got O'Brien, Butler, Barnard leading. Oh, looks like that's the Daz OB in there in number 2, but going up on the inside of him. Looks like that's Gary Carver doing it for Factory Maybo. So Barnard leaving it out. O'Brien comes back in him on the last straight, picks up the 2. Carver gets the 3 as we turn around to race 352. More cruiser, looks like that's Alan Hill leading this one out. Chasing him down though is the number 2 plate, Stephen Hassel. Hot on his heels, who's also Mark Franklin. So Hassel and Franklin in your 2 and 3. Hilly leading it out though. Here comes Elliott and Phillips. Elliott's doing it. Hot shot racing, going from 5 to 4 in that final corner. But Alan Hill, he's going to take your win.
50 to 54-year-old cruisers heading into turn 1 and back out again. They are led out by Astor Racing. That is Ian Archibald on the 4X heading in towards that second corner. The 20 plate and then behind him gotta be Paul Barnard. In and out of that second corner to go. That looks like Evolved Bikes come out across as Stuart Little. He's up to about 3 heading in towards that final corner. Moves being made. Little throws in a high-low. Looking to drag race Barnard down the final straight. Where's Brett Knight? He's in there in 4. Has he got enough left in the tank? He's going to have to settle for 4. 55 plus cruiser bruisers are on track, ladies and gents. Where is Bill Stupple? He's in there in that 2 spot at the moment, being chased down by the 653 plate. Oh, one rider's back wheel sounded like it almost gave up, but they've managed to stick it upright. David Wilcock out of Hackney in there as well. Paul Adams, Stephen Notman, James Musgrove, David Wilcock and Graham Davies. But it was Alan's Factory, Steve Notman picking up that race win. More 55 plus on track. Where is Keith Brown? He's in there in about 5 or 6 at the moment. Tim Drew has worked his way up to 4, just chasing down the McRock, Raymond Reed. He leads the pack, bringing it towards, he's in there in 3rd, heading towards that final turn. Paul Bernard on the 17 plate. In and out of that final corner to go. It is Bernard taking the win across the line. The rider in 2 was David Lindsay. More Astor races on track, heading towards that second corner. That is the 25 plate of Stuart Campbell. Campbell then leading it out as they bring it through the 3rd straight. Where's Steve Keach? He's looking to pull the move on Brent Featherstone as they bring it towards that final corner. Archibald in there in that 2 spot. We are moving on then, the 6 and under Pocket Rockets heading towards the first turn. Who's going to pick up the whole shot? Looking like Maxim Kozosiak doing it for the Brunty Massive. We're at Bruntwood this weekend. I can't hear them as of yet. They've not quite woken up. Few more pints need to be consumed yet before them guys start cheering. So we're looking at Kozosiak in there in that 1 spot. The 800 plate in 2. That looks like Alfie Lungley out of Ipswich chasing down Kozosiak. The 3, 4 and 5 are occupied by Hudson Needle, Theodore Perdue-Hurst and Victor Anderson. Heading towards the final turn and back out again. Kozosiak, he's going to pick up this race win. Going to 1 and 2 with Lungley. Lungley's under all sorts of pressure though as they bring it down the final straight. Who's going to get the 2 spot on the line? Oh, it was tight. I think it might have been Lungley taking it. Victor Anderson for 3. More 6 and under springing the thunder in race 358. They are led out by Jump Club S&M Sources, Rupert Garnett heading towards that final turn. Where is the BMX hype rider Ellis Dowsing? He's in there in the 2 spot. Bringing it down the final straight is going to be Garnett. Dowsing 1 and 2. Who's going to get the 3 spots to bring it down to the line? That was Hackney BMX, Tate Brocky Cox, and Milo Ryder pays in 4. That looks like the 6-year-old pedaling princesses on track, led away by Ice Bikes UK. That is Kaya Gibson heading in and out of turn number 2. Fluent Bicycle Motocrossers Grace Snell looking to make her move right round the outside to go from 2 to 1, and she's made it stick. So that shuffles Gibson back to 2 then, but she's under pressure as she works herself back into the pack. It is Lenny Holiday who's gone from 3 to 2. So Gibson's back there in 3 now. Got it all to do down the final straight. The battle out front. It was Snell picking up the win. Holiday, Gibson gonna go through in 2 and 3. Adeline Wilson for 4, and it was Larissa Thoros for 5. 7-year-old boys on track. Where is Zucchina on the 491? He's in there in that 2 spot at the moment, doing it for Bristol Jets. He's being chased out of that final turn by Jude Brocky Cox, heading towards the stripe. But your race leader out of Gosport, Blake Russell out of Gosport National Race Team. Fluent Bicycle Motocross on track, leading the pack. That's your British champion Jack Byrne, looking good at the moment. Who's picking up the 2 and 3? Milo Fox Bond is in there in 3, doing it for her. Telford Flyers on the 166. Who's chasing him down in 4? That is Finley Jones out of Merseyside BMX Club. In and out of that final corner they go. It's looking good for Byrne. He's run away with the motor by an absolute country mile. Gonna take that race win. Race 362, Hawker, Book, Aston, Schrader, Shepherd, Dye and Howe. Where is Albie Howe? He's in there in about 4 or 5 at the moment. No, sorry, he's worked his way into 3. On the 885 bike, he's now chasing down the Bristol Jets rider Isaac Book, who's in there in 2. But everyone, he's currently chasing down your race leader, Jensen Dye. Rusty or racing as smooth as you like at the front of the pack. Dye heading through that final straight, looking good. Book, Howe, that's going to be your 2 and 3. Who's going to round out the top 4? That was Leo Hawker out of TNT. Where's Luke Barron in race 363? And the 7-year-old boys, he's at the front of the pack, of course he is. Luke Barron on an absolute charge. He's being chased down there by that rider in there in 2 on the 701. As they're going into turn number 2, that's Jackson Mason, Ains Reed Academy. Peckham BMX have got a rider inside the top 3. That's got to be Amari Bamford Burr looking to close the gap on May in there in 2. In and out of that final corner they go. Looks like the Outlaws have got a rider picking up a top 4 spot. That's got to be Stanley Lockwood. Lockwood's going to run out the top 4 with Dennis Turner in 5. 7-year-old girls on track. 5 ladies battling it out for the win in a race number 364. Erin Thorro's in there in that 2 spot at the moment. Who's leading them out? Looks like it could be Alice Laurie out of the Midlands. Yes, it is. Thorro's doing all she can to close that gap down. Looks like we've got 2 ladies out of Andover. Lenny Goddard and Billy Sawyer going through in 4 and 5, and that means that Molly Cairns is in there in 3. Last straight action, it's going to be Laurie picking up that race win. Thorro's in 2.
Right then, with 7-year-old female action on track, we got Peony Ford leading this one out, going into that turn number 2. Amara Gibson doing it for Ice Bikes in there in that 2nd spot. Retro Racing, where are you, Noah here as he go down this 3rd straight? But looks like Ford's checked out and got the job done early. She goes in at that last berm, so it's going to be Ford, Gibson, that's your 1 or 2. Looks like Opal Jones in there in that 3 spot as they go down the final straight. Ford's going to take your win. Right then, where's Jasper Eels? There he is, out front in his orange kit, doing it for Gosport. He's got your number 1 plate on the British champion. Chasing down Males 8, race 36. Will Beckett, Rockstar Harley. Where's he at? In and out that final berm. So Rockstar Harley, he's making moves. But as we go down this final straight, still Jasper Eels leading this one out. Looks like that was Jump Club. Hatfield in there too. Harley making a dash for the line. Not quite sure if he got the 3 or 4 there. Race 3, 6, 7 on track. Here we go, 818, Saunders, Oons in there. We got Gosport rider Eddie Brown, he's in there in that 3 spot. Local Heroes, he goes in and out that second berm. Male 8's on track, so where's he going to end up? Eddie Brown in and out, he slits back goes into that 3 spot. But getting the job done, looks like that was Sandy Soons. He's going to take the win as we turn round to race 36. More male 8s on track, leading it out though. Oh, big move being made up the inside. It looked like Rhea Krasowski doing it for Bruntwood. Got caught out a little bit there. Isaac Tomlinson threw it up the inside, doing it for Fluent Bicycle. Where's Robert Catkins? He's always got some legs on him as he goes in and out that final berm. Currently sitting in that 3rd place. Catkins though, coming under a bit of pressure. Can he hold on to that 3rd place? Isaac Tomlinson, he's going to take the 1. Catkins holds on for the 3. We've got a rider down in the final corner. Not quite sure what happened there.
Just going to jump in for a second, Andy. We've got our second birthday shout out of the weekend. It's for our own resident DJ.
Oh, is it?
Yes, it is, Mr. Casey.
Not yet.
No, I've had a message though. You wished a happy birthday from all in the Daniel household, Rachel, Jacob, and Jensen. So happy birthday for next week, mate.
Do you get to play your own happy birthday tune on the DJ? No. Turns into Disco Dave on a Friday night. Happy birthday to you. You keep doing those 18-year-old birthdays, mate, and 25-year-old anniversaries. Right, where are we at? I think this is race 36. Actually, no, it's not. It's race 369. We've got Jax Bradley. Where's he's at? Into that first corner. Harry Taylor. Miron's in there as well. So's Keelan Brown. Lewin Jamira, though. He's getting done in there in 2. So Jamira, he's in there in that 2 spot. Looks like that's Kinge. Arthur Kinge leading it out, doing it for Gosport. BMX Club. Local Heroes. He goes down this straight. So it is Kinge in there on Lemire in 2. Looks like Taylor trying to make moves as he goes into the final corner. But Kinge, he's going to hold on to it. He's doing it for the NRT. He gets the win. Jamira holds on for the 2. Race 370 on track. Charkos, Islat, Simmers, Barker. Shelby Yates in this one as well. Where Shelby Yates is in there in that 2 spot. Gets pushed back to 3 as he goes in and out though. Moving his way up though as he goes down. Looks like that is Charlie Bromlow and Bridle. Bridle doing it for Crucial BMX. So Bridle leading it out at the moment. But Shelby Yates, he's worked his way back up into that top through. He's on a bit of a charge. Has he got anything left in the tank? No, he hasn't. He's going to hold on to that 2. 371 on track. Sophie Rees in this one, chasing down Esme Anderson. So Rees and Anderson, that's your 2 and 1. Where's Molly Steele and Erin Doney? Doney doing it for Chesterfield BMX Club. We were talking about Chesterfield only a minute ago. They've got their opening coming up in July. Check it out. But at the moment, leading it out, Esme Anderson and Sophie Rees. That's your 1 and 2. Race 372 on track into this second berm. We got Lily White, Baldwin. Looks like that was Vincent Oliver. But Roman Baker leading out on your 813 plate. Edward Baldwin in there as well. Teddy Gorman doing it for Pure Bicycles. Leading it out.
Just put one down, that'd be great. Yeah, cheers.
Race 373. So Oliver Pritchard lead this one out though, being chased down there. Looks like it's Ruby Kempsford. So Pritchard and Kempsford in your 1 and 2. Looks like that is Archie Walsgrove trying to go round the outside, doing it for Telford BMX, trying to make moves in the final corner, but it's still at the moment, it is still Oliver Pritchard. Here comes Walsgrove though. Walsgrove's on a charge. Can he turn that 3 and a 2? No, he can't. He runs out of pace. 2 riders down. They've picked themselves back up. Not quite sure what happened.
3, 2, 4.
Looks like it was Charlie Crossley was one of them. Right, race 374, Rapid Roman Birdfield on track. Arlo Payne's in this one as well, but shot out of camera. Looks like that's Atlas Lewisfield going to go in to get into the whole shot. Looks like that's Birdfield picking up that 3 at the moment. Oh, there was a manic swish back there. Riders going all over the place as they come down this second straight, but still leading out. It is Peter Burnett.
Lost it again. Bunchik.
Gonna get it right. Bunchik leading it out. So Bunchik being chased down by Lewisfield. Where's Birdfield? Birdfield's moved himself up into that 3 spot as he goes in and out of the final corner. So Bunchik still leading it out. Birdfield on a late charge. Can he do anything? They're all queuing up behind him. Looks like Lewisfield's gonna get the 2. Birdfield's gonna get the 3. Race 375. 9-year-old males on track. Looks like that was the 319 of Oliver Appleton. Arlo Hatch in this one. Rusty Nut Racing. Looks like that is 9 of Henry Bragg in there in 3. Bragg's on a bit of a charge going down this third straight. Trying to go round the outside. Going to get caught napping as he left himself open. Still looks like it's going to be Oliver Appleton leading out. Doing it for Bath BMX Club. Bragg though's on a bit of a run. Going to hold on to that 3 spot. Race 376. We got Joseph in this one, being chased down by DC Cycles. Rudy Pleasant 4th, but out front at the moment, Archie Fisher, Crucial BMX. This kid's absolutely smooth. He races our region. Another one of Scott Beaumont's little proteges at Redditch BMX Club. Absolutely smashing it. He's going to take the win. Pleasant 4's going to get the 2.
Yeah, mate.
Race 377 hits the track. 9-year-old boys are a go. Where is BMX Hype's Frankie Jones? He's in there in that 2 spot at the moment, chasing down your race leader out of sorted race gear. That is Oscar Rutherford. Of course it is Oscar Rutherford heading towards that final turn. So Rutherford looking good at the moment. Who's picking up the 3? Looks like that could be the rider out of, I think that might be Albie Stimson in there for 3. Race 378, where is Joseph Clayton? He's leading out the pack from the 025 of Connor Grant, doing it for the Brunty crew. Brunty going through in 2 and 3 at the moment with Cooper Crowley rounding out the podium positions in this moto. It looks like 01 Racing's Jonah Taylor is in there in 4, looking to chase down Crowley through the final straight. Can he get close enough? I think Crowley's going to hang on to that final podium position as Clayton picks up the race win. 9-year-old girls on track. Arnold, Fountain, Henning, Kay, Wyatt and Jones. Savage Racing leading this one through. Looks like that could be Lottie Arnold out of TNT in there in 3. Chasing down Susie Wyatt in there in 2. And for Reactive Racing, just working her way through. And that was Verity K picking up a top 3 spot on the line. Maggie Devine on track then, leading out race 380. Going 1 and 2 with Pro Star BMX's Matilda Hewitt. That looks like Allen's Factory in there in 3. Flick Brentnall rounding out the top 3 spots for Birmingham BMX. Hackney BMX, Isabella Henry in there in 4. But the battle all out front. Tilly Hewitt putting the pressure on Devine as to bring it to the line. Didn't quite get close enough. Next up, we are looking at race 381, more Chalk Forest, Barron, Pine and Dewis. In and out of turn number 2, that is Mabel Pine, your British champion, going 1 and 2 with Ola Dewis chasing her towards that final turn. Luciana pins on Barron out of Telford Flyers, rounding out the top 3 spots at the moment. Rustin Racing in there in 4, that's Freya Forrest heading down the final straight. Henning, Pine, going to pick up that race win. As we take a look at the 10-year-old boys, where is Oscar Marco? He's in there in 3 at the moment, doing it for DC Cycles, chasing down the rider out of Peckham BMX. That is Caleb Tawal on the 43 plate, but everyone is chasing down your race leader, the world number 3, Antec Perebny, Evolve Collective, in and out of that final turn. Perebny going to pick up a 3rd race win to add to his collection today as they bring it down to the wire. Race 3, 8-3, in and out of that first corner. Who's leading this one out? Looks like we've got Rusted at Racing on track. 9 on the plate, looking good for Elliot Hatch, going 1 and 2 with the 18. Into that second corner, that is Felix Zucchina out of Bristol Jets. Just a reminder, ladies and gents, we will be going straight into quarterfinals once the motos are done. Straight into quarterfinals once the motos are finished. So please keep an eye out on scores. And as we move on through the day, your quarterfinals will be up on scores as and when your age group have finished their races. No? Have I got that wrong? Oh, we're having a break? Oh, we're going differently this time round. We're having a break between motos and quarters. How long? Half an hour. Right, okay. 30-minute break between motos and quarters. I've got that completely wrong, haven't I? I've jumped the gun there. That's because Des is over there and not up here to tell me what to do. So a half an hour break between motos and quarters, ladies and gents. Next up on track, we are looking at Big Hen Sullivan leading out of the pack, your national champion from last year, going to 1 and 2 with the 730 plate of Khan Guran. Guran's under pressure in turn number 2. That looked like a rider out of MK Evolution. Charlie Blakeburn on the 11 plate, looking to put the pressure on Guran as they bring it into that final turn. Dominic Zapanos is in there at about 5, looking to make moves in that final turn. Can he make it stick through that final straight? Looks like that could be Cairns. Cairns is going to hang on to 4, Zapanos in 5. Race 3, 8-6, where's Ethan the Great White is leading the pack at the moment, your British champion, looking good for Moto 1 and Muck-Off. Race team, that looks like the 14 plate in there in 2. Alfie Thorne trying to make it stick right round the outside, but wasn't quite close enough. So it's the Great White and Thorne out front as it stands. Vernal Challenger is in there in 3, heading towards that final turn. It looks like we've got Reactive Racing's Eli Northcott inside the top 4 as well, bringing it through the final straight. The pressure at the line came from Thorne, who worked his way from 2 to 1, shuffling Ethan the Great White back to 2. Oakley Hill LCC race team leading out race number 387, going 1 and 2 with Fluent Bicycle Motocross in there in that 2 spot. Looks like Alexander Gilbert chasing down the LCC rider into that final turn. Seth Robinson's on track and he's inside the top 3, but he's being chased through that final straight. Looks like James Todd out of Hackney BMX not quite going to get close enough for a top 3 finish. He'll have to settle for 4. The Hawks on track, leading out of the pack, doing it for, that is Joel Pritchard, out front. Alex Vitol's in there in that 2 spot for Derby BMX. Zeb Perry in there in 3. Who's the Outlaws rider in there in 4? That is Edwin Calburn on the 817 plate, in and out of that final turn. Calburn doing all he can to close the gap as Vitol's has made his move to go from 2 to 1, shuffling Pritchard back to 2.
Oh, massive crash there. Looks like that was Poppy Weatherly going down in the first corner. Not quite sure who got collected then, but it leading out at the moment. It is Castro Latch. Castro Latch being chased down by Mika Gibson. So Latch and Gibson, that's your 1 and 2 at the moment. We've got Smiley's Flight Club in there in that 7 spot as well. So it's Castro Latch. Weatherly's picked herself back up. I'm not sure she has actually, do apologise. So Amelia Brain's in there. But it's going to go to the line between Castro Latch and Gibson. So whilst we've got that 30-minute break, if anybody wants to bring us an ice cream up here, we'd be more than happy, me and Lewis. I'm sure Casey would like one too. It is a sunny day. Race 390 on track, absolute massive gate there from gate number 1. Ala Grant doing it on the European number 8 place. Absolute bicycle motocross. Alan's Factory BMX, Alice Barron, where's she? As she goes into that first corner. So race 390 on track. So it is Grant leading this one out though. In there in that 2 spot. Look like it's Keller. Keller being chased down by Lauren Snell. So it's Grant, Keller, Snell. That's your 1, 2, 3. Where's Alan's BMX. Barron's in there in 4 on a bit of a charge going down this third straight. In and out the final burn though. But Ella Grant, European 6. Here comes Keller. Keller comes under a bit of pressure though. Barron's going around the outside, I think. Snell goes around to pick up the 2. Keller just holds on to that 3. So race 391. We got Seb Stain, Smith, Betty Wills in this one. Pro start on the W4 plates. Betty Wills leading this one out though. Looks like we've got Jack Kitchen there as well. Fluent Bicycle Motorcycle and Chester Grucock doing it for the LVG. But in and out the final corner, it's going to be Betty Wills on your W floor. She takes the win. Race 392. 11-year-old males on track into this first corner. Ethan Shaw leading this one out. So Shaw leading it out. Got Sheriff and James right as well. Looks like that's Malachi Smith in there in that 2 spot. But Ethan Shaw getting the job done. He's pulled the trigger and let one off. In and out the final corner. So Shaw still leading out. Hawker, Dodd and Sheriff. That's your 2, 3, 4 as they cross the line. Race 393. Male 11s on track. Johnson, Spencer, Shaw, Dowsing. Looks like that's Dowsing leading it out. Number 4 place. Rex Ford chasing it down. Spencer's in there in 2. Rex Ford's on a bit of a charge. Dowsing's having to go defensive. Here comes Rex Ford in and out. Rex Ford goes round the outside, gets the move on. Now Dowsing's coming to the charge. Looks like it's going to be Spencer. So Ford leading out. Dowsing's going to hold on to it. Spencer to the line, but Ford just holds. Race 393, Aston leads in this one. Bird and Kowalski as they go into that first corner. Leading it out though, looks like that is Aston Kowalski. Sorry, Baptiste. Baptiste leading it out. From Jesse Road, Bird's in there as well. Allen's Factory, Bird going up the inside, turning that 4 into a 3. Looks like A-Stars Racing, Aston John Lee, he's in there in 4. Race 395, Jack Haynes in the mix with this one. He's in there, LCC BMX race team. Big shout out to those boys. Go check out Lutterworth Cycles if you've got a chance. If you're in the Midlands, he's got everything. He stocks it. Even started stocking those new Amflo e-bikes. So as we go out next to Jack Haynes in there in 2. Oakersfield Team Air, he picks up the win in that one as we turn around to 396. Hudson Ells, Males 11, leading this one out though on the W plate. That is Thomas Giles. Giles being chased down though. Looks like it's Ryder Basie Schrader. Kacharik's in there as well. Where's Seth Kacharik? Looks like he's in there in 2. Having a snap of the heels at the W plate is Thomas Giles doing it for Sorted Race Gear. So Giles, Kacharik, that's your 1 and 2. Hudson Ells picking the mix in there, trying to make the 3. As we go to race 397, Bishop, Evans, K, Geddes in this one. That looks like your WL plate of Holly Bishop leading this one out. Rosie Geddes, Florence K's in there as well. Rexy Morgan as they go down this third straight. We've got the Fluid Maybo Factory Rider, Rowlands in there in 4. Slip back down to 5. Looks like we've also got Alstar Racing. Geddes in there in 3. But Holly Bishop, she's going to take the win, doing it for Halo Wheels. 398, Eliza Powell. Where's she in this one at the moment, leading it out? Looks like that's Molly Simpson. Eliza Powell on there on that E-plate. She's in there in 2. Wyatt's in the mix as well. Molly Tomlinson. Where's she doing it? Fluid BMX trying to go around the outside in the final corner. Oh, who was that slinged it up the inside? Didn't make it stick though, but still leading it out. I think it's going to be Eliza Powell. Race 399, we've got Hewitt, Stemmes, Coates, Jones and Snell. Teddy Jones on track. Everybody is currently sat there in that second place though. Leading out is the 14 of Arthur Claydon. So Claydon and Jones, that's your 1 and 2. Looks like that was, I think Finley Hewitt's in there in that 6, trying to move his way up into a top 5 position. But at the moment, Arthur Claydon got the job done. He's going to take the win. Jones is going to pick up the 2. It's a race for the line for 4 and 5.
401. Yeah, race 4. Oh, I'm on the wrong page, that's why. There you go.
Next up on track, race 401, one rider hit the deck, back up on their feet, going to finish their lap. Not quite sure who that was.
Q1. Oh, wicked. Nice one.
It was the 15 of Oliver Richards, I think. Let's hope that he's all right.
Oh, mate, can you imagine if Kimmy gets like 6 in the race?
Gate goes down. That is Ollie Warner out of lane number 1, heading towards that first corner. Who's going to pick up the whole shot? Benny Jackson's on the outside. He's going to make it stick. So Jackson, your number 8 from last season, leads the pack for Evolve Collective. Who's there with him picking up the 2 spot? Looks like the 16 of Oliver Richards out of Green Machine Tribe. He's being chased down by Savage Racing. That is Otto Parr on the 19, doing it for Bournemouth BMX. That's your front 3 as it stands. Who's picking up 4? That is Ollie Warner out of Moto 1 and Muck-Off Race Team. In and out of that final turn they go. The front 4 have checked out from the rest of the pack. Jackson going to take that Moto win. As we go in and out of turn number 1 with the Landshark Ronnie Wood. European number 8 looking good to go 1 and 2 with the 7 of Edward Cordery out of Halo Wheels Race Team. In and out of turn number 2 they go. Looks like we've got a rider out of Peckham BMX. In the mix that is Benjamin Gray. Inside the top 3, Team Era in 4. That's Edward Worrell out of Andover BMX Club. That's your front 4 as it stands. Last straight action, the Landshark. Can he hang on to the race win? He's under pressure from Cordery. Cordery can't get close enough. That looks like an Allen's Factory rider on track, leading out race number 403. That's Finn Munro. In and out of that second corner, Joey McAvoy in there inside the top 3. He's chasing down Carlin Gordon in there in 2. Doing it for Tempo BMX UK. In and out of the final turn. Look at that for a lead, ladies and gents. Finn Munro on an absolute blinder, taking it to the line. That looks like it was Evolve Collective's Freddie Ray Orland leading out the next race, going 1 and 2 with the 22 plate of Rex Beasley. Stay strong, looking for a high-low. Beasley looking to make it stick. Pro Star BMX have got Seb Hewitt inside the top 3. In and into the final turn they go. Hewitt throws in a high-low. Can he make it stick? Looks like Beasley's made his move go happen from 2 to 1, so he's your new race leader. Going to be Orland hanging on to 2. Hewitt in there for 3.
Lose to the Q1 signs the fastest at the minute. I'm not sticking with it.
Next up on track, race 405 Finley, Jones, Southern, Hemhill, Soul, Al Watson. Connor Hemhill has had an absolute blinding start to his day so far. 2 wins from 2. The British champs looking to make it 3 out of 3. He's going 1 and 2 with a 6.67. Of Mac Finley out of BRE Racing, heading towards that final turn. That looks like a rider out of BMX Wood Photography. That's Murray Watson. He's inside the top 4 at the moment, looking to make a move, stick in and out of that final turn. Hemhill though is checked out from the pack, going to take that race win as the 12-year-old girls go into turn number 1. The race 406 led out by Trixie Trays. She's going 1 and 2 with sorted race gear. That is Freya Mumford looking to chase down the Evolve Collective rider in that second turn. Who is the MCR rider in there in 3? That's Ellie Beat. She's under all sorts of pressure though as they're swarming all over her back wheel, heading into that final turn. High-low in that final corner. That looks like Arlen Milne looking to go from 4 to 3. Can she make it happen? Trays, Montfort, that's going to be your 1 and 2. As race number 407 hits that second straight, Izzy Underhill leads it out on the 10 bike. She's going 1 and 2 with a 9 plate out of CGR. That is Holly Richardson being chased on through, heading through that third straight. Dragon Riders, Darcy Payne in there in 3. Looking for a move on Richardson on the exit of turn number 3. But it's all about Izzy Underhill in that moto, absolutely running away with the race win. Cox, Pritchard, Egan, Dolan, Toogood, Dudley and Senaviratane. Took me a moment, that one did. Sorry about that, Isla. Didn't want to butcher your last name, although I do think I might have done. Senaviratane. There we go.
You're better at this than me, man.
Senaviratane. That took way too long for both of us to figure that out as well. Race 409, Open 13 class on track. Reactive Racing lead in the pack. Who's that at the front? Got to be Lucas Belton on the 55. He's being chased down by Gosport National Race Team. It looks like that could be Max Livingston on the 32 plate. His teammates going through in 4. That's Jasper Kimber heading down to the line. In between them, the other Reactive Racing rider, that was Harrison Doe. More Stay Strong riders on track 4 on the bike. Joe Rourke looking good at the moment. Jack Devine's in there in 3. Reactive Racing in 2. That's got to be Jack Laughlin on the 22 plate, being chased down by Mabo Factory Team UK. Zach Hamill's rounding out the top 4 spots for Retro Racing as they take it across the line. Race 411, Lucas Gomez Sands on track for Runnymede Rockets. Battling it out with Akin Brazia, Lewis Hughes, Luca Milne, Freddie Tugor, Jacob Aston and Jet Thompson. And it is going to be the rider out of the south, Lucas Gomez Sands, leading the pack at the moment. Brazia is in there in the 2. Crank BMX Coaching's Lewis Hughes looking for a way round in there in 3. He's being chased down by Jet Thompson, doing it for Gosport. Here comes Hughes with a late charge of Brazia to the line. He's going to nick that 2 spots. Moving on to race 412, more Open 13. Racing coming at you. That looks like absolute leading it out. Archie Croker White going to 1 and 2 with Ronnie Payne on that 9 bike as they bring it through the 3rd straight. Sorted Race Gear have got a rider inside the top 3. That's going to be Charlie Cotton heading into that final corner. Oh, moves are being made. Cotton's received a bow. That was the rider out of MK, Oliver Taylor. Now he's under pressure himself at the line. Goes from 3 to 5.
Right, as we turn to race 413. Getting distracted by the Formula 1 at the moment, trying to watch Q1. Formula 1 at the minute, I bet Jay Cart's at home, he's got Race Hub on one screen, Formula 1 on the other, but leading out at the moment. Leo Rowland's doing it on the W3 plate. Mabo Factory Team being chased down by Leighton Harding. So Rowlands and Harding, that's you 1 and 2. Looks like that's Marcus Mullin picking up that 3 spot as they cross the line. Your 414 leading out though. Big Fiddly Murphy on track, everybody. Nuneaton BMX Club. Finley Murphy, he's leading us out. We've got Dorwin Scott, Harry Swales in there as well. Looks like that's Harry Swales trying to move up, going from 3. Can he pick up that 2 spot? James Bibby in there in 2. But Big Murph, bit of a case on the line, but he holds on for the win. Bibby takes the 2. Swales picks up the 3 as we turn to race 415. 13-year-old open category leading this one out on the 15 plate. That looks like Samuel Richards being chased down though. Zach Everly, sorry. Eckerly no 4, got Al Kindy in this one as well. So Zach Everly, Derby BMX and Mabo Bikes as he comes down the final straight. He's going to hold on for the win. Looks like that was Noah Bagwell in there in 2. Four 13-year-old female shot out like a cannon. Elizabeth Lola Poole all the way from Manchester, doing it for Sorted Race Gear, but coming round the outside for Radco Racing was that Mara McCarran, getting past back to 4, but leading out at the moment. Moto 1, Freya Harris gone from gate 8 in your 007. So Harris all the way around. Liv Johnson's hit the deck in turn number 2. So Harris leaving it out. So Harris and Paul 1 and 2 at the moment. Mara McCarran, she's sitting in there in 4. Liv hits it for Liv Johnson. Everybody, she picks herself up. She's going to carry on. Race 417, things were getting a little bit wobbly on the gate then. Poppy May Kirby lets one off though, doing it from gate 1 though. Rusty Nut Racing, Leela Mill goes as she goes into that first corner. Getting squashed out, she goes low. Can she hold on to that toppy space? But Kirby still leading this one out at the minute, being chased down this second straight. So Kirby being chased down by Holly Humes. They're all coming together. May's now gone back. Rusty Nut Racing, she's coming back at it though. Can't turn that 4 into a 3 as she goes down this third straight, in and out the final corner. Poppy May Kirby still holding on to it at the moment. Now there's two riders chasing it down. Looks like that could be Millie Goes and Holly Hume, but May Kirby holds on to it as we go to 4-1-8. Race 4-1-8, 13-year-old girls again into this first corner. It's the number 7 plate.
Oh, cool.
It's the number 7 plate. Looks like that's Hadjar into on the E5. Ellie Barter leading it out. Looks like Grace Gerard's in this one as well. And Brooks Horsey. But there's a battle going on. Bar to bar action as it goes down the final straight. Right, we've had another pair of gloves handed in. A pair of Troy Lee gloves. These are quite small, so they're definitely not going to fit Lewis with his big hands. They are Troy Lee Air gloves. Little flames on them. They've been handed in. They're at the commentary booth. So if you've lost a pair of Troy Lee gloves, they'll be with DJ KC.
That's yours, yeah. So I think you're.
That looks like 419.
Is that you, mate? Go on.
Me?
I'll do it.
I got blue.
I actually don't know.
Oh, go on.
No, actually, I'm on this one. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, shut up.
I got all confused then, Lewis. Sorry. How are we getting on with the Formula 1? We'll turn to the 4-1. Q1's got 4 minutes left. That was 4-1-9, so 4:20 on track. 14-year-old open category tyres, Selby Malarkey. That's a wicked name, innit? Markley. Markley. I want to say Malarkey. Malarkey sounds better. We'll go with Malarkey. Dylan Spence in this one as well. Or he should be. Where is he? Hang on a minute, I think I might be on. Might be in the complete wrong, might have missed a whole load actually. Let me just double check what we're on. Yeah, I was in a completely different space, missed about 3 motos. So that was so Max Weiss leading this one out. We've got doing it for Savage Hot Shot Racing in there in 4. Looks like that's Jovis Jepson. So Vass Jepson, that's you 1 and 2. Crooks Martins, he's in there in 4, trying to turn that 4 into a 3. Harrison Barker's in there as well as they go across the line. Right, race 4-2-3. We've got McNulty, Butler, Blanche, Arnold in this one. Leading it out though, looks like that is doing it for Evolve.
Is that Max McNulty leading now? Because he's on a different thing. 4-2-3. Max McNulty leading out.
So McNulty leading this one out. Being chased down though, to Blanche is in there as well.
Yeah, he's got a different top on. He's got Team Bunnies there, and he's not Team Bunnies anymore, is he?
Race 4-2-4, JP Jack Perkins in this one, but leading out at the minute, it's your big man, Ethan Powell. Looks like that's Freddie Parkinson in there in 2 at the minute. JP being pushed back from 3 to 4 in that final corner as they go in and out, but leading out, Ethan Powell's on an absolute stormer. Hasn't dropped a moto yet. He's going to cross the line. There's a race for 3, 4 and 5 between Parkinson and Perkins.
It's on you, mate, now. Might as well do that.
We're back. Race number 425. 14-year-old boys on track. 0-1 Racing leading it out. That is Harley Steele separating himself out from the rest of the pack at the moment. It looks like we've got a couple of riders out of Braintree in this one. Harry Holmes is one of them. Then he's hanging on to that 2 spot. Oh, he's just been passed heading into that final corner. That was Jordan Ajibade. Ajibade has worked his way in then to a
Quality in the bar, just said qualifying spot.
And it's thrown me off with all this quality talk. It's really sat my head today. Right.
I mean, technically, same thing.
Ruby Warren, Pure Bikes, national champion, leading this one through. She's currently going 1 and 2 with MCR's Martha Cotton out of Manchester, heading through that final straight. That looks like the Jump Club S&M Source ladies picking up 3 and 4. That was Anushka Jones and Eva Zuzek. Race 427, 14-year-old girls, Miranda O'Connell, Ward, Cyrus Salmon, Anna Rutherford. It is Esme Ward leading this one out. Stay strong, your world number 8 looking good. Leaving the rest of the pack at the moment. Who's in there too? Naira O'Connell doing it for BMX Widow Photography. That looks like it could be the 3 spot. Hanging onto it is Team Minds Nora Cyrus heading towards the line, being chased all the way through. That was the 12 of Clara Salmon out of Team A. Race 428 on track. SAS race team leading this one out on the 11 plate. Allegra True. Look at the move in that second corner. It came from Holly Diver out of the Titan. She's worked her way from 2 to 1 with a perfectly executed high-low move in that second corner. Here comes the rider out of Bath BMX. That is Lily Yerbury on the 14 plate, putting the pressure on the 11 of True, heading down to the stripe. It's going to be Yerbury stealing it from True at the line. As the Grand Vets hit the track, getting busy into turn number 2. Fitzroy Bryce is in there in that 2 spot, being chased down by Matt Haywood out of the Royal Air Force. Heading towards that final corner though, Ian Archibald, Astar Racing, smooth as you like, leading the pack through that final straight. Fitzroy Bryce doing all he can to close the gap. Can he get close enough? No, he can't. Stu Little's going to nick the 3 spot on the line. More Grand Vets action coming your way, ladies and gents. Race 430. Heading towards that second turn. The 073 is Sean Andrews, Ipswich BMX Club, looking good. Who's in there with him? Looks like, I think that might have been Ian Milne. Sorry, that's Milne in there in about 4 at the moment, chasing down the rider out of Team Mind. Andrew O'Hare. So down that final straight, I think that was Neil Cheney out of Bournemouth BMX. Hilly on track, national champion from 2025. Pure Bicycles looking to put his Pure bike on the top step later on today as we progress through 2 finals later on. That looks like Brett Knight in there in the 2 spot, who's picking up 3. That is the Jump Club rider, Neil Waddington. Race 432 Vets on track. Matt Barnard, last year's national champion. Oh, it all got busy through the second straight. The 8-2-3 almost got it all sorts of wrong. Mark Rees managed to just about stick it up right, so he's elbow to elbow now with the rider out of the SVT Mongoose. That's Zoltan Boudet. Boudet looking for a way to go from 3 to 2. He's not quite going to find it. Rees for 2. Barnard, a race winner. More Vets on track, heading in towards that first turn. Scott Boom 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 on the 96 podcast, looking good at the moment. He's going 1 and 2 with the 8 plate of Grant Yerbury, doing it for Bath BMX. Danny T is in there inside the top 3, doing it for Crucial Racing. That looks like Mark Moore's in there in 4. In and out of that final corner, Matt Eaton's under pressure from Dixon, who's worked his way into a top 5 spot, looking to put the pressure on Moore to the line. Look at Masters, he's getting busy in turn number 1, but it's going to be Sean Issy leading it out for BMX Hype. In and out of turn number 2, they are queuing up behind him. This looks like Greg's on a Friday afternoon, doesn't it? Issy leading it, Bourne's in there in 2, Higley's in 3, who's picking up 4? Looks like Billy Irwin's on his return to racing, and he's hanging on to a top 4 spot, but he's got the original Tom Palmer nicking it from him on the line. That moto was all sorts of busy as Adam Brazil silky smooth into turn number 2, going 1 and 2 with Neil Brunez heading through that third straight. Where's Lucas? He's in there in 3, doing it for Stay Strong. Looks like we've got a Green Machine rider in there as well. That's got to be David James on the 7 plate, rounding out the top 4 spots. +30 women out on track. Becca Gold, Claire Albert, Anita Wong, Suzanne Jenkins and Fiona Barry all heading in towards that second turn. Your British champ leads this one out. Rebecca Gold, absolute bicycle motocross, looking good. Leading it out from Anita Wong at the moment for DC Cycles. That looks like Fiona Barry out of the Scottish contingent in there in 3. RTR have got 2 riders in this moto. Claire Albert and Suzanne Jenkins. It's Jenkins in 4, Albert in 5.
Right, as we turn around to race 437, Fionn Clements on the number 3 plate for female 30s. She's leading this one out though. Looks like that is McCarvey Miles in there in that 3 spot. So Kai Clements moved back to Roe Beckett's got the whole shot. So Beckett leading it out from Clements. Looks like McCarvey Miles in there in 3 and Paula Hallett in there in 4. But Rockstar Harley's mum, she's leading this one out. She's going to take the win. Clements is going to get the 2 miles on the 3. 15-year-olds on track for race 438. We've got Lynch, Lawrence, Warwick, Howe, Childs Osborne's in this one, so's Cotty, and we've got Jack Jones doing it for Team Bunnies, but coming back down towards us. Looks like that is Sorted Race Gears. Toby Lynch being chased down by Cotty, and Hard Knocks Races Freddie Warworth as they go down this third straight. Lynch still leading this one out though. Oh, they're banging bars in the final corner. It's Lynch, looks like it's Lynch, Warworth, Cotty, that's you 1, 2, 3. Anyway, race 4-3-9. More 15-year-old action. We've got Red, Tilbert, Shenton's this one. Where's Henry Shenton? He's sitting in there in 4th place, doing it for the LCC. If he doesn't get a real one, I might have to take those white trousers off him, demote into black trousers tomorrow as he goes down this third straight. Leading out though, looks like that's Harry Bailey in there in that 2 spot. Harry Bailey chasing down even Bartley for Hard Knocks Racing. So Bartley takes the win. So Bailey's in there in 3. It's Rayford picks up the 2 as we turn around to race 440. Leading us out there, number 2 plate, looks like that is Guppy. Guppy being chased down by Newton Hindley. Hindley's going there, looks like that's Westmore in there in 3, so it's Guppy, Hindley, Westmore. That's your 1, 2, 3. Think we've got Lench as well. He's holding up there in that 4 spot at the moment, but Guppy, he's going to take the win. Lench is going to pick up the 2. Hindley's going to get your 3 spot as we turn to race 441. In jumping into that first corner, that looks like we've got Underhill, Forrest, McFarlane, Jewel. Allison's in this one, doing it for Zero Racing. Leading out at the moment though, Elvis Strong though, in there in that Simba 2 spot, doing it for Elvis Lawrence on the Stay Strong. Oscar Jewell it was that picked up the win in that one. So we go to race 442. Wood, Duffy, Moore, Richards in this one. But it's your 19 plate leading this one out. Ronnie Richards being chased down by Sam Wood, doing it for GY95. So Sam Wood, can he turn that 2 into a 1? DC Cycles, Logan Young's in there in 3. Looks like that is the BRA. Dexter Moore picking up the 4 spot. Oliver Tyres leading this one out, being chased down by Nathaniel Eames as I keep his dad's seat warm this weekend, in and out that final corner. So Tyres leading it out. We've got Dexter Bear up in this one as well. Where's Dexter? Looks like he's sitting in there in that 3 spot. Eames picks up the 3. Oliver Tyres takes the win though. Right then, 15-year-olds on track, jumping into this first corner. It's your number 5 plate, Nate Hamilton, chasing down. Looks like that is Brody Geddes in there in 2. So Hamilton and Geddes, that's your 1 and 2. Alonso's in there. Benjamin Dine, he's doing it for Hot Shots. Where's he? Looks like he's picked up that 5 spot as he goes in and out the final corner. But leading out, Nate Hamilton takes the win. Geddes gets the 2. Gate drops on race 445. 15-year-old females on track. Rin, Sarafina, Janelino going up the inside. Can she slot? She slots into that 2 spot. Coming from gate 1 though. Looks like that's Kate Miller coming all the way around from gate 1, slotting it into. So it's your number 12, sorry. It's Sophie Colston, Team Mind. So Colston, she's got the win, but here comes Janelino. Janelino trying to go round the outside. Kate Miller's in there in 3. Janelino making moves. She's gone high, now she's gone low. It's all getting a bit tasty. Colston still holding on to it. Colston, Janelino's on her. Colston takes the win. Janelino gets the 2. As we turn to race 446, more female action coming down this second straight. Leading this one out in a minute, Emily Grimm. So Grimm being chased down by Isla Young, I think's in there, and Keena Jizzy. We got Pick, Green Machines Picks in there as well, and Maddie the Baddie Dixon picking up that 4 spot. So Maddie the Baddie, where she come out doing it for Fluke Bike Future. She's currently in 5, but I think Emily Grimm, she held on to the win. 15. Phoebe Blackwell's in this one. Cleve
347.
So Emily Eaton leading this one out from Sidonie Cleve. So Eaton and Cleve, that's your 1 and 2. Libby Coppin doing it for Crucial BMX. She's in there in 3. Where's Ellie Moore? Looks like she's moved herself up into that 4 spot. Here comes Ellie Moore though, on a bit of a late charge coming down the final straight. Can she turn that 4? Think she does. Picks up the 3 spot on the line as we turn around to race 448. We've got Seeley, Baptiste, Kirby, Davey, Entwistle, and McGovern in this one. Mason Kelly, where's Rabs racing? Lucas Seeley though, is he leading this one out as he goes in and out of the final corner? Ollie Kirby, Green Machine Tribe, where's he at? Seeley gets the win.
Moto 449 on track, 16-year-old open classes a go. Looking good for Decoy BMX, leading the pack. Henry Radcliffe going 1 and 2 with the 7 plate of Oliver James. He's being chased on the exit of turn number 2 by Addison Milburn. Doing it for Exeter Eagles. We've lost one rider as he exits left through that third straight. That was the 30 plate of Teddy Headley. Out of Peckham BMX, he's back on track though. James going to hang on to 2 as Milburn picks up 3. That looks like Logan Widdowson leading out race number 450. Out on track, Widdowson going 1 and 2 with Elijah Jamira, who's just worked his way around the outside of a Sunny Nunny rider. That looked like Dylan Powell in there in 3 on the 34 plate, just been shuffled back again as the rider out of MK makes his move. That's Ollie Turblanche. He's gone from 4 to 3 now down that final straight. Jamira can't get close enough to Widdowson. Widdowson will pick up that race win. Hewitt, Lloyd, Taylor, Wilcox, Gould, Price and James. Where is Bradley? James is in there in that 2 spot at the moment, chasing down Luke Wilcox. Out of Halo Wheels race team, bringing it back through that third straight. Who's picking up 3 and 4 as they come on round? Looks like that could be Eli Price out of Peckham BMX. Hanging on to that 3 spot at the moment to bring it down that final straight. Who's in there for 4? Looked like that might have been Harry Taylor out of Birmingham. Race 452 is on track, led away by the template of Eden Boone. Savage Racing looking good, leading it out from Cooper McCrum, doing it for BMX with a photography. Finn Cranage, Team Bunny's having an absolutely flying lap in there in 3 at the moment, but he's being chased on the exit of turn number 3. Who's that in there in 4, looking to put the pressure on down that final straight? Not quite sure, I think that might have been Santiago Montano. 16-year-old girls out on track then. Who's leading them out? The British national champion from last year, Lottie. Can't stop, won't stop Brown. Going 1 and 2 with Ailey Watson. Out of BMX with her photography, so it's absolute leading the pack at the moment. PRE Racing have got a rider inside the top 3. That's Eliza French on the 7 plate, doing it for Bristol Jets BMX Club. Who's picking up the 4? Looks like that is Atana Price out of Peckham BMX, rounding out them top 4 spots. Race 454 hits the track. Who's leading it out? The 6 plate at the front of the pack, Lucy Gardner, Team Mind. Going 1 and 2 with Green Machines. Grace Burge on the 3 plate. Looks like Smiley's Flight Club have got a rider inside the top 3. That's Emily Dean doing it for Telford Flyers. In and out of the final turn, Evolve Collective in there in 4. That is Ruby Walford rounding out them top 4 spots as Burge puts the pressure on down that final straight. 4X on the front of the bike, looks like Nathan Barata in the 17 to 18-year-old class. He is leading this one through, going 1 and 2 with a rider out of Peckham BMX Astar Racing's Lewis Collins Nemo in there in 4. That is Malachi Price in there in 2 at the moment. He's being chased down by Fast Signatures. Charlie Granger in there for 3. Oh, it's all gone wrong in turn number 1. Jaden Fawcett leading the charge. His front wheel just couldn't hold the pressure as he went through that first corner. He's back up and okay, walking away, as is all the other fallen riders. Put your hands together for them guys, ladies and gents. Eli Smith then leading the pack. Max Burgess in 2.
Nick went 8 in his quarter and he got 3rd, I think. Just couldn't get across. It still looked like he had lost it. Yeah, you don't believe it.
Next up on track, back into the action with race 457. Palmer, Reynolds, Vincunas, Leatherbridge, Golden Clock and Mackie, who's leading the pack. Fast Signatures looking good at the moment. That is the 428 plate of Stanley Palmer. Just bear with me a second, ladies and gents. We're watching Ross Cullen win a semi-final at the World Cup at the moment. Out of lane number 8, yeah, it's absolutely flying. So Ross is going to pick up that semi-final win by the looks of it. We're a massive RC22 fan club here this weekend, aren't we? We have to be.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate. Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate. Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate. Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
'80s leading this one out though. Looks like that's Amelie Everly being chased down by Eleanor Curtis. So Evelyn Curtis, Radcliffe's in there in 3. So Everly, she's got the whole shot, takes the win at the moment, leading it out in the final corner. All queuing up behind Elliot Curtis. Curtis is in there in 2, but she's coming under pressure from Radcliffe, but she's going to hold on to it. Here we go now. This is the category that me and Lewis look forward to all weekend. Tyrese Bradshaw leading this one out. Looks like Cal Strickland in there in 2. Where's Kyle Hill in there? The mix as well. He's there in there in 5. But as he goes in and out, so it's Bradshaw, Strickland. That's your 1 and 2. Right, race 4-6-4. Just a reminder that 30-minute break before we go to quarters. Again, I've been told to push it. So Che Young leading this one out, being chased down. We've got Sparrow. Hamlin is this one as well. Josh Sparrow doing it for Neaton BMX. He's in there in 7. Can he move up into that 6th spot? Coming in and out the final corner. But it is Che Young, Finley Randall and Petrikin all in the mix in that one as we turn to race 4-6-5. 1929 on track into this first corner. Looks like that was Kate leading out from Seaward. Kate, Seaward, game. Dexter Gamby into that 3rd. So Kate, Joshua Cates leading. Oh, it's all got a bit skewy. Joshua Cates came on. Alfie Batts come underneath him. It all got a bit skewy then. Race 4-6-6. Looks like that is. Brindley Savage. Ollie Cope hit the deck.
He's out cold.
Ollie Cope, so Bryn Savage leaves that. Ollie Cope.
Well, George Gerard in it.
Sorry, it's George Gerard. Do apologise. It's George Gerard. Got all sorts of wrong.
George, because that's a good result and he's back in the game, isn't he? Although I like him. I like him. I want Lewis to get a win. Yeah, I want Lewis to get a win. I'm a big team LA. Big team LA.
What's this all about? It's got the sandals on.
Saw it though. Brings from Will, just nearly went. And then, yeah, you see it. Bryn, I think it was just even more one. Bryn must have just made a fraction ahead of the gun. We're not track. That's on Andy. That's on. 4, 6, 4. I mean, I don't think any of it's sound. You know what I mean? I would probably, yeah, sound there. There's no Molly, no side. You shall just see though, she looks really good. Yeah, she's great. Oh, she's got a rock of that. Well, I'm not seeing the exact same thing like the first stroke. That gap after that first stroke. That's what motor really, if I was doing it, I'd just go straight to start getting ready. I feel like she wasn't he said even say, those big games with all those went on, and then the ball running on. So next one, you go higher, and then try then hang on a minute. Well, Beth got a good game. Molly Simpson, you see Molly Simpson's game? Yeah. I mean, she just left out of that. Has it left me? Yeah. She just literally, she's like lane 7, see that ball? Yeah, she just went. There was people like, you know, when you watch them, like, you would think that race where people watch it going up something about. They went, I don't stand there, and I was like, no, that was literally amazing. That is literally like, if you're that coach, you've gone, nice. If I was Molly and that, I'd have set my mark. That's what I'd have been doing. Yeah. Just literally on an angle, like Max Verstappen. He lines up every time. When he does it, when he's on like the dirty side of the track, he'll turn up and he'll get right across and he'll sit there. And then it's like, you know what you got to do? I think I like it because of what Flavio said to us at the start. And it's like your project. How outrageous is that? Flavio Briatore said to Colin Pinto, have you watched Drive to Survive?
I've watched it, I've not watched the latest season.
So last year, Colin Pinto was doing shit. And he just turned around and went, the car's not the problem, you're the problem. How cool! The lad got literally just can't get going.
It's not called the Piranha Club for nothing, is it? If you look at Red Bull like second drivers, I mean Hadjar at the minute, like they reckon he's got a very similar style to the fact that the boys do so well. But like they're just ruthless, like they don't give anyone a chance.
fastest driver. Crazy.
It's just ridiculous, isn't it?
Got to get going again, isn't it now? It's the worst place to be. On the gate, innit? When you've got on.
Then she goes, she said something like, well, you'd expect him to not work out. It depends exactly how it works. Just because you put a driver in that one car, he's literally the fastest absolute driver for about a year. Can't miss. When I said there's been a crash on it's like Lewis doesn't have fast cars. He has fast cars. But he has like can't be a foot light, come on, no way. Luckily, it's the longest day. So I mean, the other one was better. The other one was better. I haven't yet. I like what we've got. I like four. If we could get some more friends though, we've got the darts. We've got the drum.
Yes, thanks very much. Yeah, that's better. One the other screen.
Yeah. Do that one as well, please, while you're at it.
1, 2. Right, so let's just hear it for George Gerard as he's been picked up. Big thanks to the first aid team. Wishing him well. Speedy recovery, George.
You're going to get a matching hat and shoes. Right, we're going to go racing again. Next up, we've got 19 to 29 females. It's 469, 1929s. We got Molly nice in this one. Gerard, Hurry, Green and Brown. Jumping into that first corner. Oh, massive case there from Emily Green. Jumped into that corner. Ava Brown, Hard Knocks Racing. She's in there in that 3 spot. Looks like that is
Saw Oliver Firth trying to go round the outside of Green into the final corner, but it's going to be Green, Firth, Brown. That's your 1, 2, 3. Izzy Hurry pushing to try and go from 5 to 4 on the line. Right, massive gate, junior men on track. Cody Coper shot out like it can. And we've got Thomason, Bowen, Webster, Brown and Clitheroe in this one. Round the first corner. Looks like that is Bowen. So Bowen, oh, massive jump there from Brown. Low so deep. Oh! Stay strong. Tomlinson hits the deck. Brown takes a void in action. Bowen out front, so it's Bowen doing it. Cody Coker's in there in 2. Looks like that is Clitheroe in 3.
Emily Green before it jumped into it. It's a nice nose drop in it, but as you jump, you can see the building in that.
They're over-jumping.
They're over-jumping massively, yeah.
They did massively over-jumping.
Like, Storm Brown almost like that.
My knees would have came without that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a very good jump, and he's just done the best of 40. That was the Elon one.
I know, yeah.
Right, race 71 on track. Tidy, yes, shot one off like a cannon there. Noah Everly trying to go from gate 7 into it. Looks like that is Pure Bicycles. Ben Larkins in there as well. Oh, look at Noah Everly, slings it up, threads the needle, goes from 4 to 2 in the first berm. But it's Tidy, yes, now Everly's in there in 2, chasing him down there. Looks like that's Finn Phillips in there in 3 as they go in and out that second turn down this third straight. Tidy, yes, still leading this one out. Everly all over his back wheel as they come down the third straight. Looks like it's going to be a push to line. Can Everly do it? He's going to settle for the 2. Telius gets to 1. Right then, championship women on track. Rendell, Todd, Chiswell, Webster and Ruby Moores. Elsa Rendell, Todd shot like a can of Ruby Moores, cutting up that first corner like a Christmas turkey, almost coming across Lily Chiswell, but it's more Todd leading this one out. So Todd being chased down by Webster. Todd, Webster, Moores, Chiswell. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4. Chiswell's on a late charge though. Can she do anything? She goes into this final corner trying to make a move though. But it is Elsa Rendell. Todd, she's going to take the win. Webster's going to hold on 2. Moore's going to get the 3. Chiswell is going to get the 4. Right then, it's more championship women action. Race 473. We got Megan Roy, Alonso Seaward, Carruthers and Marriott in this one, doing it for Savage. BMX Racing, Laurie Ann Carruthers. She sat there in that 4 spot as they come down in and out. So look, leading out Megan Roy. Megan Roy being chased down by Alonso by the looks of it. Amy Seaward. So it's Roy Seaward. That's your 1 and 2. Looks like Jess Marriott's in there in that 3 spot with Carruthers in 4 as they come in and out the final corner. So Roy's coming under a bit of pressure as she's going to cross the line. She's going to hold on for the win. Massive gate there. Georgian gets us now. Looks like that's Essamage coming from round the outside. Savage is in the mixes. Ruben Smith, doing it for Savage and Malarkey. In and out the first corner. So it's all Georgian leading this one out. Hun being chased down. Looks like that's the 94 plate of Chad Hartwell. Oh, we've got a rider going down. Think that was Mabo Factory riding. Campbell Child Martley hits the deck in the second turn. That's mixed things up. So Hartwell coming after Georgian and Hartwell. Georgian tends the double gap. He gets the win. Hartwell picks up the 2. Looks like that's Ruben Smith for the 3. So we're going to have a 30-minute break before we go to quarterfinals, but we've got some side hack racing to entertain you. Or sorry, side hack demonstration. It's not officially a race.
How's it going? All right.
Charles binned it.
Not bad, you right? Yeah, all right, mate. Not riding then.
What's this for?
Right, the side hack race. Right, just to let you know, ladies and gents, while I remember, we've got some ODI whole shot awards for final time. 19 to 29-year-old women and 12-year-old boys. So if you're in them 2 age groups, they're the whole shot classes for today. There's £100 and some goodies, yeah. And we've got the Maxis move of the day to give out today and tomorrow. So me and Andy will be keeping an eye out for our favourite moves of the weekend. And we're on to the side hack race. 2 riders out of the Bradford Bandits crew. One of them's got to be Big Nige Smith, haven't they? I don't know about you guys, but I would not be able to do that around that first turn. That takes some serious engineering, doesn't it, to get your side hack attached to your bike. Someone was out fearlessly after the last moto with some Allen keys, getting their bikes ready for sure. But as they come on round, showing us how it's done. 2-man side hack race. Give them a round of applause as they come down that final straight, ladies and gents. Bradford Bandits in 1, Bradford Bandits in 2. Right, we are now going to take a 30-minute break, ladies and gents. A 30-minute break until we go quarter-final racing.
No problem at all. Responsibility, so I'd actually said no fucking around. Yeah, they go so slow.
You hungry?
Oh, he's out.
Yeah, Charles.
What's like there though? He's not very happy. He's got food.
Yeah, alright, that's fine. Cheers, mate. Thank you. Thanks, Sash.
dangerous. Get dangerous. Shameless. Basic. Shameless. Get dangerous. That's my. Get dangerous.
Out of lane number 1, Rustin up Racing going to pick up the whole shot into turn number 1. Who's there with him? It looks like Edward Worrell. Out of team here in Andover. He's chasing down the Rustin up rider. At the moment, Frederick States in near in 3. Who's picking up the final qualifying spot? That is a 3-4-2. Xavier Darley out of the northeast on the bubble at the moment. He's being chased down by his club mate Will Parks on the 2-3-1. Has Parks got enough left in the tank to put the pressure on Darley on the exit of the final turn? Bradley's going to take it. Worrell State 2 and 3. Darley's in 4.
For quarter-final number 2, Rocco Westwood's leading the charge into turn number 2. He's being chased down by 19. Barnard currently in the danger zone. That looks like Seth Robinson. Seth Robinson in the danger zone. In there in 4. Can he hold on to it? We got Warwork in the mix as well. And Dewis as they go in and out the final turn. But it's Rocco Westwood leading the charge. He's going to take you on. Seth Robinson's going to get the 4. He goes through to the semis.
Quarter-final number 3 is the 9 to 12-year-old cruiser still going at it in this quarter-final action. It's the 11 of Steinmetz going 1 and 2 with the 753 of Rory Smythe out of Gosport National Race Team. Look at the battle 4, 3 and 4. Bishop's in 4, Mason's in 3, heading into the final turn. Albert Turner's in 5. Has he got enough left in the tank for the Halo Wheels rider? It's going to be Bishop hanging on to that final qualifying spot with Mason in 3.
Charlie Dowsing was shot absolute out of the cannon there in that semi-final, doing it from gate number 2, taking the whole shot. Being chased down there is the number 18 Freddie Walsh, currently though in the danger zone. We got Jack Swales, he's sitting in there in 3, but stacking up behind him we got Birch Boom and Tanza as they go in and out of the final turn. Jack Swales moving his way up, got a solid 3 spot now. Charlie Dowsing still leading out, Walsh is in there in 2. Dowsing and Walsh take you 1 and 2. Swales gets you 3.
13-year-old quarter-final action is on track and it's led away by the 4 of Joe Rook going 1 and 2 with the 6 plate of Archie Bell into that second turn. Noah Evans, Zach Everly's in there in 3. He's being chased down by the Rab Racing rider. Looks like that could be Smith. Yes, it is the sender, but the move came in the final turn. Parsons looking to make his sting. The 2 Rab Racing boys are in 5 and 6. It's gonna be Parsons.
Right there, quarter-final number 6. We got Big Murphy in this one, doing it for the Ninian BMX Club. I coach this kid every Monday night as he goes into this second corner. The 22 plate of Jack Liffin moves up into their 1, but currently leading that front. It's Archie Crocker White. So Crocker White, Liffin, Murphy's in the danger zone now though. It looks like MK's resolution. Kimber's in the mix as well. Here comes Harrison Doe, but Murphy's holding on to it. So it's going to be Laughing Crocker White, Murphy, 1, 2, 3.
Quarter-final number 7 is on track and it's Jump Club S&M sorts at the front of the pack. Ronnie Payne going 1 and 2 with the 640 of Lucas Gomez Sands out of Runnymede Rockets. That looks like Fluent Bicycle Motocross inside the top 3. Marcus Mullen on the template. Look at the move in the final turn though. DC Cycles getting busy in that final corner. That was Leighton Harding looking to pick himself up a qualifying spot in 3.
Right then, on track, we got Bibby Roland Swales in Challenger. Divine's in there as well. We got the 2 Maybo riders, but currently leading it out. It's James Bibby doing it for a first start. Right then. We've been told there's a red flag. Red flag.
God, that was.
We had to stop. We had 2 riders go down. We've got another rider go down in that last race. That one's going to be a rerun. So quarter-final number 8, that's going to be rerun. We have got 2 riders down as well.
Is there a scarier thing than hearing Simon Cope shout at you in a second turn? I think not.
I've heard you shout plenty of times.
We're just going to make sure that our fallen riders are all right before we move on to quarter-final number 9.
Ethan's been on fire today. I think he's won by 3 out of 4. Yeah.
One of the fallen riders, Crank BMX coaching. That was Lewis Hughes. Put your hands together for Lewis as he finishes his lap.
See, I didn't see it. And it's an awful place, isn't it? You know, the backside of that cave. See, you can, or you can do it when you know, when you've seen a red flag. What are you doing? I've no idea. No idea.
One of the other fallen riders was Jack Devine. Looks like Jack's up to his feet and walking away, so put your hands together for Jack. While we've got you, we'll update you on some of the results from the World Cup. From the World Cup. Ross ended up in a little bit of trouble on the exit of turn number 1.
Oh, we're talking about the World Cup?
Yeah.
World Cup racing, yeah?
Yeah. Ross ended up on the outside of turn number 1, went over off the track. I'm sure he'll be back for more tomorrow. Beth managed to pick up a podium, which was good to see. Freya unfortunately crashed in her final. And she didn't look so comfortable, so let's hope that she's alright. Adrian Galitis is up to his feet, ladies and gents.
I was about to. Ooh. Was it? Well, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. That working? There we are. I was about to discuss the Formula 1, but I know I get mardy when people do spoilers. I usually wait to get home to watch the highlights, so
I love a spoiler. I spoil it all.
Did he crash then? No, Harry didn't. He was.
I think the other fallen rider might have been Deacon Childs. Put your hands together for Deacon, ladies and gents. He's up to his feet and walking away.
Two of them aren't making the rerun, are they?
Oh, I got Harry Donald. So you got Ethan, I'll get Harry Donald.
Cool.
Sick.
Wicked.
Quarter final number 9 lining up on the gate.
It's got Max Minu's got a Evolve Collective now.
Yeah.
He's had it changed.
Good to Barnsley.
We'll say nothing. That's what you need to say.
What the kids called.
Quarter final number 9. 14-year-olds are lining up on the gate. We've got James Pipe, Jordan Ajiabaid, Adam Arnold, Charlie Craig, Dylan Spence, Mark Torzidlo, Jack Perkins and Ethan Howell. Quarter final number 9, we are resuming racing, ladies and gents. Ethan Howell from the outside of the gate looking to pick up the whole shot into turn number 1. JP Jack Perkins, one rider hits the deck in that first corner, 2 riders down. Let's hope that them guys are alright. One of them was Charlie Craig, the other was Dylan Spence. So you are looking at JP Howell towards Idler, that's your 1, 2, 3. James Pipe is on the bubble in the final qualifying spot as they take it in and out of the final corner. Ethan Howell's just executed a perfect Harlow in the final turn to go from 2 to 1. JP towards Idler, Pipe's going to get the final spot. Put your hands together for Dylan Spence and Charlie Craig, ladies and gents.
Gate drops, quarter-final number 10, Harry Donald, BMX hype, shot out like a cannon, he's getting the lead, but still tyres all leading up behind him as they go in and out of that first turn. Here they come then, Harry Donald in front, who's that in second? Looks like Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Riley Butt, so Butt's in there into the 33 plate and Steele's in four with tyres in there in that fourth spot. So at the moment it's Donald, Butt, Steele, tyres, that's your 1, 2, 3, 4, think that could be Potts in there in 5 as they come in and out of the final turn. But Harry Donald, he's going to take the win. Looks like Butt's going to hold on to 2, Steele's going to get the 3.
Quarter final number 11 is on track. Look at Freddie Parkinson trying to thread the needle in turn number 1. He's worked his way into a 2-spot in behind your national champ. That is James Miller doing it for Crucial Racing. Oh, it got busy in turn number 2. Roland Ells is in there in 3. Who's picking up the final qualifying spot? Sully Collis in there in 4. Under pressure though on the exit of the final turn. That looked like it might have been Jamie Tablanche trying to put the pressure on, but Collis hangs on.
This quarter-final stacked more than Amazon Warehouse as they come down this first straight. Looks like that's Max McNulty, Evolve Collective leading this one out. In there in number 25 though, it's Oliver Arnold. He's in the danger zone, all queuing up behind him. There's 1, 2, 3 riders wide. Looks like Jepson's trying to go round the outside. So Jepson currently in there in 5th. Arnold's in there in 4th. McNulty's leading out. Who's going to get the 4th place? I think it might be Jepson on the line.
15-year-old quarterfinals are on track. Ned Guppy, Absolute Bicycle Motocross, look at as smooth as you like into turn number 2. He's going 1 and 2 with Heath Osborne out of MK. Look at the move from Dexter Beerup trying to make it happen in turn number 2. Ewan Hindley's in there in 3. Geddes, Beerup, that's your battle for the final qualifying spot. Looks like Beerup's throwing in a high-low. He's not got enough left in the tank. Geddes is going to take the final qualifying spot.
Right then, here we go. Quarter 9 of 15, 50th Bartlett Tyres, Eames, Wood, Allison, Shenton, Young. Oh my days, this one's absolutely stacked. In and out that first turn, coming back down towards us. So leading out at the minute, it is Tyres. Tyres in there in the danger zone though. Allison's in now in the mix. Looks like that's Nathan Eames. Daniel Eames in there in 3. Dad's just been commentating on the World Cup as they're coming out. So Eames in there in that 3 spot. Looks like Allison's going to get the 4. He's going to hold on to it. DC Cycles Young. He gets the dreaded 5th.
Quarter final number 15 is let out. Kerry Rayford going 1 and 2 with Big Cotty's worked his way to that 1 spot then for Rab Racing. The 25 played in there in 3. That is Zach Childs out of Royston Rockets who's picking up the final qualifying spot. Looks like Mabo Factory Team UK. Nate Hamilton on the bubble at the moment, but he's under pressure from Maxwell Lawrence down the final straight. Hamilton's going to hang on.
Oh! Right then, quarter-final 16, we've got Jewel Litz, Richard Lawrence in this one, Westmore Dean in the hot shot, leading this one out at the moment though, doing it on the number 8 plate, leading it out, it is Toby Lynch, but in there in number 12, it's Robin Mattern, Alonso, he's tilling in the 4, Stay Strong's Lawrence in there in 3, as they go in and out of the final corner, it's going to be Robert Mattern, Alonso, he's holding on to it, can he hold on to that 4 spot? Yes he can.
When it gets this time of day. Then you read isn't down and all the fucking sheets start getting wet.
Yeah.
And you're like, Anne's giving me the iPads before, I can't get on the iPads.
No.
I think that was Zach Childs that made his way up and off the track. Ladies and gents, put your hands together for Zach.
Yeah, iPads me, non-stop.
The first of the 16-year-old quarterfinals are lining up on the gate.
Come on, Dylan.
That was wicked. Nearly.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I came up here so I could video his starts. He keeps saying his starts are rubbish.
Yeah.
And I've accidentally videoed the whole race in slow-mo, but actually you can see his start now in slow-mo. It wasn't deliberate, but I'm going to say, I did it in slow-mo.
Quarter-final number 17 is to go, the first of the 16-year-olds, and it's Luke Wilcox, Halo Wheels race team, whole shotting in and out of that first corner. Who's there with him? Looks like Oliver James out of fluid pass, come out across, going 2 and 3 with the 23 of Ollie Turblanche, doing it for MK Evolution. That looks like it could be Addison Milburn on the 314 in a qualifying spot inside the top 4. Who's in there in 5? That's Finn Cranage. Got it all to do down the final straight. He's not going to get close enough. It's going to be Milburn hanging on.
Quarter-final number 18, 16-year-olds open. Dylan Powell got in all sorts of trouble coming out the gate. He's currently sitting down there in 6th place, but looted out. Looks like it's Lucas Seeley, the 1, 2, 3, 4. Currently Logan Widdington though, he's in there in 5. Kirky's dad's going to be going absolutely radio rental. Can he hold on to it as he goes in and out of the final corner? So it's Seeley, James, Widdington on there in that 4. Yes, he can. He's going to take the 4.
Quarter-final number 19 is a go. Where's Cooper McCrum? He's on the outside heading into that first corner. Who's there with him? Henry Radcliffe picks up the whole shot and leads out the quarter-final. McCrum's in there at about 4 at the moment, having a good old scrap with the 273 plate of Henry Shear. So it is looking good for Radcliffe and Green Machines. Ollie Kirby, that's your 1 and 2. Jack Davies in 3. McCrum's in 4. Looking good to take it through as it stands. Last straight action. Radcliffe looking good. Davies worked his way into 2. Kirby, McCrum 3 and 4.
Quarter-final number 20. We got Boone, Jamira, Maitland in this one. Mason's in it too. Where's Dan Mason? He's currently sitting in there now, that 5 spot. In and out the first berm. Here we go. Number 11 leading at 38. But currently it's Taylor. Taylor in the danger zone, being chased down by Mason. Has Mason got anything left in the tank as they go down? Oh, the wind seems to catch him a little bit there, but Mason's still all over the back wheel of Taylor. Taylor's holding on for dear life. Here comes Mason. He's going to push it to Taylor's got it. Mason takes the 5.
17 and 29-year-old cruisers are on track. Alex Brooks going 1 and 2 with the 7 of Theo Purpose to bring it into the second corner. Rab Racing TM looking good at the moment then. Who's picking up the 3? Looks like Luca Manzi. DC Cycles, Matt McHugh on the bubble in 4. Looking to take the final qualifying spot as he enters the final straight. Brooks, Pope, Manzi, McHugh in that order.
Quarter-final number 2, Rocky O'Brien on track. Stanley Palmer's in the mix as well. Here comes Jack Mowat into that first corner. Oh, they're banging bows in and out the first turn, but Rocky O'Brien leading this one out at the moment, all over his back wheel though. It looks like Joe Wilbridge in there in 3. Here comes, looks like that is Zach Green. Zach Green's on the bubble, so Walgreens and Green, there you're 3 and 4. Oh, massive move there by Palmer on Rocky O'Brien. Rocky O'Brien right on the edge of the season, on the edge of the track. Walbridge gets to 3. Green gets to 4.
Third of the 17 to 29-year-old quarterfinals for the cruisers, and it's Dan Wilson waging war on his 24. European number 7 leading out this quarterfinal at the moment. He's going 1 and 2 with Arness and wanted to bring it into turn number 2. The 13 is Connor Blythe in there in that 3 spot. Who's picking up the 4? Looks like Kean Brown. He's being chased down there by Niall Moss out of Fast Signatures here on his home track at Gosport. Has he got enough left for Brown for a high-low? He's thrown it under. Can he make his stick? Drag race. Moss is going to go through in that final qualifying spot.
Right, looks like Charlie Roy gets the whole shot in quarter-final 24. Casey's there. Harry Dean's currently sitting in number 3. I've just got that Harry Dean's number is 4X, and he's literally leading the seniors in 4 cross nationals at the minute, but he's currently on the bubble. So it's Harry Dean. Zachary Tears in there in 5. Can Tears do anything as he comes in and out of the final straight? So it's Roy, Case, that's you 1 and 2. Here comes Harry Dean. Harry Dean's put a bit of the gap. He's going to get you 4.
8-year-old quarterfinals hit the track. Check out the pedaling little guys. Headed for turn number 1. Eels on the inside. He's going to pick up the whole shot. Your British champ leads it out from Shelby Yates. Eels, Yates, that's the 1 and 2 who's picking up the 3. It looks like we've got Leon Kazoziak out of the Brunty Massive. That's Lewin Jamiro in there in 4. He's being hunted down like prey though. Will Beckett, he's on the bubble in 5. He's got a bit of work to do at the moment if he wants to catch the Rab Racing rider in 4. Last turn action. Eels, Yates, them 2 little lads rides have checked out from the pack and going to take it through to the semi-finals. Who's going to get the final 2 spots? It's going to be Jamira and Kazoziak.
Quarter-final number 26. It's the second one for the male 8s. We've got King, Slater, Taylor, Blundell. Jax Bradley's in this one. Where's Jack Braxley going to be coming out doing it for Rusty Nut Racing as they come in and out that first turn, but leading out at the moment for Gosport BMX Club. Looks like that's Arthur Kinge. Kinge leading out currently in the danger zone. John L. Bundle's in the danger zone. So moving up, it's got King, Slater, Taylor, Blundell's in there in number 4. Where's Jax Bradley? Is he going to be able to do anything as he comes in and out of the final corner? So leading this one out, doing it for Gosport, it's going to be Arthur Kinge. Taylor's going to get the 2. Blundell's going to get the 4.
Oliver Bridle and Isaac Tomlinson were exchanging bows down their first straight, and they're going to go 1 and 2 in the third of the 8-year-old quarterfinals. And who's picking up the 3 in behind the pair of them? It's going to be the 925 Eddie Brown on his home track here at Gosport. He's being chased on the exit of turn number 2. That is Bristol's Ronnie Hill on the 665, but they're queuing up behind him like a chippy tea on a Friday night, ducking and diving in the final turn. That was Peckham BMX's Alexander French. Didn't quite make his stick, so it is going to be Bristol's Ronnie Hill with a final qualifying spot.
Did you say Chippy T? I was almost on my bike myself then. So Chippy T, we got more quarterfinal. Oh, we got a rider down. Looks. Think that was, not sure who that was, Bournemouth rider, Marpy Dosey and Bradley in and out the first corner. Ruben Lamb, we got Roberts Catkins in this one, so leading out at the moment. So where's Robert Catkins? He's currently sitting in that 6th spot. So it's Ruben Lamb, Oons, Josie and Black. Catkins is slipped back into 6 as they go in and out of the final corner. Ruben Lamb got the job done from the offset. He's going to take the win. Not quite sure who picked up that 4th place in the melee on that first straight.
Quarter final number 29 is a go. These are your 9-year-old boys. Archie Fisher, your British champion, he's going to pick it up on the inside into turn number 1. Fisher, whole shots going 1 and 2 with Connor Grant out of the Brunty Massive. Who's in there in 3? That looks like Cooper Crowley. So that's your front 3 as it stands as they bring it into turn number 2. Who's in the 4th qualifying spot? The 201 of Dougie Campbell. Cardiff BMX Club. He's looking to take it through to a semi-final at the moment, but there's 3 riders there neck and neck as they bring it through the 3rd straight in behind him. In and out they go, and down the final straight the Brunty crew have come a little bit unstuck. That's Crowley under pressure. Who's going to pick it up as they take it down to the line? I think that might have been Henry Bragg.
Here, quarterfinal number 3, males 9. We got Brunette, Gorman, Assetto, Lewis Fields. Lewis Fields there going for gate number 1. Slipped back a little bit, but leading out at the minute it's Brunette, but in there in that 3rd spot looks like it's Bartolino and Assetto. Setto suddenly in there. Oh, we've got riders down. Looks like that was Lewis Field, managed to avoid it going through. He's going to pick up that 3 spot. Now he's going down. It's anybody's as we go in and out the final corner. I think that might have been Assetto that hit the deck.
That was a close one. 9-year-old boys are going for the 3rd quarter final. That looks like Joey Clayton on the inside charging for the 1st corner. He's looking for a whole shot, and I think he's found it. Yes, he has. Who's there with him? Looks like Pro Star BMX have got Rapid, Roman, Birdfield in that 2 spot, but he's under all sorts of pressure as they bring it into turn number 2. The 334 is Charlie Crossley doing it for Tiverton, and that looks like it could be the 042 of Ruari Kempsford. He's inside the top 4 and looking to qualify for the semi-finals. Last straight action. Claydon looking good to pick up the win. Rapid Roman for 2. It is going to be Crossley and Kempsford taking it through.
20 quarter final 32. Archie Walsgrave got an absolute blinder, but it was only matched by Oliver Pritchard. Pritchard's got into that 1st spot. Where's Walsgrave now? He's been pushed back. No, Walsgrave, sorry. He's leading out for DC Cycles. Ruby Pleasant-Ford in there in 2. Currently in 3 is the Cardiff rider. So Pritchard's now in the danger zone, sitting in 4. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 riders queuing up behind him, literally bar to bar as they come in and out of the final turn. So leading out is going to be Pleasant-Ford. He's going to take the win. Walsgrave's going to get the 2, and I think Pritchard just holds on for the 4.
Big Hen Sullivan on track. Crucial racing, last year's national champion. He's going 1 and 2 with the 12 plate of Never Northcott out of Reactive Racing. That looks like MK Evolution's Charlie Blakeburn inside the top 3. Who's in 4? That's got to be Ruston Racing. That's Elliot Hatch. He's looking to take it through to a semi-final. No questions asked of Big Hens though. He's going to pick up the win.
Right, gate drops, Antep Perembi's in this one. Here we go, Ethan White, Seb Perry, Zappininas and challenger Seth Robinson doing it for Bruntwood BMX into that first corner. Oh, Brentwood, he gets the whole shot in and out the first turn. Where's Seth Perry as they come down that second straight? So Perembi leading this one out. Perry's in there. Oh, Perry's got pushed up into that 4th place. Derby rider Alex Vitals got the elbows out, made the move stick. Currently, so it's Perembi, White, Vitals and Perry. Perry slings it round the outside. Oh, they're making challenges, but what a last corner from Seb Perry to hold on to that 4th spot.
Quarter-final number 35 is on track. The easier 10-year-olds led out by Oakley Hill for LCC race team. Who's picking up the 2? Looks like that could be Oscar Marco out of the DC Cycles crew. Moves are being made into number 2. It looks like 2 fluent riders are on the bubble at the moment. Josh Bird, Gilbert and Avis. That's going to be your 3 and 4 at the moment. Avis is in there in 3. Gilbert's in there in 4, but they're under pressure as Joel Pritchard looks to come back at them down the final straight. Pritchard's not got enough time and room left.
Alfie Thorne gets first pick, but chooses not to go into gate number 1. Where is Alfie Vaughan, Gawan, Wood, Tivol, Zulkner and Leo Brits in this one. So in and out that first corner, coming down this second straight, bar to bar action. There it is, Alfie Vaughan leading this one out, being chased down though, but currently in the danger zone. Looks like it is Can Gawan in there too. It's Can Gawan leading this into that 4th spot, but Alfie Vaughan still leading out. So it's Thorne, Wood, that's your 1 and 2, but Gawan's in there in 3 at the moment. Slip back to 4, in and out the final corner. He's going to hold on to it. It's a big push over the line. Kawan's going to get that 4th spot.
11-year-old quarterfinals hit the track, and that looks like Ethan Shaw, Pro Star BMX, leading out the first of the 11-year-old quarterfinals, going 1 and 2 with the British champion from last year. So the 1 and the 0-1, Shaw, Dowson, that's the order as it stands. Who's picking up 3? That's Jesse Rose out of the northeast. He's being chased down though by Derby BMX's Seb Staines. Staines is having an absolutely cracking season so far, and he's looking to put his bike into a semi-final, and he's going to get it as he brings it across the line in 4.
Quarterfinal 38 males 11s, but leading out front it's the female rider Betty Wills doing it for Pro Start BMX. In and out of that first turn, Donaldson, Byrne, Haynes is in. Where's Jack Haynes? He's currently in there in 3, but chasing down is Ollie Bird. So Bird's in there in 3. Here for Allen's Factory Racing as they go in and out of the final turn. So it is Jack Haynes. So Wills, Donaldson, Haynes, Bird. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4. Haynes is still in there in 3. Birds is in there in 4. There's a late charge coming on though, but Bird holds on to it.
Next up on track, quarterfinal number 39.
Oh yeah.
11-year-old action.
What number's the rerun?
In and out of turn number 1. That's got to be Aidan Baptiste. Check this guy out from Pekka BMX. He's going 1 and 2 with Tobias Groves out of SVT Mongoose. Radco Racing have got Seth Kacharik in there in 3. Who's picking up the final qualifying spot? That's Reactive Racing's George Spencer. Spencer in and out of the final turn, being chased down by Jewis out of Fast Signatures. Jewis isn't going to get close enough. It's going to be George Spencer in 4.
There's James Bibby.
This is the rerun, ladies and gents, on track. Looking like we've got James Bibby and Leo Rowlands headed for turn number 1. Bibby, Rowlands, that's your 1 and 2. Who's picking up the 3rd qualifying spot? That's gonna be Fast Signatures. That's the 13 of Harry Swales. He's under pressure though. Here comes Cotton. Carton's getting involved, but he's just at that final qualifying spot, nicked off him by the rider in the Colombian jersey, heading in and out of the final corner. Bibby, Roland, Swales, that's your 1, 2, 3. Carton's going to be the unlucky rider in 5.
I think this is quarter-final number 40, if I'm not mistaken. Giles, Ford, Lewis, Field, Sheriff, Johnson, Kitchen in this one. As they go down this second straight, he'll lead out front. It's your WA. It's going to be Giles being chased down by the 4-plate of Rex 4. Currently, though, in the danger zone. Charlie Sheriff, can he do anything? Charlie Sheriff trying to move his way back up, chasing down Jack Kitchen. Kitchen's in there in 4. Here comes Charlie Sheriff as he comes in and out of the final corner. So it's going to be Giles and Ford. Lewis Fields in there as well, but Jack Fields, Charlie Sheriff's going to hold. He's going to get the dreaded 5th.
Quarter-final number 41 is on track. These year 12-year-olds battling it out for a place in the semi-finals. As we progress on this afternoon, you're looking at Finn Munro and the land shot, Ronnie Wood in and out of turn number 2. That's your front 2 riders. Joey McAvoy is in there in 3. PRE Racing in 4. That is Mac Finley out of Bristol Jets BMX Club. He's looking to pick up that final qualifying spot. On the exit of turn number 3, it's Munro, Wood, McAvoy. Finley's going to pick it up on the line.
Quarter-final 42, male 12s leading out front. Comer Hemphill, sorted race gear, doing it with the British champion plate. Number 7 leading there. It looks like that is Edward Corby, but Oliver Richards in the danger zone in a minute. But here comes Staystrong's rider, Rich Beasley. So Beasley in there in 5 at the moment, going into the final corner. Oh, Rich Beasley makes a move. He goes from 5 to 3 in the final corner. I think that pushes back Oliver Richards. How's he going to get to the line?
More 12-year-old quarter-final action coming your way, ladies and gents, in and out of turn number 1. That looks like Benny Jackson chasing down the Powermeister, Preston Newmarsh Pow. Heading into that second corner, they go. The 6-plate in there in 3. Evolve Collective have got a couple of riders picking it up at the moment. Freddie Ray Orland is in 3. BMX with a photography have got Murray Watson inside the top 4, but he's under pressure. Seb Hewitt, Pro Star BMX, looks for a high-low. It's going to be Pow, Jackson, Orland. Who's going to get the final spot? It was Watson.
Ray, yeah? That was just the agent 44, yeah?
Sorry, my sheet's got mixed up there with the rerun. So quarter-final 44, we've got Clayton Jones, Gordon. Where's Teddy Jones in this one? Oh, it's bar to bar in that first corner. Anyhow, it looks like we've got Sean Lowe. So Lowe's currently in there in 3, being chased down, but looks like Southart and Teddy Jones. Where's BMX? Teddy Jones in, he goes in and out the final corner. Looks like that's Teddy in there in 5 at the moment. He's going to get the dreaded 5th.
17 to 18-year-olds are on track for their quarterfinals, and it's Henry here, absolute bicycle motocross, as smooth as you like, in and out of turn number 2, and he's left the rest of the pack. 0-1 Racing's Jack Clark is in there in 2. Fast Signatures in 3. That's going to be Stanley Palmer in and out of the final corner. Lewis Collins, Nemo, he's looking to pick up that final qualifying spot as to bring it down to the line. He's going to hang on.
Fair play, John O'Halloran's back in the mix again as he's double biking on the 20 now. We've got Townsend Cook, Stanbury and Eli Smith in this one out. Where's Tommy Hallerton as he goes into that first corner, in and out the first turn? So where is John O'Halloran as he comes down this second straight? So leading it out at the moment, John O'Halloran is currently in there in 4, but leading it out it is the 33 McCallum, I think, leading it out, chasing him down. Eli Smith, sorry, he's leading out at the moment. Samson Townsend in the mix as well, with John O'Halloran currently holding on for dear life in 4 spot, but he might push for 3.
Out on track then, that looked like Malachi Peckham BMX's Malachi Price, who got a blinding gate in the penultimate quarterfinal here around number 5 of the National Series. Who's there with him? Nathan Baratta picking it up as he come on round. Kai Blaine's in there in 4. Who's the rider in 3? Looks like that could be Malachi O'Reilly in and out of the final turn. O'Reilly looking to run out the top 3 spots, going 3 and 4 with the 7X of Blaine.
Last quarter-final, 17-18, quarter-final 48. We've got Burgess, Collins, Fawcett, Coppins in this one as well. So is Charlie Granger as they come down it. So leading that hard knot spot, it looks like that's Fawcett. In there though, number 15, there is Burgess. Burgess in the danger zone at the minute, being hunted down as we speak into that final corner. So it's going to be Fawcett, Burgess. So Fawcett, Collins, Coppin, Burgess. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4.
We are going to have a 10-minute break, ladies and gents.
Gate drops at 10 past 5.
10 past 5, the gate will drop according to Mr. Simon Cope. So make sure you are in the pens in the next 5 minutes, ready and waiting for your semi-finals, please, ladies and gents. Thank you very much.
That was rapid, wasn't it?
Their presentation will be taking place after each of their finals at the bottom, behind the second turn near the pre-staging area. So presentations for medals will be done as soon as their race is finished. So for example, 6 and unders, their medal presentation will happen as soon as they have finished their race. Please make sure you bear that in mind. Thank you. 9 to 12-year-old semi-finals hit the track. We are a go. Who's going to pick up the whole shot? Leo Bradley on the inside, heading for turn number 1. Bradley leads it out. Who's there with him? Looks like we've got the rider out of Burnham BMX. That's Arlo Steinmetz doing it on the 11 plate, going 2 and 3 with a 4.79. Of Edward Worrell out of T-Beer, who's picking up the 4. That looks like Jack Swales, your European number 7, doing it for Fast Signatures race team. In and out of the final corner, Bradley, Steinmetz, that's your 1 and 2. Swales has worked his way into 3. Who's going to get the final qualified spot? It's tied the line. Oh, it looked like it might have been Rory Smythe out of Gosport.
Semi-final number 2, Charlie Dowsing shot out the cannon. He's there in number 1, being chased down by Rocket Westwood in there in number 2. Oh, we got the Bruntwood rider. He's Seth Robinson in there in 4 at the minute. Looks like that could be Freddie Rolsh in there in 6 at the moment. But Seth Robinson holding on to 4, but coming around the outside. We've got a drag race going on. So it's Charlie Dowsing, Rocco Edward. Looks like Robinson. He slipped from 4 to 5 on the line.
13 to 14-year-old cruisers are on track. Look at these guys go. Benny Marco, Dylan Spence, that's your 1 and 2. Oliver Arnold's up to 3, who's picking up the 4. Ben's T-Ball Kiss has made a move, sticking to number 2, and that's shuffled Huey Hall back to 5. So it's Kiss on the bubble in 4, into the top final turn and back out again. Has Hall got enough left for Kiss down the final straight? Marco, Spence, Arnold, Kiss, 1 through 4.
Right then, sorry, semi-final number 4. I was getting far too distracted then. See where my riders were. Murphy, Harding, Cooper, Fordham's in the mix. Is this one leading out at the minute? So in there in 5:22, it is Zavi Foxer Cooper. But breathing down his neck is Big Finley Murphy. Has he got anything left in the tank as he goes into the final corner? So it is Fox, Cooper and Murphy. They're going to go bar to bar. Here comes Murphy. Can he do anything coming to the line? No, he can't. He goes out. Fox Cooper gets the 4.
15, 16-year-old cruisers are going in and out of turn number 1. Rab Racing leading the way from Fast Signatures. That's going to be Big Cotty going 1 and 2 with Ronnie Richards into this second corner. Where's Robin Matter? Alonso is working his way around the outside of one of the Harding brothers. That was Hadley just being shuffled back to 5. Todd Smith Notman's in there in 3. Last turn action. Big Cotty, Richards. That's your 1 and 2. Who's going to get 3 and 4 down the final straight? Notman and Alonso.
Right, there's semi-final number 6, 15, 16, Cruiser, McCrum, Sim, Wood, Hindley, Surridge in this one. Where is Mark Surridge? He's currently sitting there in number 5 as they jump into that first gun. So, lead out, it's number 9. Number 9's in the day, Sim, Alfie Sims in there for. Here comes Max Surridge, but leading out at the moment, looks like it's Dylan Slater and Logan Young. Oh, somebody slung it up the inside. So, Surridge, he's got a bit to do as he comes down this final corner. Can he hold on to it? I think Sims is going to get it. Surridge, oh, it was on the line. Not quite sure.
Semi-final number 7, the 30 plus women's cruisers are a go. One of the most competitive race groups you will find at the track today. One rider hits the deck. I think that might have been Lee Pendleton. Let's hope that she's okay. SJN, Michelle Stupple, W3, W5. That's the 1 and 2 as it stands. Where is Becca Goal? She's in there in 3. Aboard that 3 bike rep in the absolute bicycle motocross colours. Nikki Sitch is in 4 on the bubble at the moment. Who's on the cusp in 5? That looks like Nicola Wheeler out of MK Evolution, looking to make it happen down the final straight. Sitch, Wheeler, drag racing down to the line. Who's going to get the final qualifiers? Whoa! Transponders of Terror, do your thing.
Got too excited, didn't he, at the start? I'm not getting involved.
Here we go, it's Photo 1!
I'll bring the hype, mate. You're bringing the hype tomorrow.
We all need a one, yeah?
Yeah. Oh, right. And because of that, you'll ride for sure. Yeah. Is this not looking particularly good? He's put about 4 stones on. He's at the back.
Stretched into a medium jersey.
Sure. What are you doing anyway?
an hour break between. No, it was in quarters. I was
When
like,
did you?
no, I've got 2 finals tonight. I mean, is everyone booked up? Yeah, I think so. Tuesday. We talk about your ice cream. The ice cream sale, yeah, because we shut down on Facebook when we kept doing Tuesday. By the way, there's no point hiding that. Did you see my text? No, I've not seen it. It picks it up on that.
Oh, does it?
Yeah. It's only because I've been watching the last beat. I figured it out when I was like, what have we been saying? Yeah. Oh, who's that? Oh, yeah.
Is that what he said?
Fair enough. What? Yeah. On first grade. Good job, boss.
He's not. Have you not, Dave? Have you not got a white top? Should we wear white tomorrow? It's better if you was in white all weekend, wouldn't it?
Yeah, put it in the suit.
What?
You alright? Are you done?
That's a better accent than yours,
He's more Scottish than me.
No, I've got changed because your break was so long. I thought, do you know what? I'll do my finals as a new day.
Yeah, it was ridiculous that was, guys. We were all sat up here, but what's better?
Oh, I was here.
Don't be doing that on a Sunday.
Yeah. Then again, he's got to go back, hasn't he?
The big brush is coming out on the Sunday.
Have you booked Monday off? Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah, so we're half an hour break tomorrow and all there. Brilliant. Cheers, Des.
So that's when tomorrow night at about 7 o'clock when everybody's going, oh well, that's fine guys, I've booked a hotel halfway home. You threw on both bikes?
Oh, never.
See,
Have a day off.
Well, I don't know.
You've been training?
Have a good day.
He's at the back of the fucking cruiser doing sprints.
I drive a bike once a week.
You've been doing sprints?
That is pretty true. Most
I'll
of his
do that,
life
sure.
is on Instagram. Did you get my message from Claire?
Yeah, maybe. You know, did you see my post ages ago? Like, you know, whenever we go to Scotland, everyone takes a picture of the Scottish flag.
Yeah, did he not do it?
He's the England one.
So Claire took it. I put it on socials and everything. No fucking, we would get disowned by most of our clan. What are you doing putting that picture up there? You'll be up in the high court. You're up in the high court.
In and out of this place. Oh no.
Oh, here comes trouble.
Can you stitch up what's going on?
So,
You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on fire. You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on fire. You set my soul on fire.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the gate. Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the gate. Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the gate. Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the gate. Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
In there in 3, currently in there in 4, it's the 6 plate of Rob Harris, but Grant Yerby's chasing him down, so Harry's in Yerby, there you're 4 and 5 at the moment, but out front at the moment looks like it's Dylan Dixon doing it for whole shot, so Dixon and Eaton, there's your 1 and 2, here comes Smith in there in 3, think that might be Grant Yerby, picks up the 4. Let's hear it for Joel Marston there, picks himself up.
That win now.
50 to 54-year-old Cruiser Bruisers hit the track for their first semi-final. Where's Mr. Sill? Matt Barnard looking for the whole shot into turn number 1, and he's found it. So Barnard leads it out. Who's there with him? Looks like we've got an SVT rider. That's Hassel Adam Mongoose. He's got the BMX Kevin Bacon, that is Daz O'Brien in there in 3, trying to work his way into a top 2 spot. Where's Gaz Carver? What a palaver. He's in 4 at the minute, but he's under all sorts of pressure on the exit of turn number 3. Lil Carty's looking to put the pressure on through the final straight. It's going to be Carty for Rab Racing.
Semi-final number 16, Alan Hill leading this one out there. Peter Butler going round the outside, slotting into that 2 spot. Looks like that's Archibald in there. So Archibald in there in 2, Butler in 3. But at the moment, looks like that. out the final corner, but leading it out, it's going to be Alan Hill's going to take the win. Butler's going to get the 2. So Archibald's going to get the 2. Butler's going to get the 3. And I think Tim Porter holds on for the 4.
55 plus cruisers hit the track. Check out Astar Racing out of the inside. Stu Campbell, he's going to pick up the whole shot into turn number 1. That looks like the motor rock going around the outside of Dave Lindsay in the first corner. So it is looking good for Campbell. 1, Reed 2, who's picking up the 3. Lindsay's just been shuffled back another spot as Stupple's worked his way underneath in turn number 2. Stupple in 3 then, Lindsay's in 4. That looks like Keith Brown in 5. Out of team mind, he's got it all to do on the exit of the final corner. It is Campbell, Astar Racing, the McRock for 2, Stupple, Lindsay in that order.
Right then, the gate drops on semi-final number 18. We got Archibald in this one, Stephen Nottingham getting squished out, slipping into that 2 spot. Wilkinson, Featherstone, Jonas Charlesworth going in and out that first corner. So in coming down, looks like that's Brett Archibald doing it for BMX Widow Photography, being chased down there by the number 11 plate. But in there, that's 24. Tim Drew's in the danger zone. Drew's being chased down though. Can he hold on to it? Archibald's leading out, so it's Archibald, Notman, that's you 1 and 2 into the final corner. Drew forced to go defensive, holding on for his dear life as they come down this final straight. Archibald's going to get it, Notman's going to get the 2, 3, Tim Drew gets the 4.
Semi-final number 19 sees the 7-year-olds charging for turn number 1, and that is Jack Bairn, your British champion, flew past motocross looking to pick up the whole shot, and I think he's managed it. In and out of that first corner they go. Bairn out front, who's there with him in 2? Looks like it could be the rider out of Gosport. That is of course Oliver Savage on the 033. He's being chased down by the 701 of Jackson May out of Sinead's Reed Academy. Who's picking up the 4? Albie Howe on the 885. He's under all sorts of pressure though, because they're queuing up behind him heading for the final turn. Howe on the inside, can he make it happen? Down the final straight, Ben looking good. Who's going to get the 2? Savage, Mays in 3. Who's in 4? Looking like that might have been stolen away by Teddy Fountain.
Semi-final number 2 shall be Rustin Dyke, Luke Barron's in this one. Luke Barron doesn't get a great one, slips back into that 2 spot, but leading out at the moment it's the Jensen Dyke in there though, doing it for Bristol BMX Club. It is Ronnie Hill in there in that 5 spot at the moment. Can he turn that 5 into a 4? Sorry, Leon Zulka in there in 5. Sorry, looking at the wrong sheet. So it is Dyke, Barron 1 and 2. Looks like that's Mitchell Moore in there in 4. But Dyke, there's a ride, he slips a pedal. Think that might have been Leon Zukin.
Sorry, mate. 8-year-old semi-finals are on track, led away by Shelby 8, the YouTube sensation. He's currently going 1 and 2 with the rider out of the 821, that is out of Preston. Oh, it's all happening in turn number 2. Bridle's hit the deck. He's been swallowed up with Ruben Lamb. Lamb's back up to his feet, so's Bridle. So that's shaking things right up. Yates is out front. Who's there with him? Tomlinson's in 3. The 2 spot's got to be Eddie Brown out of Gosport. Louis Jamira, he's on the bubble in 4. Can he hang on? I think he will and take it across the line.
We've got some local heroes in this one. We've got Eels, Queens, Bomlow. As they go down this first straight, Harry Taylor getting in the mix as well. Looks like that is Arthur Kings. Kings going to slip back from 1 to 3 in the first corner, but that looks like Jasper Eels leading this one out. So Eels taking the lead as he comes down this second straight, holding on to that first go. It is into this first corner. Looks like it's, Bromlow. So it's Bromlow. Eels is in there in 3. Currently in the danger zone is Arthur Cringe as they go down this third straight. In and out of the final corner. Riders going defensive. We've got 2 riders wide. That looks like Jasper Eels going around the outside as he absolutely rails the berm. So Eels gets into that first place. Bromlow slips back to 3. I think Arthur Cringe is going to get the 4.
Peter Bunching is absolutely charging in the first of the 9-year-old semi-finals, but he's being chased down by Joey Claydon for PCR and Exeter. Where's Conor Grant? Moves are being made in turn number 2. Oscar rather fast, threw it under and worked his way into 4, but Logan Aceto is not done yet, and they were banging bows through the third straight. Rather fast throws it under again in the final turn. Bunchik, Claydon, Grant, that's your 1, 2, 3. Aceto's going to round out the top 4.
Semi-final 24, male 9, Roman Bearfield had an absolutely mare there, but he slings it up the inside. Can he recover going into turn 1? Archie Fisher leading this one out. Looks like Yassi DC Right Cycles. Pleasance Falls in there, but currently in the danger zone. Here comes Roman Bearfield. Walsgrove's in there in 5. Burskroves and Walsgrove, they're battling for 5, moving up to that 4 spot. Looks like that's Lewis Fields in there in 4. So it's Lewis Field. Oh, Bearfield goes round the outside. What an excellent straight. Bearfield lit up that third straight. Goes from 5 to 4. And he's going to get the A final.
9-year-old girls on track for the first of their semi-finals, and you're looking at Tilly Hewitt Pro Star BMX leading the pack out, going to 1 and 2 with Abigail heading out of BM Racing as they're bringing it to the second corner, the 700 plate in 3. That's Isabella Henry. She's being chased down there by Susie Wyatt. Wyatt's inside the top 4. Who's putting the pressure on front 5? That's Freya Forrest and a Rustin up Racing. Wyatt though looking good and on the bubble at the moment, in and out of the final turn. Wyatt, Forrest looking for a last-ditch attempt through the final straight. Can she get close enough? Wyatt's going to hang on.
Right then, Antep Perembry on track, semi-final 27. Sorry, female semi-final 26. Oris Lewis pins and bind. Where's Flip Brental? She's in there in 4. Luciana pins and Barons chasing it down. Her dad Wan's going to be going absolutely mental as they go down this third straight. In and out the final corner. Looks like that's Maggie Devine in the mix there as well. So at the moment, leading it out at the minute. Looks like that's Mabel Pine. She's going to take the win. Flip Brental though holding on to that 4th spot. She's going to get the 4th.
Antec Peremni, your world number 3, in and out of turn number 1. He's being chased down by Alex Vitos, looking to put the pressure on into turn number 2. Alex Vitos hasn't had the best of days. A crash earlier on a slip pedal, but he's showing us what he can do up there in that 2 spot at the moment. That looks like Oakley Hill in there for 3. Who's picking up the 4? That's the 0-1. Ethan, the Great White. Moto 1 and Muck-Off race team. Last straight action is under pressure from Gilbert. Out of Fluent. Gilbert putting the pressure onto the line. Not quite close enough.
Right then, semi-final 28, males 10. Where's Alfie Thorne going to that first corner? Looks like that's Henry Sullivan. He's going to get the whole shot. Thorne's in there in 2 as they go in and out that first turn. So it's Sullivan and Thorne 1 and 2. Where's Blakeburn and Hatch? Leo Britt's getting in the mix as he goes into this next one in the danger zone. It's the number 10, Callum Wood, being chased down by Charlie Blakeburn. So Wood and Blakeburn, they're 4 and 5 at the minute. But at the moment, Henry Sullivan, he's checked out and gone. Soon behind, it's Alfie Thorne in there in 2. So it's Sullivan and Thorne. That's you 1 and 2. Who's going to get it between Wood and Blakeburn? I think Wood's just going to hold on to it.
We're ready to resume racing. 11-year-old boys lining up on the gate for their semi-finals. Eleven-year-old semi-finals are a go. Betty Wills has had the squeeze down the hill, and she's in there in about 4 and 5 heading into the first turn. Looks like Ada Baptiste, no questions asked of him as he goes in and out of that first corner. Baptiste going to 1 and 2 with what looks like Green Machines. Arthur Donaldson, who's the 13 plate, picking up the 3. That's Tobias Groves. Wills is in there in 5. She's currently chasing down the rider out of team here. That's got to be Oakley Lewis Field, hanging on to the final qualifying spot, but Wills has thrown it under. Drag race down the final straight. Wills looking to do all she can, not quite close enough.
They're the 11-year-old boys semi-finalists to go in and out the first corner. That looks like Ethan Shaw leading this one out. Chased down by Sorties Race Gear. Looks like that's Charles in there. Currently in number 4 though. There's Rex Ford in the danger zone. Charlie Dowson has anything left in the tank as he's stuck there in 6 as he comes down that third straight. In and out the final corner. Ethan Shaw, Giles, that's you 1 and 2. Rex Ford, where's Seth Kacharik? Seth Kacharik's in there in 3. And he looks like he's going to get it. Ford leaves out.
12-year-old semi-finals on track, led away by the 3-plater Finn Munro. Allen's Factory Supercross, he's going 1 and 2 with the 14-plate of Arthur Clayton, doing it for PCR. And Exeter Edward Corder, he's up to 3. Look at the move that came in turn number 2. That looked like Beasley throwing it under and making it stick. Beasley's up to 4 then, but he's got Benny Jackson, a former world finalist, twice on the bounce, looking to pick up a top 4 spot through the final straight. Jackson and Beasley to the line.
This semi-final's absolutely massive. Male twins. We got Hemphill, the Powmeister, Wood and Orland all in this one. Where's Murray Rotson as they come in and out the first corner, and Killen Gordon in it, look, leading it out. It's the sorted BMX rider, but currently Woody's rider down. That looked like Sean Lowe tried to go outside of Freddie Ray Orland, but Freddie Ray Orland stayed strong. He's currently in that 5 spot. Now he's making a move. Can he Freddie Ray recover? He's going to go to the line, but I think Ronnie Wood just takes it. Freddie Ray Orland, though, what a lap.
Man, I've got a bit of water here. It's all right. I'm trying to bring the tempo down, but it's hard, isn't it? I'm trying to bring the tempo down, but save it for the finals.
12-year-old girls hit the track, headed for turn number 1 for this semi-finals. Trixie Trace has just been shot out of a cannon, and she's going to hold shot into that first corner. Who's there with her? Oh, it looks like we've got a rider out of MCR LEB, being chased out by Hard Knocks Bike Coaching's Maisie Egan, heading in towards this second turn. Richardson's in there in 4. She's being chased down though on the exit of this second turn. That's April Wood out of Bournemouth BMX Club, heading towards the final turn. In and out they go, led away by Trace. Trace beat Egan, Richardson, that's your 1, 2, 3 and 4. Here we go through the final straight. Has Dudley got enough left in the tank? I don't think she has.
Female 12s on track, Underhill, Montefiore and France Brotherton into this first corner, leading it out. That's your number 6, but currently, the number 28 of France went up to the put top. So France Brotherton getting the move done on Jamie Puddock as he go into that turn number 2, but leading out at the moment, it is Freya Montford, sorted race gear. She's in the number 1, so Freya Motherton, France Brotherton's in there in 4 though. Brotherton's going to take the win. Brotherton's going to get the 4.
13-year-old semi-finals are on track. Look at Ronnie Payne. This lad is absolutely flying today. He's worked his way into that 1 spot just in front of James Bibby and the world number 3 of Leo Rowlands. Maybo Factory Team UK got a couple of riders inside the top 4. Accompanying Rowlands is Everly in and out of that final turn. Then Payne, Bibby, that's your 1 and 2. Rowlands is going to round out the top 3. Everly's going to take the 4.
Gay drop for semi-final
37.
Oh shit.
They've just switched it.
Have they?
Yeah.
Sorry, the common sense keeps us on toes. Obviously, it's been a bit of an issue. We've got to switch to Tony Tom with 37. Fawcett brought Hilda Bishop in this one. Who's in there in that 4 spot? It's the 19. Being chased down by Amelia Martin. So 19, Millie Poppy Bishop, she's in there in 4. Amelia Martin's in there in 5 as they go in and out the final turn. Leading it out though, looks like that is Brooke Fawcett. She's going to take the win, and I think Poppy Bishop gets the 4.
What are we going to now? We're just missing that one, yeah?
Yeah, for the time being.
Cool. We're going to do it. So it's 36, was it, that we missed?
With that brush action, there's a job at the council waiting for you.
That's it then. As long as someone did.
Semi-final number 38 is a go. These are your 13-year-old girls. It looks like Freya Harris, your world number 7, is going to hold shot into turn number 1. Harris leads it out. Who's there with us? Samaya Hughes has made a move in turn number 1 and made his stick. She's now in there in 2, being chased down by the 8 plate of Elsie Blight out of Absolute. Looks like the 3 is Grace Gerard. She's worked her way into a top 4 spot, being chased down by Paige Cathcart Cunnison as they take it into the final turn. Harries has run away with this semi-final. Harries, Hughes, Blight, 1, 2, 3, Gerard in for 4.
Open 14 category. James Miller gets a good shoulder shot as he goes out of it, but it looks like that's JP Jack Perkins in the leading at the moment, but James Miller slipped back to 2. Harry Donald's currently in there in 4, being chased down by, I think that's Harry Tyres in there in 5. So Donald, he's in 4. Here comes Tyres. Donald's left it a bit open as he goes up the inside. Donald's in there in 4. Looking at the wrong. Tyres are going to get the 5. JP's going to take the win though.
Second of the 14-year-old semi-finals is a go. Ethan Howell aboard that 2-bike leads it out for Evolve Collective. Who's there with him? Roland Ells is trying to work his way around the outside of Freddie Parkinson to pick up a 2 spot. Parkinson's having none of it up to yet though, and he's hanging on to the 2. So Evolve Collective have got 2 riders in there at the moment. Howell and McNulty. McNulty's looking to throw it under in the final turn. Didn't quite make his stick. That looks like Jepson might have hit the deck. Yes, it is. Let's hope that he's all right, but it's going to be McNulty with that final qualifying spot.
Semi-final 41 female 14s on track. Warren Cottam, O'Connell, Jones, True, Martin Gerard and Tretcher leading it out though, the 1 and 4, but at the moment it's number 8 in the danger zone. So Warren Cottam, that's your 1 and 4. 8's in 4th place, being chased down by Allegra True, I think, as they go down this 3rd straight, in and out the final corner. Pure Bicycles, Ruby Warren getting the job done early. She's got a commanding lead. Cottam's going to pick up the 2, and I think it's going to be Connell's get the 3.
One rider hits the deck in the second of the 14-year-old girls semi-final. Not quite sure who it was, but let's hope that they're okay. I think it was Lily Yearbury actually. Let's hope that Lily's okay. So your world number 8, Esme Ward, stay strong. BMX leads this one out. Who's here with it? Looks like Holly Diver out of the Titans, heading towards the final turn. Where is Eva Zerzerik? Zerzerik is in there in 3, being chased out of the final turn and down the final straight. Who's going to get that final qualifying spot? That's going to be the rider out of Team A. That was Clara Salmond. Put your hands together for Lily Yearbury, ladies and gents.
With Paula Hurry and everybody for 8 o'clock. In Portsmouth as well. So
you've got to get the ferry.
Once again, another round of applause for Lily Yearbury, ladies and gents.
Are they?
Semi-final 43 Grand Vets on track. Fitzroy Boys gets a good start, but Alan Hill, 3rd and 4th pedal, gets the job done. Hill goes into that first corner. Looks like that's Bryce in there in 3. Stuart Little picking up the 4, and Matt Hayward currently in there in 5 as they go in and out this into this second turn. In there in 8, it is Stuart Little in the danger zone, but Matt Hayward's all over his back wheel, so it's Little and Hayward. They're battling for that A final. Alan Hill's checked out and gone. Bryce is in there in 2. Has Hayward got anything left in the tank as he's coming? Here comes Hayward. He's on a charge. Can he make it stick? Stuart Little gets it.
Astar Racing in Archibald leads out semi-final number 44 in the Grand Vest categories, going 1 and 2 with the 073. That's got to be Sean Andrews out of Ipswich. Under pressure though from Crucial Racing's Brett Knight, heading towards that final corner. Pure Bikes have got Christos Chalkos in there in 4. Where is Neil Waddington? He's in there in 5. Got it all to do through this final straight if he wants to catch Christos Chalkos. Chalkos is going to hang on.
Right then, semi-final 45, Guppy tyres, Bartlett, Cotty. This one could be an A final. Leading out, looks like that's Guppy in a minute. In there in 9. Oh, someone slung it up the inside. That looks like Hindley trying to make a move on tyres. Here comes Hindley as he goes down this third straight. Tyres just holding on to it as they go in and out of the final corner. So who's in there? Looks like it's going to be Tyres might just get it.
More 15-year-old semi-final action coming your way, ladies and gents. Nathaniel Eames is on the outside, but he's making it stick. It's a turn number 1. Rayford leads it. The Salton Race Gear boys are going 2 and 3 at the moment. Who's in 4? It looks like the 15 of Oscar Jewell. In and out of turn number 2. Rayford is looking as smooth as you like through the third straight. Stay strong, BMX in and out he goes. Salton. Toby Lynch, Nathaniel Eames, that's your 2 and 3. Who's going to get the 4? Looks like Oscar Jewell's going to hang on and take it through to a final.
Amelie Eaton choosing not to go in gate number 1, picking gate number 4, but she's shot out like a cannon. Looks like she's going to get a hold. Chidley was in 1. I think she's sliding in into that 2 spot. In and out that first berm. He got Coppin and Moore. Where's Ellie Moore doing it for the BRE? Ellie Moore suddenly sitting in that danger zone. She's in there in 5, being chased down by the 7 plate of Libby Coppin. So it's Moore and Coppin, but checked out and gone. Amelie Eaton's getting the job done. So Eaton and Chidley, that's your 1 and 2 into the final corner. Moore's holding on to that 4 spot at the moment, but Amelie Eaton doing it for Pro Start. Here comes Moore. She's going to try and turn that 4 into a 3, but she gets through to the A final.
See you later.
Second rack of the 15-year-old girls semi-finals. Orago, who's on the inside, looks like Team Minds. Oh! Pile up on the first straight. It is Coulson leading this one through. Coulson out of Team Mind going 1 and 2 with last year's national number 2, Rin Giannolino. Smooth as you like it to turn number 2. Katie Millar is in there in 3. Under pressure from Sidoni Cleve out of Stay Strong. Heading for the final turn. Green Machine have got a rider in there in 5. That's got to be a fire pick. Last straight action. Giannolino's made her move. Coulson in 2. Millar's going to hang on to 3. Cleve's going to take 4. I think it might have been Emily Grimm that we lost on the first straight. Put your hands together, ladies and gents, for Emily Grimm. We can tell Rich Eames has finished his comms duty at Papendale because he's not left me alone yet. I've got about 8 messages from him. He's impressed with his son, let's put it that way. Once again, put your hands together for Emily Grimm, ladies and gents. Welcome to the live stream though, Rich. Nice to have you watching.
Just waiting for my phone to put again.
I feel the pressure. Ooh. 1, 2. I feel the pressure. Ooh. It's
One,
not
two.
what's going on now.
1, 1, 1, 1, 2.
I think the batteries started to go and these things might have to get a bit closer. I was about to say, I feel the pressure. I know Rich Eames is watching now, Lewis.
That's how I feel every race.
I'm just keeping his seat warm.
Did she?
1, 2, 1, 2. Right then, gate drop semi-final, number 49.16. Luke Wilcox got first pick, but he chose gate number 2. Bradley James is in there in that second spot. Where's Logan Widdowson in that first turn? In and out the first turn, coming back down towards us. Where are we at then? So, Wilcox leading it out, being chased down in the danger zone. It's Jack Davey. Jack Davies there in that 4th spot. Freddie Entwistles is in the mix as well, but at the moment it's Wilcox leading it out from James. Wilcox and James, that's you 1 and 2. That looks like Radcliffe made a move in the final corner. Think he's going to hold on to the 4.
It got busy down the hill in the second of the 16-year-old semi-finals, but Lucas Seeley has emerged the front runner. Rab Racing looking good at the moment. Seeley's going 1 and 2 with what looks like Eden Boone out of Savage Racing. MK Evolution have got Ollie Turblanche, sorry, in there in 3. Who's in 4? That's Oliver James. Where's Jamira? He's in there in 5, looking to pick up 2 Rab Racing riders in the final. I don't know if he's got enough time and room left. It's going to be James hanging on with Jamira in 5.
Right then, semi-final, 51, 17, 18. We've got Price, Barrett, Smith, O'Reilly, Blade, Townsend and Palmer in this one as they go in and out for. Looks like that is the 14 plate. Price leading this one out though in the danger zone. Looks like that could be Palmer. Sorry, Lewis Collins, Nemo's in there in 5 at the moment. Has he got anything left in the tank? He's chasing down Kaya Blaine. Kaya Blaine's currently in there in 4. Here comes Nemo. Kaya Blaine's got it covered though.
Second of the 17 to 18-year-old semi-finals is on track. You are looking at absolute bicycle motocross going 1 and 2. That's got to be Collis leading it from here as they bring it into the corner. Coppins in there in 3, Forces in 4. Good to see him on track and absolutely smashing it after his crash earlier on. Who's in 5? It looks like Max Burgess out of Ice Bikes. Last turn action. Collis, that's your 1 and 2. Copping, Forces taking it through as well.
I need your mic as well because the batteries have gone in mine. I'll do it. Just very quickly. There we go. Got it.
1, 2. Oh, there was a massive twitch on the gate there. This is the 13 open. We've got Rooks, Wales Bell, Crocker White and Laughing this one. Leighton Hardwin in there in DC Cycles. Where's he going to come out? He's currently sitting in there in that 1st spot. But where's Harry Swales? His dad's watching from behind this berm. In there looks like Absolute Bicycle Motocross. DC's in there in 3. Looks like that's Archie Bell in there in 4. But they're banging bows by Harry Swales as they go down this 3rd straight. In and out the final corner. Looks like that's Crocker White. Here comes Swales. Swales is winding him up. Can he get the job done? He picks up the 4. Harry Swales gets there.
That sounds like a Maxis move of the day to me.
Proud dad moment.
Right, what we on now? I'm on 53, you're going 54. Told you.
Put your hands together for the fallen riders, ladies and gents.
Well done, Matt. Take the credit though. Take all the credit.
17 to 18-year-old girls semi-finals are a go. Where's Esme Brooks? She's in there in about 3, heading in towards turn number 1. It's going to be Elwood, your national number 6 from last year, 2025. Leading it from Brooke in there in 2. Who's in 3? That's Pro Star BMX's Lucy Simpson. She's being chased down by the 16 of Rosie O'Brien out of BMX Winter Photography. 3rd straight action is looking good for Elwood and Brooke at the front of the pack. Simpson's glued to Brooks' back wheel on the exit into turn number 3 as well. The front 3 have separated out from the rest of the pack. Rosie O'Brien, she's going to hang on to that final qualifying spot in 4.
In the second rack of the female 17-18 semi-final, Ashman, Everly Radcliffe as they go into that first corner. Looks like Eleanor Curtis. She's moved up into that 4th place, doing it for Smiley's Bike Club as she drops in. So Curtis in the danger zone, being chopped down by Hot Shots Racing. Isla Radcliffe, has Isla Radcliffe got anything left in the tank as she goes down this third straight, leading out there, Ashman and Everly. Everly in that comfortable second. Who's got it? Here comes Curtis. Curtis in there in 4. Looks like it's going to be Curtis gets it. Radcliffe gets the dreaded 5th.
It got all sorts of busy through the triplet to turn number 1 in the first of the 19-29-year-old semi-finals. Bradshaw, your world number 4, going 1 and 2 with the 230 of Alfie backs. So once back wheel just about managed to stick them upright. Strickland's in there in 3. Who's picking up the 4? It's Seaward, but they're queuing up behind him like Greg's on a Friday afternoon. Wallace has thrown in a high-low and worked his way from 5 to 4. Seaward's in 5.
Semi-final 56. Brindley Savage shot out like a cannon into that first straight. Looks like Charlie Roy's in there in the mix as well. Here comes Young as well as they come down this second straight into this third corner. So it's the template. Kel, he's there in that 4th spot, but Sebastian Hamlin chasing him down. So it's Accarel and Camberlin. Accarel and Hamlin there, you're 4 and 5. But Savage takes the win. I think it might have been Accarel takes the 4.
19 to 29-year-old women hit the track for the first of their semi-finals. That looks like Lucy Monday on the inside, working her way into a top 3 spot, just in behind the rider. Out of Stay Strong, that's Remy Godfrey, but your race leader is Emily Green, Green Machine Tribe. In and out of turn number 2, here comes Izzy Hurry, putting the pressure on Emmy Gibson out of Manchester BMX Club, in and out of the final turn. Hurry looking for a drag race down that last straight. Hurry, Gibson, who's going to pick up that final qualifying spot? It's going to be Izzy Hurry.
Right then, it's your final semi-final, female 1929, Drew Townsend Brown, Hemstott. Who's going to get it as they're going down this first straight? Leading it out at the moment, that looks like your W5 of Annabelle Townsend. Leading it out at the moment, looks like that is Ava Brown in there in the 4, chasing it down. Looks like Megan Gerard as they go in and out of the final turn, but leading it out, Annabelle Townsend, your W5. She's going to take the win. I think Brown takes the 4.
10-minute break, ladies and gents. We will be going final racing in 10 minutes time. Please, once again, make sure you pay attention to the running order of the finals. We're running a slightly different format to usual. Cruiser final Bs, Cruiser As, 20-inch Bs and 20-inch As. So please make sure you are paying attention to which final you are in, and you are in the right place at the right time. Thank you.
You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on fire. You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on fire. You set my soul on fire.
We are a go with Cruiser B finals, ladies and gents. 9 to 12-year-olds are a go. Worrell, Robinson, Bishop, Walsh, Mason, Barnard, Stack, and Darley. That looks like RTR Resilient Team Racing's Freddie Walsh leading the pack at the moment. Who's there with him? Hackney BMX bringing it on round. That is Sammy Stack on the 317 plate. He's being chased down though by the 16 of Holly Bishop out of Halo Wheels. He's getting busy at the front of the pack. Look at Bishop eyeing up the inside move. Wasn't quite close enough, so it is going to be Walsh down the final straight. Stack, Bishop, 2 and 3 to take it over the line.
Site B final number 2, 13 to 14. Cruiser Fiddley Murphy getting pushed back into that third place. Lewis Stoneman came over from 3, shot out like Anna, but Murphy jumps into that second corner, trying to move up to that fourth place. Hurry Hall's in there in 4 as they go down this first straight, but leading out at the moment. I think that's Stoneman and Swales in and out of the final corner. Oh, not quite sure what's happened to Murphy there. Something went wrong. He went from 3 to last. Stoneman takes the win.
15-16 Cruiser B final on track. In and out of turn number 1 they go. It looks like DC Cycles leading this one out. No, sorry. We must have skipped one because that is the 17 to 29-year-olds. Luke Davies Hayes, Luca Manzi, John O'Haradine doing it for all of the single ladies out there. He's inside the top 3. Look at that for a high low in the final turn. Niall Moss looking to make that one stick down the final straight. He's going to go from 4 to 3. Pick up a podium spot in at that 17-29 at Cruiser B final.
So obviously we've missed one. Now we've gone to 17-29 B final in the Cruiser ladies. Hannah Hedges, Trim, Cam, Linscott, Maloney, Elwood and Hyam in this one. Into that first corner. Where's Trinity Cam? She's currently sitting there. Looks like that she's in that fifth spot as she comes down in her shot. She's in there in second. She's chasing down the number 3 plate of Taylor Lee Mohan. So Mohan and Cam, that's your 1 and 2 at the minute. Mohan trying to move way into that first place, but Trin Cam winding it up. She tries to who slung it up the inside there? Think that might be Smiley Maloney. Threw it up the inside. Went from 3 to 1. Hedges gets to 2.
30 plus women's Cruiser on track in and out of that first corner. You are looking at MK Evolution's Nicola Wheeler. She's bringing it on in towards that second turn. The 6 plate of Liam Eden in there in 2. With Marsha Brooks, she's inside the top 3, repping the Team Bunnies jersey. Going 3 and 4 with the W8 plate of Josephine Burston. Heading into the final turn, Coach Chizzy's in there, repping the Outlaws Club jersey. We do love a club jersey at national events, so it's going to be Meaden in the Bournemouth jersey picking up that race win.
Rob Harris shot out like a cannon there, doing it for the 44 Cruisers, but in there looks like Andy Grove in there in 3, picks up that 2 spot. Joel Marston being pushed back to 5 as they go in and out the first turn. So Moores leading out. So Harris, Groves, that's your 1 and 2. Looks like that's your 14 place of Moores in there in 3. Here comes Joel Marston working his way up from 5 to 4, but leading it out at the moment. It's still Rob Harris and Groves. Groves doing it for Mongoose BMX as they go down it. Groves on a bit of a charge. Can he do it across the line? Harris takes it.
Gary Carver, what a palaver. The beast from the northeast is on track. Mamo Factory Team UK going to 1 and 2 with what looks like the 14 plate of Dom Elliott out of Brixton BMX Club. Hotshot Racing are in there as well. That's Matt Phillips out of Runnymede Rockets on the 640 plate. Brett Knight, the last straight specialist, looking for a way into a top 3 spot. Throws in a high low in the final turn. Can he make it stick? Yes, he can. Last straight specialist for a reason. Elliot Carver Knight.
50 prize Cruiser Bruisers, they're not losers. It's the B final. Wilker Brown, Featherstone, Musgrove and Hood. Schwershell is going to that first corner. Oh, they're banging elbows as they go into that first corner. Coming out that first time, so leading it out at the moment, it is David Wilcott being chased down by Keith Brown. By the looks, it's a Wilcott and Brown. Where's Mick Hood? He's in there as well at the moment, but at the moment it is still David Wilcott for Hackney in and out the final turn. Brown doing it for Team Blind as well. He's in the mix there, but David Wilcott, he's going to take the win.
The first of our 8 finals lining up on the gate, the 9 to 12-year-old Cruisers. We've got Joseph Dewis, Rory Smythe, Jack Swales, Frederick State, Arlo Steinmetz, Rocco Westwood, Charlie Dowson and Leo Bradley. I can't see. Round number 5 sees his first A final hit the track, and it's none other than the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Check out Charlie Dowson looking for a hole shot. He's going to pick it up in and out of that first corner. Dowson, BMX Hype going 1 and 2 with Arlo Steinmetz out of Burnham BMX Club. That looks like Rusty does. Leo Bradley getting busy into the turn. They're banging bows and they're chopping braces for a top 2 spot. Look at Mr. Sigma Rizzo looking to take advantage round the outside. Westwood goes from 4 to 2 in one straight. It's going to be Dowson, Westwood, Bradley. That's your 1, 2, 3.
Right then, second for A final of the day, 13 to 14 cruiser. We've got Marco, Spence, Arnold, Harding, Arnold, Fordman and Cooper. Gay draw, still and Spence in the mix there, he's in that too, but DC Cycles looks like that is Marco and Harding. That's you 1 and 2, coming around the outside. Oliver Arnold, what a first corner from Arnold, doing it for Smiley's Fight Club. DC Cycles chasing him down in 2 and 3, looks like that's Marco in 2, it's Marco and Harding, that's you 2 and 3. Oh, Spence just got chopped up in that second corner as they go in and out the second turn, but leading it out at the moment, Smiley's Fight Club. Oliver Arnold, he got the job done in turn 1 and he's going to take the win. Looks like that was Marco in 2, Harding in 3.
Final number 12 up on the start, 13 to 16-year-old girls cruiser. We've got Isla Young, Paige Cathcart Cunnison, Ruby Walford, Grace Burge, Lottie McFarlane, Emily Grimm, Afia Pick and Ailey Watson. 13 to 16-year-old girls are heading for turn number 1 aboard their big wheels. Ailey Watson, she's been on a charge all day long on the big wheels bike and she's looking to do the same in this final today. So heading towards turn number 2 then, looking good for Watson. Who's there with her? That's got to be picking the 2 spot on the 885. Looking like McFarlane's in there in 3. Who's in 4? That's got to be Isla Young out of a nice run heading towards the final turn. Green Machine have got another rider in there. That is Grace Burge in 5. Who's picking up 6? That's Paige Cathcart Cunnison. But Ailey Watson, another win aboard the big wheels. She takes it across the line in the 13 to 16-year-old girls cruiser.
Right then, we've got 15-16 A final. Let's hear it for James Cottrell, Ronnie Richards, Lucas Smith, Todd Smith, Noteman, Robin Max Alonso, Cooper Macrum, Newton Hindley and Alfie Sims. Massive gate there from Carty, doing it for number 2. Richards is there, he goes from gate 1, but coming around the outside, looks like that is Team F. Newton Hindley slots into that 3rd spot, so Carty's leading out. Carty Richards, that's you 1 and 2. Here comes Team there though, so Carty leading this one out. Looks like that is Newton Hindley, picked up that 3-star. Ronnie Richards though, here comes Newton Hindley, goes from 3 to 2. Hindley goes up the inside. Oh, what a move there for Newton Hindley. Goes from 3 to 2 to 1, and it's going to be a drag race to the line. Oh, going to leave that one to scores.
Final number 3. This one final was held back ever so slightly. These are your 15 to 16-year-old cruiser B finalists. On track, looks like DC Cycles leading it out. 6X on the plate. Hadley Harding going in 1 and 2 with Max Surridge out of Redditch Premiers. Headed towards our final turn. Who's on the inside for the 3? That looks like it could be Benjamin Dean out of Hotshot Racing. Last straight action. Dean in there for 3. Surridge for 2. And Harding picks up the win.
My 17 this one, yeah.
Right then, 17-29 A final. Let's hear it for Brooks, Wilson, Roy, Kate, Esselmont, O'Brien, Pope and Palmer. Massive gates as they go down this first straight. Listen, oh, Rocky O'Brien hits the deck, takes two riders with him, but it looks like Brooks and Wilson shut out front. I think Wilson's gone up the inside. Here they come, coming down this second straight into this first corner. It's still Brooks and Wilson, but it looks like it's Brooks leading out. So Brooks, Wilson, that's you 1 and 2. I think that's Charlie Roy in there in 3 as they go in and out of the final turn. Alex Brooks, your European number 2, he's still leading out. He's going to take the win. Daniel Hughes Nilsson's going to get you 2. Big shout out to Rocky and those riders hit the deck. They picked themselves up.
(17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser final up on the gate. We've got Isla Radcliffe, Olivia Firth, Izzy Hurry, Molly Nice, Yetska Hemstock, Amy Willards, Anya Matin Alonso and Hannah Drew.
That's good.
19 to 29-year-old women's cruisers are a go. Firth's had a blinding gate, but so has Hannah Drew. The one plate from 2025, whole shots in the turn. Drew, Firth, Hurry, that's your podium spots as it stands. Who's in there for 3? Looking like Anya Matin Alonso, is inside the top 4. The 4 plate is Yetska Hemstock, just been shuffled back by Molly Nice, who's worked her way into a top 5 spot. But look at Hannah Drew, a 1 on the front of the bike for a reason. Last year's national champion taking it to him. Last straight action, she's going to take the win for Pro Star BMX. Hurry with a late charge to the line for the 2 spot with Firth. That one was close. Transponders of Terror, do your thing.
Right then, here we go. Final 30 plus female cruiser. Let's hear it for Sarah Jane Nichols, Michelle Stupple, Rebecca Gold, Kim Batsford, Anita Wong, Fiona Clements, Rohan Beckett, and Nicola Sitch. SJ had first pick, but Stupple decided to go 8. Oh, she's just carved straight across it. Looks like it's going to be SJ. Stupple going to that first corner. Stupple trying to go around the outside, but SJ gets the slingshot. Looks like that's Rebecca Gold going up the inside. She's holding on to that second place at the moment. So at the moment, it's SJ, Gold, Stupple. That's you 1, 2, 3. Looks like it's Anita Wong in there in that 4th spot at the moment. Kim Batsford doing it for Jump Club in there in 5. Here comes Rohan Beckett picking up that 6, but into the final corner. Sarah Jane Nichols doing it for Hot Shot Racing. She's going to take the win. Can Michelle Stupple do it on the line? No. Rebecca Gold, she takes the 2.
30 to 39-year-old cruisers up on the gate for their final. We've got Romney Wybrow Parker, Ryan Jones, Ash Richardson, Chris Hearn, Sean Issett, Martin Smiley Brown, Nathan Abbott and Dan Popel. Gate goes down, Sean Issett being shot out of the cannon. Look at that for a snap, ladies and gents. Can he make it stick into turn number 1? Issett for BMX Hype's going 1 and 2 with the 2 guys out of Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Dan Popel, your British champs, getting involved. Smiley's on the inside. Nathan Abbott's chopping and changing as well. Issett, Popel, elbow to elbow. Last turn action. Issett tees it off. Not quite close enough. Popel, Issett, Abbott, that's your 1, 2, 3. Abbott's not done yet. Issett's not got the legs for it. Absolute go 1 and 2.
That was insane. Right then, 40-44. Cruiser A final. Let's hear it for Chris Evans, James Wilson, Tom Stretton, Dylan Dixon, Jay Kenswood, Ian Smith, Matthew Eaton and Grant Yearbury. He's not Ginger, but he's called Chris Evans. He goes from gate number 1 as he goes down through. Looks like that's Stretton in 2. Dixon coming through. Dixon squeezing into 3. Ian Smith slots into that first slot as he goes wide. Pushing Matt Eaton high and wide as they go in and out the first turn. But it's still Chris Evans being chased down by Dixon. Smith's in there in 3. Oh, James Wilson picks Matt Eaton's pocket in turn 2 as they go down this third straight. Thomas Stretton now eyeing up. Looks like Stretton was eyeing up Wilson there, but couldn't make it stick. Has Wilson got the legs to go from 3 to 4? Evans takes the win. Dixon gets the 2. Smith gets the 3.
45-49 Cruisers up on the gate for their final. We've got Andy Todd, Anthony Labras, Luke Brown, Mark Steele, Jamie Rose, Graham Stark, Simon Toogood and Norbert Marco. Final 19 hits the track. Norbert Marco has retired the flat pedals and he's gone for clips, and we can see what effect that's had on him this season. He's absolutely blinding quick. Marco, DC Cycles, DJ Toogood's in there in 2. Where is Mr. KHRT? He's in there in 3. We're going to stick Moto winner on the back of his jersey for the next round of Nationals, but he's in there looking for a podium spot at the moment. Last third action. Marco, Toogood, Stark. That's your 1, 2, 3. Who's going to get the 4? Looks like Jamie Rose is going to pick up the 4 spot for the Northeast.
That was 6, so 50-54 Cruiser A final. Let's hear it for Matt Barnard, Alan Hill, Ian Archibald, Stephen Hassel, Daz O'Brien, Mark Cottrell, Pete Butler and Tim Porter. Gay trots, massive step there from Hill. Barnard trying to go up the outside, but sweeping across. That looks like Ian Archibald, but Barnard looks like it. Hill's going to go up the inside. Oh! Hill and Archibald getting all kinds. Archibald's gone down. Hill's gone down. 3 riders gone down. It's an absolute grenade has gone off. Barnard checks out. Looks like Pope managed to avoid it. In and out. Still, it's literally carnage, but Barnard, he's going to take the win. Looks like Tim Porter managed to avoid it. Picks up the 3. Absolute carnage. I think Pete Butler, he's avoided it.
Who was that like banged?
Steve Hassel took a massive spill then. Alan Hill's picked himself up. Daz O'Brien, the DOB, he got caught up with that one as well. It was like a claymore went off, absolutely exploded. Just going to wait and make sure these riders are okay, guys.
Fuck a table round the McCoy steakhouse.
I've got a barbecue, bring some food.
It's got a ring to it. It's got a ring to it, McCoy steakhouse.
About 4 doors up to Izzy from the Jones and a bit. They'll have barbecue. We'll bring the meat, they bring the heat. Wow. Wow.
Wow. It's all coming out today, isn't it? It's on a flyer, isn't it? Oh, brilliant. I love it.
No, I just have to bring the meat. I said, what?
I didn't even see it. I just saw. I was just
Went round the outside, so almost from across all of them. And then Barnard is too powerful down there. So Barnard's got one off. Yeah. And then as the first he went on. And they sort of then that kind of like but as they're coming out, all of a sudden then like the battery usually
yeah.
Looks like we are ready to resume racing, ladies and gents. 55 plus cruiser bruisers. These guys are going to get lined up. Let's get you introduced. We've got Dave Lindsay, Tim Drew, Billy Stupple, Raymond Reed, Steve Notman, Paul Bernard, Brett Archibald and Stuart Campbell. Final number 21, the 55 plus cruiser bruisers are waging war on their 24, heading for turn number 1. Who's going to pick up the whole shot? It looks like we've got Brett Archibald leading the pack. The Scottish contingent are going 1 and 2. Archibald, Campbell, that's your 1 and 2. Paul Bernard in there in 3. Is in 4, that's got to be Steve Notman doing it for Allen's Factory Supercross, but it's all out for BMX Winter Photography. That is looking good for Brett Archibald. Last, it all went wrong. Campbell nicks it at the line. Bernard Notman 2 and 3.
Male Sevens B final, we got Zulka Butt, Reggie Rice, he's as smooth as ice, Albie Howe, Stanley Lockwood, Brokey Cox and Sparrowhawk Boxer Bond in this one. Where's the Iceman? He's currently sitting in that 3rd spot at the moment. He's moved back to 4. There's Stan Lockwood in his pink helmet. Mum's going to be watching on as he goes down this 3rd straight. Lee Zulka, but looks like we got Howe in there as well, but I think it might be Leon Zucchina. He's leading out for Bristol BMX in and out of the final turn. Zucchina's chasing down. Reggie Rice has slipped back to 4. A year-old B final hits the track. Who's going to pick up the whole shot to bring it towards turn number 1? That looks like it could be Merseyside BMX. Ruben Lamb, he's going to take the whole shot then. Who's there with him as they're going in and out of that first turn? Leon Kazoziak is in the mix with a box of tricks. He's in there in about 4 at the moment, having a good old scrap with John Joe Brundle, who's in 5. Who's in 3? Crank BMX Coachings, Harrison Slater in the 2 spot. That's occupied by Oliver Bridle. Crucial Racing, looking good, heading for the final turn. Lamb out front, Bridle in 2. It is going to be Slater in 3. That's your top 3s to bring it down the final straight and across the line. Final 24, male 9s B final, Rutherford, Lewisfield, Kentsford, Walsgrove in this one. Looks like that's Oscar Rutherford. Oh, he's getting all kind of things. Looks like it is Archie Walsgrove. Picked a pocket in that first corner, doing it for Telford BMX. Smiley's going to be going mad. So it is Walsgrove being chased down by Lewisfield. Looks like that's Rutherford in there in 4. Slip back to 5 as they go in and out of the final berth. It's going to be Archie Walsgrove. Oh, he's coming under pressure from Lewisfield. Rutherford and Lewisfield. This means business. Who's going to be a B final hero? Looks like it's going to be Walsgrove on the line.
9-year-old girls B final on track. Final number 25 in and out of turn number 1. That looks like TNT Racing out front. That is Lottie Arnold on the 172. Who's picking up the 2 spot? Luciana pins on Barron. She's doing the business in that 2 spot, chasing down the race leader as they bring it towards that final corner. That looks like Rusty Nut Racing inside the top 3. Freya Forest under all sorts of pressure though from MCR's Verity K. Last straight action, it's going to be Arnold picking up the win. Barron in there for that 2 spot as they bring it across the line. Who's in 3? That was Rusty Nuts, Freya Forest.
10-year-old boys, their B final, Avis Blakeburn, 2 old Marco, Leo Britt's doing it for MK Evolution. Where's Alexander Gilbert going into it for Fluid BMX? So it is Gilbert leading it out, being chased down there by DC Cycles. Not quite sure who that is. Think it might be Oscar Marco as he goes down in there too. So it is Gilbert Marco, that's your 1 and 2. Where's Blakeburn? Oh, Ryder got lost a pedal there in the final corner. Not sure, I think that might be Jack Avis.
Final number 27 is a go, headed for turn number 1. B. Smith, Layla Dixon, Poppy Weatherly, Madison Stupple, Autumn Moore, Grace Ledgerwood Barr, Evelyn Smith and Mabel Kiff all out on track. Who is your race leader as they bring it on through? Looks like that could be the 12 plate of Autumn Moore. Exeter Eagles going 1 and 2 with B. Smith out of Peterborough. So it's Exeter, Peterborough, that's your 1 and 2. Who's picking up the 3 fast signatures? in there at the moment. Madison Stupple on her home track here at Gosport, but she's under a bit of pressure from the other rider out of Peterborough, heading towards that final turn. That was Layla Dixon. She's worked her way right round the outside to go from 4 to 3. That shuffles Stuffball back to 4, but your race winner going to be the 12 of Autumn Moore.
11-year-old boys, A final. How is this? Sorry, a B final. How is this? A B final. Betty Wills, Charlie Dowsing, 1 and 2 going into turn number 2, being chased down by George Spencer in there in 3. That looks like the LCC of Jack Haynes picking up that 4 spot in and out the final corner. Though. Your W4 plate, Betty Wills, Pro Star BMX. She's absolutely shot out of the cannon. She's going to take the win. Dowsing's going to get the 2.
Final number 29, the 12-year-old B final is on track. BMX Widow Photography leads the pack. Murray Watson, where is her? Joey McAvoy's in the mix, looking for a move. He's just gone from 8 to 5. Couldn't quite make it stick though, so he's shuffled back a couple of spots. Watson though leading it. Evolve Collective got Freddie Ray Orland in there in 2. He's being chased on the exit of turn number 3. Looks like that could be Sean Lowe out of Hackney. I think it is Lowe picking it up across the line.
Right then, 12 years old girls B final. We've got Wood, Puddock, Dudley. Puddock's got cracking first start. She's going to take the lead going into that first corner. Queuing up behind it could be April Wood. She slipped back to 4. Here comes Bonnie Dudley in that second corner. Slips into 3, but being chasing down. Puddock's now back in that 2 spot. Looks like we've got Aura Rosalie, Star Racing. She's in there in 7 at the moment. Moved up to 6 as they go into the third corner. Where's Bonnie Dudley though? As she comes in and out of that final corner, she's chasing down. Here comes Bonnie Dudley. She's on a bit of a late charge. She's gone from 4 to 3 to 2.
13-year-old B final on track. Where is Archie Bell? He's in there in that 2 spot at the moment, chasing down Lucas Gomez Sands. Runnymede Rockets leading the pack then. Fluid coming across. We've got Marcus Mullen in there in 3, chasing down the rider in 2. That's CGR. Of course, that's Archie Bell in and out of the last turn. Bell throws it a high-low. Can he make it stick? Sands, Bell down to the wire. Who's going to pick up the B final win? It looks like Sands hung on.
What are you on, Archie Bell?
13, that one. Yeah.
Right then, final 30 female 13s. McCarran's in this one, Cunnison, Keller and Kirby. That looks like Mara McCarran leading this one out, but they're all queuing up behind her. Check it out, we've got Kirby and Gold in there as well. Here comes Millie Ross, T-Mind. She's in the mix too as they go in and out of the final corner. Rusty Nuts Racing leading up into that. That's Lily May Gold. She's in there in 4, but it looks like it's going to be Mara McCarran. She's going to take the win.
Open 14p final in and out of that first corner. Mark towards Idlow has been on fire all day long. He wants to show us why he should be in that main. He's in there in the 1 spot at the moment, going 1 and 2 with the 7 plate of Ethan Crooks Martin as he take it towards the final corner. Who's the sorted race gear rider? Josh Jepson. He's up to 3. Moves are being made in the final turn though. Looks like that could have been Harry Tyres. It was Tyres working his way through to a top 3 finish.
Female 40s, Noah Surratt took an absolute gate as she got the whole shot. Think that might be Fife in the lead as they come back down towards us. Amelia Martin's in the mix as well, but at the moment it is, looks like it's the 7 ply play of Eleanor Martin, but coming through though, here comes Allegra True, Noah Surratt as well. Surratt's moved back into 3, Amelia Martin squeezed back into 2. Looks like that's Allegra True going from 3 to 1 as they go in and out the final corner, coming down this last straight in the lead. I think that's Surratt. Looks like Marty gets to 2, Surratt gets to 3.
Nora Syrett. That's John's daughter. Sorry, mate.
Grand Vets on track for the B final. Oh dear. Oh. Matt Haywood, Royal Air Force leading this one through. Neil Waddington out of Cornwall BMX Club in there in that 2 spot. Ian Milne's in there in about 4. That looks like a I think that was Neil Cheney actually in there inside the top 5. Chasing Milne down that final straight to bring it right the way down to the wire. Matt Haywood, your race winner.
Right, next up, B final 15-year-old boys open. Harry Bailey's this one. Osborne, Hindley, Lawrence, big names. Brody Gates, All-Star Racing. Right, Gate drops Osborne, gets a good one. Newton Hindley's up the inside. Hindley shot out of the cannon, looks like that is Hard Knocks Racing. Evan Barlett going into turn number 1. Barlett gets pushed up wide. Newton Hindley swings it on the inside. He's currently sitting there in there too. Then here comes Newton Hindley though, chasing down the 4-plate of Heath Osborne. So it's Osborne and Hindley, that's you 1 and 2. Here comes Elstar Racing, Brody Geddes as he's in there in 4, in and out the final corner. Newton Hindley tries to throw it up the inside, doesn't quite work though. Heath Osborne takes the win.
15-year-old girls B final on track. Final number 37 hits turn number 1. Who's leading it out? Looks like Libby Copping doing it for Crucial BMX. Who's picking up the 2? That is Isla Young on the 623 plate, being chased down by a Fire Pick. Doing it for Green Machine Tribe. That's got to be Telford's Phoebe Blackwell on the 389 inside the top 4. Under pressure though, Maddie the Baddie Dixon looking for a way into a top 5 spot. One rider hits the deck on the 3rd straight. Maddie the Baddie couldn't quite get close enough, so she's back there in 5 at the moment. So your race winner, Copping, Young, Pick, 1, 2, 3.
16-year-old open on Crat. Looks like that's Itai Jamira leading this out from McCrun. Coming down, looks like Logan Winston in there in 3. Logan Winston moves up into that 3 slot, chasing down McCrum as they go down this 3rd straight. But it's Itai Jamira, McCrum, Widdowson. That's your 1, 2, 3. In and out the final corner. Can Cooper McCrum do anything down this straight? Here comes Widdowson, but Jamira takes it.
17 to 18-year-old open class hits the track. Max Burgess, Ice Bikes UK, heading for that first corner, looking for a hole shot. Can he find it? Not this time. It's going to be Eli Smith, Rab Racing, picking it up as they come through into turn number 2. Burgess in there in 2. That looks like Malachi O'Reilly inside the top 3. Where is John O'Haradine? He's in there in 4, doing it for MK Evolution, and all of the single ladies out there. Last turn action, in and out they go. Looking good for Eli Smith. Smooth as you like. Rab Racing picking up that B final win.
Right then, here we go, 17-18 female B final. Maloney, Radcliffe, Coates, Simpson in this one. Molly Simpson doing it from gate number 1. Shot out like a cannon coming down this 2nd straight, but it's Hot Shot Racing. Isla Radcliffe leading this one out by the looks of it. So it's Radcliffe being chased down by, looks like that is Smiley Maloney in there as well as to go in and out of this 2nd turn. But leading out front, Isla Radcliffe got the job done early on, in and out the 1st corner. She's got a commanding lead. Can anyone do it on the final straight? I don't think they can. Isla Radcliffe, she's going to take the win.
19-29-year-old B final in and out of that 1st corner. Who's picking up the lead? Looks like Ollie Cope is right there, neck and neck with the 7 of Josh Cates. Cope, that's your 1 and 2. Dexter Gambe carved that 2nd turn perfectly, and he's up to about 3 at the moment. Under pressure though as Jaden Seawood comes back at him into the final turn. Oh, it all went wrong for Gambe on the exit of the final corner. Kate Cope, that's your 1 and 2. Let's hope Dexter Gambe's all right.
Looks like that's Yetzi Hemstock going into that 1st turn, being Mick back for 3. Looks like we've got Ice Boys to Alexandria Retro Racing. 3rd in that as well, but at the moment leading out is the number 9 place Megan Kirby. She's leading out. Yetzi Hemscott's in there in that 3 spot, being chased down by Tilly McCrum in there in 4 as they go. Sorry, it's Imogen Gibson in there in 4 as they go in and out of the final turn, but leading out at the moment Megan Kirby. She's going to take the win. Looks like Hemscott's making a dive for the line, but she has to settle for 3.
6 and under A final making their way up onto the gate. Let's get you introduced. We've got Milo Ryder Bays, Hudson Needle, Take Brocky Cox, Alfie Lungley, Victor Anderson, Ellis Dawson, Maxim Kazoziak and Rupert Garnett. Once again, Ryder Bays, Needle, Brocky Cox, Lungley, Anderson, Dowsing, Kazoziak and Garnett. The first of the 20-inch A finals is a go for round number 5. Ellis Dowsing looking to charge towards that 1st turn. BMX Hype lead this one through. Dowson's in there in 1. Where is Maxim Kozoziak? He's in there in 2, chasing down your race leader. The 3 spot has got to be Jump Club. That's Rupert Garnin. Got it all to do if he wants to catch these 2 fast guys out front. The 4, looks like Take Brocky Cox out of Hackney BMX Club. But Ellis Dowson, can anyone catch him into the final turn? And back out he goes. Maxim Kozoziak doing all he can. Here he comes, Kozoziak. Dowson scrapping it out to the line. Oh my word. Does it get much closer for a 6 and under A final? 6 and under little ladies lining up on the gate for their final. We've got Annalyn Wilson, Larissa Thorrows, Lenny Holiday, Kaya Gibson and Grace Snell. Six and under ladies are bringing the thunder, heading down the first straight. Where is Grace Snell? She's on the inside, looking like Kaya Gibson. Ice Bikes UK, she wanted that whole shot, but it is going to be Snell. Snell leads it out for Fluent Bicycle Motocross and Decoy BMX Club. That's got to be Ice Bikes in there on the 620. Kaya Gibson, Preston Pirates under all sorts of pressure though, as the 754 Larissa Thorrows. Hawks looking to do their business in there in 3. Bradford Bandits are in there in 4. Look at Lenny Holiday go. She's made her move to go from 4 to 3. Making her way past Larissa Thorrows. That is Annalyn Wilson out of Telford Flyers in there in 5. Last turn and last straight action. Look at Grace Snell, ladies and gents. She's checked out from the pack. Gonna take the win. Look at the rider out of the Bradford Bandits. Lenny Holiday takes 2 on the line. Kaya Gibson 3. Thorrows in 4. Wilson in 5.
Right, next up is male 7's A final. Let's hear it for Jack Byrne, Luke Barron, Oliver Savage, Jensen Dyke, Freddie Mitchell Moore, Amory Bamford Burt, Jackson May and Teddy Fountain. Shot out of the cabin, 7, straight down the first straight. Looks like that's Luke Barron. Oh, but he slipped a pedal. Oliver Savage come over and Rusty Jensen Dyke into the first corner. Freddie Mitchell Moore trying to make some move. Looks like that's Jackson May slinging it on the inside as they come in and out the first berm. Coming down to his. Who's got the lead? Looks like it's the 0-1 plate being chased down by Jensen Dyke. So it is Byrne, Dyke. That's you 1 and 2. Here comes Luke Barron though. In there in 3, looks like that's Oliver Savage. In there in 4 as they go in and out of the final turn. So it's going to be Byrne, Dyke, Barron, Savage. Has anybody got left in the tank to take on Jack Byrne? Don't think he does. Byrne's going to take the win. Savage is going to, Dyke's going to get the 2. Savage 3, Barron 4.
Forgot.
Right, next up, a final 7-year-old girls. Let's hear it for Fiona Ford, Alice Laurie, Noah Kerr, Erin Thorrows, Mariah Gibson, Molly Cairns, Billy Sora, and Opal Jones. Gage Ross, who's got the speed? Looks like that's Braintree's Ford leading out. Jules Allen's going to be going absolutely crazy watching this at home. Into the first corner, Fiona third. She's going to get the whole shot. Who's that behind her? We got Laurie third. Gibson, where is Maya Gibson doing it for Ice Bikes? She's sitting in there in 5 at the moment. So Ford leading it out, being chased down by the 980 of Laurie. So it's Ford, Laurie, Kerr. That's your 1, 2, 3 as they go down the third straight. Looks like Ford's holding on to it as she goes into the final corner. Has Laurie got anything left in the tank? Can she do it as she comes in and out of the final berm? So it's going to be Ford, Laurie, Kerr. Where's Gibson? She's in there in 5. But Fiona Ford, Braintree, she takes the win. Laurie picks up the 2.
8-year-olds lining up on the gate for their final. We've got Luke Jamira, Isaac Tomlinson, Eddie Brown, Arthur Kinge, Charlie Bromilo, Sandis Owens, Jasper Eels and Shelby Yates. The 8-year-old boys are bringing all the noise, heading through the first straight. He ain't out of lane number 1, looking to pick up a whole shot. Looks like Arns has slipped his pedals, so it's going to be Shelby Yates leading it out. Jasper Eels right there with him glued to his back wheel. Where are the Gosport National Race Team riders? Kinja Brown, they're occupying 3 and 4 the minute. Where are you, Gosport? You've got a couple of riders fighting for a podium spot. Third straight action, Eels has made his move and gone from 2 to 1 as Yates got enough left in the tank for the final corner. Eels, Yates, here comes Brown, the last straight action. Jasper Eels looking like he's going to pick up the win in the 8-year-old boys. Eels, Yates, Brown, 1, 2, 3. 8-year-old girls lining up on at the start for the 4th moto of the day. Let's get you introduced. We've got Sophia Reese, Molly Steele, Ada Warner, Ada Porter, Esme Anderson, Erin Dunny and Elsie Hopkins. Final number 48 is a go. These are your 8-year-old girls. They've been scrapping it up all day long. Who's going to pick up the 4th moto win? Heading into that first corner. Look at Sophia Reese throwing bows in the turn. Reese leads it out. Who's there with her? That is Esme Anderson on the 0-1 plate, doing it for Moto 1 and Muck-Off Race Team. The 3 spot is currently occupied by the 752. That looks like Erin Dunny out of Chesterfield BMX. Good to see them back on the circuit for next year as they've got an upgraded track. TNT are in there in 4. Ada Warner on the 366. In and out of the final corner. It is going to be Crank BMX coaching. Sophia Reese picking up the 4th moto win of the day. Esme Anderson right there behind her in 2.
Right then, lining up on the gate, it's the male 9s A final. Let's hear it for Peter Bunek, Archie Fisher, Rudy Pleasance-Ford, Joseph Claydon, Connor Grant, Logan Assetto, Oliver Pritchard and Rapid Roman Birdfield. Gate draws, watching Archie Fisher on the inside. Peter's gate is going to go up. Looks like that's Poonzek doing it for Peckham, but Archie Fisher's on the inside. Poonzek, he's got in there into 2. Where's Rapid Roman trying to do it from gate 8? He's struggling, he goes in and out that first turn, but at the moment it's Archie Fisher being chased down by Poonzek. In there in 3, looks like that's Claydon. Has Claydon got anything left in the tank to turn that 3 into a 2? Rudy Pleasant-Ford doing it for BC Cycles. In there in 4 as they go in and out of the final corner, but it's Archie Fisher, your British champion. He's going to take the win on day 1. Looks like that is Peter Bunek in there in 2. Claydon in 3. Right then, final 50, female 9s A final. Let's hear it for Mabel Pine, Olaf Dewis, Maggie Devine, Matilda Hewitt, Abigail Henning, Isabella Henry, Flip Brentel and Susie Wyatt. Right then, gate drops, massive start there for Matilda Hewitt, absolutely shot out for the cannon. Looks like that's Mabel Payne, so it's Hewitt and Payne, that's your 2 and your 1 at the moment, but it looks like Hewitt's going to make it into the whole shot. Mabel Payne sliding there into that 2 spot. Here comes all after it as they go in and out first turn, coming down it, so at the moment Payne being chased down there by Abigail Henning. It's Henning in there in that 2 spot. Has she got anything left in the tank? Looks like where's Flip Brentel? She's in there in 6 at the moment, into the final corner. Looks like that's Maggie Devine slinging it up the inside, turning that 4 into a 3, but here comes Henning. Henning's on a charge. Can she do it? Can she cross the line? No, it's going to be Matilda Hewitt takes the win. Henning gets the 2.
10-year-old boys up on the gate for their final. We've got Ethan White, Oakley Hill, Callum Wood, Noah Northcott, Alex Vitols, Alfie Thorne, Antec Perebny and Big Hen Sullivan. The 10-year-old boys are a go. Peremni had a blinding first pedal, but it's Big Hens out of lane number 1. Last year's national champion looking to hole shot into the turn, and he's found the lead. Looks like we lost Ethan the Great White on the first straight. Let's hope that he's okay. It is Hens leading it out, and Tech Peremni, your world number 3, right there with him, looking to close the gap down as they bring it through the third straight. Do not take your eyes off the front of this pack. Beatles in there for 3. That looks like it could be Northcott in 4. Peremni, has he got enough left for the final straight? Big Hen Sullivan and Tech Peremni right the way to the wire. Big Hens hangs on. Whew. Neither one of them two gents willing to give an inch. 10-year-old girls up on the gate. We've got Alice Barron, Megan Keller, Tessa Johnson, Amelia Brain, Lauren Snell, Amika Gibson, Pananicha Castro Lack and Ella Grant. Ten-year-old girls are a go. Looks like the European number 8 is going to head towards turn number 1 at the front of the pack. It is Grant, Absolute Bicycle Motocross, who's there with her in and out of that first corner. Looks like we've got Lauren Snell in the pack. She's in there in about 3 at the moment, having a good old scrap with the Ice Bikes rider. That is Amika Gibson. The 17 though is Pananicha Castro Lack. She's in that 2 spot, but no one can catch Ella Grant as of yet. Look at her go through the third straight. European finalist from 2025. In and out of that final corner they go. It is going to be Grant down the final straight, picking up the win. Ella Grant, Pananicha Castro Lack. Who's going to get the 3? I think Lauren Snell just about hung on.
Right then, male 11-year-old A final. Let's hear it for Ethan Shaw, Thomas Giles, Seth Kachara, Aidan Baptiste, Rex Ford, Arthur Donaldson, Tobias Groves and Oakley Lewis Field. Massive gate there from Baptiste, cutting across. Rex Ford's in the mix as well, but up the inside it goes. Ethan Shaw, he's going to get the whole shot. Looks like that's Baptiste slotting him into the 2 spot. So it's Shaw, Baptiste. Where's Giles? He's in there in 3 as they come in and out that first corner. Here comes Seth Kachari. So at the moment it's Shaw, Baptiste, Kachari. That's your 1, 2, 3. Looks like Giles is in there in 4. Giles on a bit of a charge as he goes down. There's 4 straight, and it looks like Kachari. Kachari's trying to make a move in the final corner, but Ethan Shaw's checked out and gone. Here comes Kachari. Chari's trying to turn that 3 into a 2. It's on the line. So close. Unbelievable racing. He's moved to female 11 years old. Let's hear it for Molly Tomlinson, Holly Bishop, Eliza Powell, Rose Geddes, Arabella Denton, River Henderson, Ona Svensson and Emma Dean. Oh, massive gate there for the number 6. But can she do anything? River Henderson trying to get over, but it looks like Molly Thompson. Holly Bishop doing it for Halo Wheels going up the inside. Looks like it could be Bishop. Bishop's in and out of that first corner, being chased down by Thompson and Powell and Geddes as they come into it. So it is Fluid BMX, sorry. It's Tomlinson being chased down by Bishop, but moved up into that 3 spot is the Hot Shots rider, Emma Dean. So it's Tomlinson, Bishop, Dean. That's your 1, 2, 3. Looks like we've got a rider trying to go around the outside, but it's going to be a drag race. Here comes Bishop. Bishop's coming down the outside. It's going to be, looks like it is Tomlinson. Bishop gets the 2.
Right, before we get into your 12-year-old final, there's just a quick announcement from our admin team. Today's presentation is not going to go ahead today due to the time. We're going to pause that until tomorrow. So once these age categories have finished their practice at 8:30, so at 8:30 we will have the presentation for the top 8 in the 6 and unders, the 7s and the 8s, both boys and girls, and the top 3 for the 9s, 11s, 12s and 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. And the 10-year-olds as well. So if that is you guys from today's racing, please make sure that you are there after your practice in the morning for your presentation. Thank you very much. Right, 12-year-old boys up on the gate. This is the first of our ODI whole shot awards. So the first person across that line in turn number 1 is 100 quid richer. We've got lining up Ronnie Wood, Benny Jackson, Edward Cordery, Carlin Gordon, Arthur Claydon, Preston Newmarsh Powell, Finn Munro and Connor Hemhill. Here we go, who wants this 100 quid and a bucket load of ODI goodies heading for turn number 1. Monroe's right there, but it's Connor Hemhill. Ka-ching! He's going to walk away with 100 quid no matter what happens in this final. Hemhill's in 1, Monroe's in 2, Jackson's in 3, Powell's in 4. Who's in 5? That looks like Carlin Gordon, Claydon, Cornery and Wood. That's your 6, 7 and 8. Last turn action. Monroe's winding it up, looking for a high-low. Wasn't quite close enough. It's going to be a British champ and your national number 3 scrapping it to the wire. Hemhill, Monroe. That's your 1 and 2. 12-year-old girls up on the gate ready for their final. We've got Niamh France Brotherton, Holly Richardson, Maisie Egan, Rachel Pritchard, Ellie Beat, Izzy Underhill, Trixie Trays and Freya Montfort. Here we go with the 12-year-old girls final, heading towards turn number 1. Looking like Sorted Race Gear are going to pick up a whole shot. Yes, they are. Freya Mumford leads this one out. Who's there with her? That looks like it could be Evolve Collective. That is Trixie Trays chasing her towards turn number 2. Maisie Egan's in there for 3. The template is Izzy Underhill in 4. Third straight action, Montfort, Trays, here comes Trays looking for a way round the outside, and she's found it. Trays goes from 2 to 1, doing it the hard way. Evolve Collective gonna pick up the 12-year-old girls win. Trays, Montfort, Egan, that's your top 3.
Right then, just before we move on to 13-year-old Open, just a reminder, please silence for the gate. I know we want to get cheery, but these guys mean business. Let's hear it. 13 Open. We've got Ronnie Payne, Joe Rook, James Busy, Archie Crocker White, Leo Rowlands, Leighton Hardy, Zach Everly and Harry Swales. Massive gate, 3 riders wide. Everly gets a corker, but it looks like it's Joe Rook. Joe Rook going down into the line. Can he do it into the first corner? Looks like it's Joe Rook. Think that might be Ronnie Payne or James Beasy slinging it up the inside. So Rook's leading it out, chased down by Bibby. Who's that in number? It looks like that is Ronnie Payne. Oh, Swales hits the deck in the second berm. In and out of the final corner though. Joe Rook stays strong. He's leading it out. Looks like that's Bibby in there in 2. Pro start. So Bibby in 3. Sorry, Everly picks up the 4. Right, final 58, 13-year-old female A final. Let's hear it for Freya Harries, Brooke Fawcett, Elizabeth Lola Poole, Iris Hadjar, Poppy Bishop, Samia Hughes, Elsie Bright and Grace Gerard. Massive snap, looks like that's Hard Knot Racing. Brooke Fawcett going down the inside. Freya Harris going up there as you go in and out. Where's Poshy Bishop? We've got 3 riders wide in and out that first turner. So leading it out, looks like it is Hard Knocks Racing. Brooke Fawcett being chased down by the W7 of Freya Harris. Sorted Race Gears, Elizabeth Lola Poole in there in 3. So it's Fawcett, Harris, Poole. That's you 1, 2, 3 going in and out of the final burn. Has anybody got it left in the tank to catch Fawcett? Fawcett's on a stall. Here comes Harris, but Fawcett takes the win. Harris gets the 2. Poole picks up the 3.
14-year-old boys up on the gate for their final. We've got Max McNulty, Roland Ells, Harry Donald, Freddie Parkinson, Charlie Wilcox, Ethan Howell, James Miller and Jack Perkins. 14-year-old boys are a go. Howell's had an absolutely blinding gate. Can he hang on to it into turn number 1? Howell, Miller, Parkinson threads the needle, works his way to 2. He's chasing down the Evolve Collective rider, Ethan Howell. He's almost perfect so far all season long. Ethan Howell absolutely flying. Parkinson in 2, Miller's in 3. That looks like Wilcox in 4. Last turn action. Wilcox throws it a high-low. Can he make his stick on Parkinson? Down to the wire. Howell, Miller, Parkinson. 1, 2 and 3.
Wilcox the move of the day there almost.
14-year-old girls up on the gate. We've got Naira O'Connell, Clara Salmond, Eva Zizeric, Holly Diver, Anushka Jones, Martha Cotton, Ruby Warren and Esme Ward. Final number 60 years ago, the 14-year-old girls, the world number 8 out of lane number 1, works her way into her preferred line into that first corner, and she leads it out. Ward, Warren, that's your 1 and 2 as it stands. Who's in 3? Looks like Holly Diver out of the Titans, but the scrap is all out front. Ward leading it out, still has Warren got enough left to find her way through. They are checking out from the rest of the pack. Diver hanging on to that 3 spot. She's under a bit of pressure. Last turn action. Who's thrown it under? Looks like that is Martha Cotton out of MCR. Ward, Warren, Cotton, Diver, Jones. 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Right then, it is time for your Grand Vets 50 plus. Let's hear it for Alan Hill, Fitzroy Bryce, aka BMX Pete, Ian Archibald, Sean Andrews, Jason Lewis, Stuart Little, Brett Knight, and Christos Chalkos. Last one off. Oh, Bryce gets shot out. Hill goes out like a cannon. Looks like that's Archibald going down into that first base, but it's going to be Alan Hill. He gets the whole shot. Who's that slotted into that second part? Think it could be Sean Andrews. So it's Hill, Andrews. That's your 1 and 2 at the minute. Looks like it's Jason Lewis. So it's Hill and Lewis. There comes Sean Andrews in there in 3. Here comes Stuart Little in 4. Chiskos, Charkos and 90. They're having a bow. Fitzroy Bryce, he's trying to recover. Going for mate. Looking to make moves on Charkos, but checked out. It's your most winningest rider in BMX, Alan Hill. He takes your win.
Vets up on the gate. Lining up, we've got Dylan Dixon, Mark Moore, Danny Taylor, Grant Yuri, Mark Rees, Zoltan Boudet, Scott Boom Boom Beaumont, and Matt Barnard. We are a go with the vets, heading towards that first turn. Boom Boom's in there in the 1 spot. Where is Boudet? Into the turn, he's in 3. Mr. Silk right there in 2. Boom Boom leads it from Barnard. Boudet's into 3. Mark Rees is in 4. Who's picking up the 5? That looks like Dylan Dixon. Sorry, that's Newbury in 4. Here comes Barnard. It is Mr. Silk looking for a way round. Throws it a high-low. Can he make his stick? They're banging both through the final straight. Barnard, Beaumont, Boudet. 1, 2, 3. The 40 plus vet showing us how it's done.
That was mental. Right then, race 63, we've got 30 plus masters. This one is going to be tasty, trust me. We've got Adam Brazil, Liam Brunez, Billy Lockhurst, Sean Izzet, Thomas Palmer, George Higley, Matthew Bourne, and David James. Lockhurst going for gate 8, lifted foot wheel a little bit high in there in 2, looks like that's Brunhurst. Adam Brazil though, up the inside. Brazil, he gets the whole shot. Who's that in there in 2? Brazil leading out a minute, where's Lockhurst? Here comes Sean, is it in there in 4? Into the next corner. Who's that in 2? Looks like it's Palmer. So Brazil and Palmer, that's your 1 and 2. Here comes Is it in 4? Lockhurst in 5. Can they do anything to the final corner? But leading out looks like he's going to be Crucial BMX. Adam Brazil, he's going to take your win.
Not quite sure that's Palmer into.
Palmer gets the 2.
30 plus women up on the gate for their final. Lining up, we've got Claire Albert, Suzanne Jenkins, Ornella McGarvey Miles, Fiona Barry, Fawn Clements, Ro Beckett, Anita Wong and Rebecca Goll. The 30 plus women hit the track. Becca Goll has had a blinding start, your British champion. Look at a whole shot into that first corner. Who's there with her? Looks like we've got Nita Wong out of DC Cycles. Absolute DC, that's your 1 and 2. Teammates Fawn Clements in there in 3. On pretty much her home track, being from Andover, 5 minutes down the road. Road Beckett's in there in 4. That looks like Barry in 5. Third straight action and into the final turn. Rebecca Goll taking it to him. Absolutely flying. Gonna pick up the win. Anita Wong, Fawn Clements 2 and 3.
15 years old Open A final. Let's hear it for Kobe Rayford, Toby Lynch, Ned Guppy, Nathaniel Eames, Oscar Jewell, James Cottrell, Oliver Tyers and Nate Hamilton. Here we go, gate drops, looks like that's Ned Guppy at it. Nathaniel Lean's going up the inside, but Guppy's going to take the whole shot. Looks like that could be Nate Hamilton, Maybo BMX. Who's that? Looks like Oscar Jewell. Where's Oscar Jewell? He's in there in 3 at the minute, but looks like that's Kobe Rayford. So it's Guppy, Rayford, Jewell. That's your 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Where's Eames? He's in there in 6 at the moment, I think, but in and out of the final corner. Has Rayford got anything in? Oh, he goes super deep, but Guppy takes the win.
Am I doing the 15? Yeah, I'll go with that.
Right then, 15-year-old female A final. Let's hear for Amelie Eaton, Ella Blue Chidley, Rin Sarafina Janalino, Sophie Coulston, Jalila Patel, Katie Miller, Ellie Moore and Sydney Cleave. Amelie choosing to go gate 3, but she gets a good snap, but Rin Jarafina, Sanalino, she goes in gate 6, slots into 2, but who's going to do it? Eaton goes into it, Janalino's in there in 2. Oh, who's that clue around it? Looks like that could be Coulston, so leading out, who's there in that Thursday? Oh, they're banging bows into corner 2, it's Patel, so it's Eaton, Janalino, Patel, that's your 1, 2, 3. Here comes Ellie Moore in there in 5, can she turn that 5 into a 4, but in and out the final corner, Amelie Eaton, Pro Start BMX, she's going to get the win. Rin Janalino's going to get the 2, Patel's going to get the 3.
16-year-old boys up on the gate for their final. This one is going to be lightning quick. We've got Oliver James, Jack Davey, Ollie Blanche, Bradley James, Eden Boone, Lucas Seeley, Freddie Entwistle and Luke Wilcox. Do not blink or you might miss it. Who's going to pick up the whole shot down the first straight? Wilcox looking to hang on to it into the turn. Wilcox leads it out. Where's Lucas Seeley? He wants to make it 5 from 5. He's in there in that 2 spot at the moment. Picking it up with the 4 of Bradley James in and out of turn number 2. And Whistle's in there in 4. Davies in 5. But it's Wilcox out front looking good, heading in for the final turn. Halo Wheels Race Team has Rob Racing got enough left for him in the tank. Wilcox, Sealing, that's going to be a 1 and 2. 16-year-old girls are lining up on the start for their final. We've got Summer Glynn, Atana Price, Emily Dean, Eliza French, Ailey Watson, Grace Burge, Lucy Gardner and Lottie Brown. Final number 68 is a go. Lottie Brown on the inside out of lane number 1. Your national champion from 2025. Looking to make it stick into turn number 1. Brown leads it. Watson's in there in 2. That looks like Birch in there for 3. Who's picking up the 4 as they come on round? That's Biore Racing's Eliza French. She's under all sorts of pressure though from Atana Price. Looking to make her way round into a top 4 spot. Brown, Watson, that's still your 1 and 2 as Ailey Watson got enough left in the tanker to bring it through the final straight. Lottie can't stop, won't stop. Brown picks up another national win. Watson, Bird round out the podium spots.
Right then, 1789 boys A final. Let's hear it for Henry Iyer, Malachi Price, Oliver Coppin, Finley Collis, Jaden Fawcett, Nathan Barretta, Kai Blaine and Samson Townsend. Right, massive gate there. Coppin gets a bit of a squeeze. Looks like that is Henry Iyer in there in 2. Iyer's going to slop into it. Coppin's it. Filling Collins. Where's Collins? As he comes in and out first corner. Here comes Fawcett in and out, but leading it out at the moment. Looks like that's Henry Iyer being chased down by Coppin. Looks like it's Fawcett in there in 3. Here comes Axley Iyer. Oh, massive move there from Coppin. Goes from 2 to 1, but it's not over yet. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Fawcett get the 2, Coppin.
That is the Maxis move of the day, ladies and gents. Ollie Coppin, Maxis move of the day.
Right then. Female 17 to 18's A final. Let's hear it for Sabina Ashman, Sophie Elwood, Amelia Everly, Esme Brook, Lucy Simpson, Imogen Cockrell, Eleanor Curtis and Rosie O'Brien. Gate drops. Oh, Everly gets a bit of a stir. Esme Ward gets pushed back, but shot out like a cannon. Looks like it's Sophie Elwood. Oh, she slops into 2. Think that could be Sabina Ashman leading this one out. In and out the first turn. Looks like it is Rusty Nuts Racing. Sabina Ashman being chased down by Elwood. Looks like that's Everly in there in 3. Moving up the ranks, Pro Start Racing. Here comes Lucy Simpson in there in 4. At the moment, Imogen Cockrell moved up from 5 to 4, but in and out of the good Rusty Look Racing. Sabina Ashman. Here comes Elwood. There's going to be a dash to the line. Ashman takes the win. Elwood gets 2. I think Everly picks up the 3.
19 to 29-year-olds are lining up on the gate. Let's get you introduced. We've got Josh Wallace, Lamin Akareli, Cal Strickland, Che Young, Alfie Bax, Charlie Roy, Tyrese Bradshaw and Brinley Savage. Gate goes down. 19 to 29-year-olds are banging both through the first straight. This one's getting tasty. Who's going to lead in? Bradshaw, your world number 4. Strickland's in there in 2. Your world number 8, Savage in there in 3. Bax is up to 4. In and out of that second corner. Mamo Factory Team UK. Tyrese Bradshaw. Strickland, has he got enough left for him into the final turn? In and out they go. Bradshaw, Strickland, Savage, Bax. 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Yes.
We are 19 to 29-year-old women lining up on the gate. We've got Izzy Hurry, Lucy Monday, Remy Godfrey, Megan Gerard, Emily Green, Ava Brown, Hannah Drew and Annabelle Townsend. ODI whole shot award class on track, ladies and gents. Whoever passes the whole shot line first is £100 richer, and it's going to be Emily Green. Cha-ching, in and out of the turn she goes. Green, Townsend, Drew, that's your 1, 2, 3. Who's picking up 4? Looks like Godfrey. She's being chased down by Monday into that second turn. Brown's in there in 6. Look at this for a scrap out front. Who's going to pick it up into the turn? Green, Townsend. In and out of the final corner and down the final straight. Emily Green, £100 richer. Looks like she's going to hang on to the win. Wow, oh wow, what a final.
Right then, as we get into the business end of the weekend, just a quick announcement. The winners of the next 3 rounds of the junior class, championship women and super class, your podiums will be straight after your final. So the podiums will be straight after the final. The other categories that have got medal podiums, you're going to be done in the morning. So it's just the junior class, championship women and super class only are going to be doing the podiums straight after the finals today. Right then, this one is going to be tasty. Let's make some noise for Kai Bowen, James Clitheroe, Ty DS, Cody Coker, Noah Everly, Flynn Phillips, Jay Teal, Simpson Davis, and Heath Thomas. This Junior Open Classic, Ty DS has blown a pedal, that leaves him wide open into the turn. Junior Dr. Smith, GTL Simpson Davis threads the needle. Davis leads it out, Thomas in there in 2, Bowen's up to 3, Clitheroe's banging bows in turn number 2, but JTL Simpson Davis, that is Jump Club S&M Source. Has he, Thomas, got enough for him in the final straight? JTL Simpson Davis, take a bow. What a move in turn number 1. Wow, 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 indeed. Right then, almost time. We've got our penultimate final of the day. Championship women. Make some noise. Raise the roof. We've got Elsa Rendell Todd, Evie Webster, Megan Roy, Jessica Marriott, Lily Chiswa, Amy Seward, Ruby Moores, and Laurie Ann Carruthers. Massive gate there, looks like it's Elsa Rendell Todd going from gate 4 straight down the middle. Wee Webster up the inside, Megan Roy's in the mix as well. As she goes in, it looks like that is Megan Roy carving it in there. A little bit Elsa Rendell Todd leading it out at the moment, but being chased down by Esme Seaward. So it's top Rendell Todd, Seaward, that's your 1 and 2 at the moment. Where's Laurie Ann? Because here comes Lily Chiswa. She's in there in 6, working her way up into that top 5 position, but out locked like a cannon. Elsa Rendell Todd, she is your winner. Right then, it's time for the final of the day, but just before we do, we just have to do a few quick thank yous. These guys have worked really hard today, our first aid and medics, so let's have a round of applause for them. Right, we're going to go straight into our final. Superclass A final. We've got Chad Hartwell, Arnie Elserman, Callum Chard Marple, Danny J. Montefiore, George Hunt, Casey Mark Lee, and Ruben Smith. Shot out of the cannon. Looks like George Hunt doing it for LCC and then Eaton BMX, but Chad Hartwell going up the inside. Chad Hartwell pushing George Hunt. George Hunt's in the mix as well. Passing through. Here comes Hunt. Hartwell's in there in 2. In and out the second boot. Looks like that's the Maybo rider. Chapel Maple in there in 3. But George Hunt checks out. He's done it twice already this year at Manchester. So it's Hunt, Hartwell, Chapel. That's Hartwell hits it. George Hunt takes the win for Nuneaton BMX and the LCC. Chad Hartwell hits the deck on the final straight. Just going to make sure, hope he's okay.